election night, and welcome to the Freedom from the Press podcast. My name is Jason Robertson, and I'm here with my partner in crime,
Todd Peterson. Thanks for joining us tonight, folks. Jason, I'm looking at the counts. We should just go live every night, apparently. This is greater than our Friday afternoon podcast. Folks, thanks for joining us today. Jason, the adrenaline is pumping. I'm so excited to be here, folks. Donald Trump is going to save this country, and we're going to report on all of it as results come in.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Todd and I, Todd, point of parliamentary correction. Like, you showed up in a suit. I mean, everybody, round of applause for Todd, looking sharp. But for tonight's special edition, I have the wrong dress code on. I have our American Tribune hat. Hey, Todd, where can people get this hat?
You know what, Jason? If they like your hat or they like this hat with the American flag, you guys can go to the AmericanTribuneStore.com. We got tons of great stuff up there. It is all proprietary. We designed it ourselves. We're selling it ourselves. If you want to support our channel, support what we do, trying to get the word about how the corrupt media and corrupt political class is trying to ruin your life, check out the AmericanTribuneStore.com and take a look at the merch.
But I got to say, for tonight's special election edition, now this isn't one of ours. Got the old red, white, and blue Donald Trump with the signature on it hat. Folks, let us know your prediction for tonight. I framed it up to the guys we work with on the American Tribune properties. It's really kind of four things. Does Trump win or does Kamala win? And do we know tonight, or is it going to take another week to decide? So let us know in the comments. Hey, it's Paul Reese.
Hello to Paul Reese. Thanks for tuning in. I know that Paul is going to help flip Minnesota red tonight. Thanks for your vote, Paul. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Oh, my God, Todd. Do you think it could happen? We're both from Minnesota. Do you think it could really happen?
This is what I have been telling everyone on my own show, on Twitter, if anyone wants to listen to me. Donald Trump only lost Minnesota to Hillary Clinton in 2016 by 1.5 points. And Jason, for the life of me, I'm looking around Minnesota the last 8 years, the constant lying by the media, the destruction of this country by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. 1.5% is definitely in play.
Oh, yeah. And I got to say, you know, we stream on a bunch of platforms. We're on Rumble. That's our favorite. If you don't have a Rumble account, go to Rumble, the American Tribune channel. It's our favorite. They don't suppress us. X is probably our second favorite because they don't. But we stream on Facebook. So some things we say we got to watch. But we get such great engagement with the people on Facebook chatting with us that's why we stream on Facebook. But folks, just to give you a heads up, some of the stuff we say can get a little racy. We have some opinions about the 2020 election. So if we ever need to go there, we might need to go Rumble only. Just saying.
Hey, Jason, you know that reminds me of? I just took a drink of coffee, some Split Rock coffee in the American Tribune mug. You can also get that at the American Tribune store. And folks, then we're done selling the stuff. We're here to talk elections, but Split Rock Coffee joined the chat. We are big supporters of them. Local Minnesota company brewing some great coffee. So you can go to splitrockcoffee.com and use promo code Todd10 to save instantly, subscribe and save. And now we're done. We are done pushing merch. Jason, you and I want to talk politics. We want to talk elections.
We do, but one last thought on Split Rock Coffee. They say Split Rock Coffee is a coffee you can drink all day, and it's 6:30 Minnesota time. Todd, I think you can confirm it's coffee you can drink all day.
Delicious. I have coffee right now.
Giddy up. Well, Hey, yeah, we started a little early tonight because we're just sitting here and we're watching these results come in. Now, shout out to the map we're going to refer to, Daily Wire map. Todd, why are we using the Daily Wire map instead of some of these other maps?
We're not going to CNN. We're not going to the New York Times. We're not going to Fox News. Fox News called Arizona with less than 1% 4 years ago. We don't trust any of those guys, and we want to support the work the Daily Wire is doing. And Jason, I get it. People are like big con. They're beholden to certain rules in their marketing or promotions or whatever. Doesn't matter. Daily Wire is on the right side. Shapiro, Walsh, Knowles, Clavin, they've all come out and supported Donald Trump, even though they were DeSantis guys, because they put country first. Daily Wire is doing it right. We want to support them tonight. And they have a map that's going to be updated live, and we are here to talk about it. You guys can see some of the states on there already. Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina. No surprises there. Those were going to be red states, but nice to get Trump in the lead early.
Yeah, and I got to say, for those who don't know, internet traffic, whatever site you go to, they make a little bit of money on the clicks, right? And so We're trying to live our values. We're trying to stick with companies like the Daily Wire who are going to keep this updated. So, but if you see anything out there, oh, hey, Lisa from KC's on. She usually watches me on the Wayne Show. So thank you so much for tuning in tonight and spending election night with Todd and I. Jimmy's here. We got Giselle here. Terry, like, this is phenomenal, guys.
Thanks for joining us.
If you guys are seeing anything too we aren't talking about or anything you need to know,
we got Dee Dee in the chat. Dee Dee, welcome aboard.
Dee Dee's in the chat. The Rumble handle, Dee Dee, if you go, I dropped the link, but you can't do it. So if you do the search, it's The American Tribune. And then when you see it, it's under the live tab. You'll see it there. But yeah, when we drop the link, they get a little cranky about it. You know, Facebook doesn't really like free speech. I don't know if everybody knows that.
And I think our audience is onto this, but if Kamala Harris wins, Jason, this is what I was pushing this all day in my live show in the morning, trying to get out the vote, trying to get those last Trump votes across the line. Make no mistake, if Kamala Harris wins the election, she will go after Rumble. She will go after Twitter, places that we can speak a little more freely, and she will just encourage to censor your voice more. This is the party that is anti-Constitution, anti-rights. They want to control everything, and they will have a committee, I imagine, to determine what is misinformation. I don't know.
All right. Oh, wait. And actually, correction for Dee Dee. I forgot Dee Dee was on X, so I can drop it on X. I can drop the link on there. So
she's in there.
You follow me on X or Todd on X, you can.
We got all the Trump support here tonight. Thanks for joining us, folks. I hope you're as excited as I am because this election has a chance. We can put to bed all these insane Democrat policies. You can shut up all of your insane Democrat family members and friends that have called you all sorts of names from Joe Biden on down. They have called you horrible names. Electoral College, popular mandate, Jason. I'm calling it tonight, and we're going to know by tonight. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I was going to say, my prediction, I've gone on record. I think President Trump, I think it's too big to rig. I think that in the Kamala vote will be suppressed because even if you're a Democrat, they all can't be, I'm praying, they all can't be that brainwashed. If they would have nominated a competent candidate like an Amy Klobuchar maybe, or just somebody not awful, they might have had a chance. They, between people hating Trump or whatnot, they might have had a chance. But Kamala's just, Todd, is she the worst presidential candidate that we've seen?
Yes, you don't have to think about that. She is the worst on either ticket ever. She is low IQ. She cannot articulate a policy. And the policies that we know about are awful. They are ruinous to this country. Like everything she does, Jason, I don't have the clips up, but she's doing these rallies and there she's like, stop chanting my name, chant your name. And the audience is just like, it's just a mess. Like you're not going to chant 2,000 different names and have it make any sense. Like she has zero charisma, zero intelligence, zero good ideas. She's just an awful candidate. And I like what you mentioned, Jason, about maybe running a Klobuchar. Yeah, she's got that same Tim Walz vibe where she has awful communist policies, but she comes across as like your Midwest friend. She's just a person like you and me. That's how Joe Biden got to the White House in 2020. They ran Grandpa Joe because he wasn't offensive. He was milquetoast and vanilla. I think if Dems had done this differently, I don't think they would have let anyone else win in an open primary. That's why they just hand-selected Kamala to begin with. But if they had a chance to get someone like Klobuchar out there that's not offensive to people and at least can speak somewhat, I think she wins, to be honest. I think Kamala Harris, and then choosing Tim Walz of all people, the DNC sank their own campaign.
Yeah, so we're going on record. We're saying we think Trump's going to win. We're saying we think it'll be announced tonight. Audience, let us know in the chat, what's your prediction? Will it be Trump? And will we know tonight? Or is it going to be one of these things that goes on for a week? And I got to say, Lisa from KC said, I can't be here for the duration. I have to work in the AM. So it's kind of funny. I do interviews on different sites and podcasts. I'm on an Australian podcast at 6 a.m. And my wife's looking at me tonight like, how late are we going to be up? And I'm like, well, I might be up for a while. I want to be here until they announce it. I think we're going to have a couple surprises over on the East Coast. Like if you look at Virginia, I've been watching this early voting and the numbers over in Virginia, like Trump's leading initially, like that's kind of terrifying. Georgia, like
well,
the
Jason,
numbers
they had a
are coming
big drop in Georgia
Trump.
just
We
now.
all know he's going to jump out to a big lead. Yeah, I think it'll be crazy. And we got Mike thinking they're not going to tell us who wins tonight.
I mean, we
Mike.
all know why. We can't say it on Facebook, but we all know why. Jason, something interesting as you kind of look at the states here. Trump gets Indiana, no questions there. Take a look at the numbers down ballot. I can't believe someone's voting for RFK Jr. when he endorsed Trump. Like, what is wrong with you? But look at this. Jill Stein, barely any votes. Chase Oliver, barely any votes. I'm going down to Georgia. Trump, Harris are getting almost all of the votes. In the past, I mean, you've seen Ross Perot, you've seen other third-party candidates siphon off something. This election truly is down to two people. Voters are not wasting their time with a third party. I think that helps Donald Trump, because if you normally vote third party in this election and you're going to throw it away, like you're going to be like, well, look, I don't like the establishment, so I guess I'm going with Trump.
Right. And hey, as we get close to our announced launch time, we had a handful more people hop on. Welcome to the show. We decided to start a little early, folks. We were so excited about this election and just seeing this through that. Oh my gosh. And I'm just excited we get to spend time with our folks.
Here's an interesting thing. Kamala Harris just took like 100,000 lead in Virginia. We are just hovering over this at 6%. Donald Trump was ahead. I think Kamala just got like 100,000 votes all on her own. So
that is insane. That was literally 100,000 all for Kamala.
Correct.
Huh. Weird.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, I was going to say, Todd, don't make me break out.
He replaced that again, folks.
Oh, that is crazy.
But
you know, and
go for it.
What's that?
I was going to say, we got some ads we can throw up, otherwise get that comment in there.
You know, I think they'll change it in one night. Oh, Cindy, you're a conspiracy theorist like
Cindy.
Weird. That weird.
Weird how Virginia got 100,000 votes. I saw a straight up line that reminds me of 2020.
Yeah, and it was, that's so wild. Hey, you know what, Todd? You know what we got to start with, though, is that one Trump ad with the Tucker Carlson overlay on it. I think that really kind of sums up the best that I've seen.
Millions of Americans sincerely love Donald Trump. They love him in spite of everything they've heard. They love him often in spite of himself. They love Donald Trump because no one else loves them. The country their ancestors fought for over hundreds of years has left them to die in their unfashionable little towns, mocked and despised by the sneering half-wits with finance degrees but no actual skills who seem to run everything all of a sudden. Whatever Donald Trump's faults, he is better than the rest of the people in charge. Donald Trump, in other words, is and has always been a living indictment of the people who run this country. That was true when Trump came out of nowhere to win the presidency, and it's every bit as true right now. Trump rose because they failed. It's as simple as that. If the people in charge had done a halfway decent job with the country they inherited, Donald Trump would still be hosting Celebrity Apprentice. But they didn't. Instead, they were incompetent and narcissistic and cruel and relentlessly dishonest. They wrecked what they didn't build. They lied about it. They hurt anyone who told the truth about what they were doing. That's true. We watched. America is still a great country, the best in the world, but our ruling class is disgusting. A vote for Trump is a vote against them. That's what's going on in this country.
Man, goosebumps.
I gotta say, Tucker Carlson is one of my favorite people. He's very articulate, or I can be loud and a screamer and whatnot. He's very articulate, and he summed up my feeling as a young man growing up. I tell the story. I grew up poor white trash, right? And I knew the government hated me, and I had conservative values, but I knew the Republican Party was awful. The Bushes, the Cheneys, all those horrible people wanted to send poor white trash like me to die in some godforsaken desert. And so I had this dichotomy where I couldn't vote for the Democrats because they had just stupid ideas and the Republicans were awful. And so when Donald Trump came along, I'm like, here's somebody who actually cares about me as a citizen, working class people. That used to be the Democrat Party, like in Minnesota, before they became crazy communists. That was what they were all about. And when I heard that speech from Tucker, and I shout out, I don't know who made the video with the overlays. The images were very powerful, but I'm like, he expressed so well what I thought and felt growing up. And the ruling class hates us. It doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat. That ruling party hates us. And thank God for President Trump for exposing it and standing up to fight for it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Trump was born out of the necessity to stop what the ruling class has been doing us for so long. He has taken bullets. He has gone up against lawyers and corrupt DOJ officials his entire time. Nothing has stopped him. He's fighting for us. And Jason, I'm tired of people telling me, like, you're in a MAGA cult, you worship Donald Trump. Like, this ad lays it out so well. Yes, it's Donald Trump leading the charge, but this is a movement of people, a true populist movement. We needed a leader. We needed a figurehead to fight back against the corrupt political machine and lying media apparatus that we have to listen to every day and that have brainwashed our friends and family members. But make no mistake, this is so much bigger than Donald Trump, too. Like, we are all in this together. Jason, we're upwards of 2,000 followers right now. You and I, like, we are all Americans that are tired of what has been happening to us. Thank goodness Donald Trump came along and was willing to take the bullets, the literal bullets, to stop this madness.
You know, and it's funny you say that. I don't think we appreciate how much Donald Trump has given up and sacrificed. And people talk about us, you know, they love to call MAGA. And you know, it's funny, just for our audience and the people watching, part of why we do this is so that you know you're not alone. And when we started doing content on the American Tribune and our properties, it's like part of what inspired us is the audience and people we engaged with. People just want to be seen. My wife used that line. I'm like, that's very well said. Like, folks, there's lots of normal people like you that see this stuff happening and just can't believe it. And here's President Trump. He's married to a supermodel with a beautiful family and a multi-billionaire. And now in a 10-year span, he has gone from one of the most popular people in America to 2 assassination attempts. He went from being welcomed at every Hollywood party, everything that was going on, to he can barely walk down the street without fear of half the country wanting to take him out. And it's just after 2016, when 2020 happened, and I'm going to say happened, you guys can draw your own conclusion for what that means. Trump could have left, and he knew the stakes, and they went after his business, his family. They threw Peter Navarro in jail. They threw Steve Bannon in jail. Like, these people don't care. They will stop at nothing. And President Trump knows that, and he still stood up there, and he's willing to take the bullet for us. So prayers to President Trump.
Prayers for America, man. I hate to be hyperbolic. I don't even know if it is hyperbolic anymore. If Trump loses tonight, I think America loses. I don't know if there's any coming back from this. Again, in the podcast I did this morning, played some clips of Elon Musk laying out the scenario. But if Kamala Harris wins, she will provide citizenship to however many illegals are in this country. Chuck Schumer's been out there saying, like, well, we don't really know. You know, it's kind of like the American Health Care Act. Like, we don't know what's in it. Let's just pass it. Like, we don't know how many illegals are in here, but we're going to make sure they can all vote in future elections. We have seen swing states swamped with these people. Human beings, yes, but American citizens, no. And if they are given the right to vote, they will continue to vote for the Democrat gravy train. There will no longer be a swing state. It will be one-party rule in America, and I don't know how you come back from that. So what happened in California when we gave amnesty to everybody, look for America to become the new California. And as Elon Musk was telling Joe Rogan, like, look, you and I left California because we could go somewhere else. Folks, if America turns into California, there's nowhere else to go.
Oh, folks. Big news if I'm seeing this right. West Virginia, Justice flipped a Senate seat. If you go to the Senate tab, we got one.
Here we go.
Oh my gosh, that is phenomenal news.
Boom.
And then let's see, what other news do we have? Republican Phil Scott wins re-election in Vermont governor. Oh, this is exciting, folks.
Oh, and Jason, Ohio is looking to flip the incumbent Sherrod Brown down to Bernie Moreno right now. That's a big one.
Oh, yeah. What is it? 3% in? And, oh, Todd, could we really see How many Senate seats do you think we're going to end up with?
Gosh, you know what, Jason? Yeah, let's talk more predictions. Folks, I think the Senate's going to flip Republican. I'm going to give them 53 seats, and I think we get another boost in the House as well. I don't want to be overly optimistic because I'm just going to crash harder when we somehow lose. We'll say it that way for Facebook. But, Jason, it's looking really promising right now. Trump in the White House, Republicans in the Senate and House. Let's get stuff done.
It is. Oh, my. Well, and here's the thing we've been saying on our Friday show, and Todd's been saying it on his. We need this election not just too big to rig, but we need a majority, a strong majority in the House and Senate. Remember, 2016, the reason the wall didn't get built and things didn't get done was not because of Democrats. It was because of Republicans. So we need Republicans to understand. And I'm not talking like normal Republicans like Thomas Massey or Matt Gaetz. I mean, we're talking the Chuck Schumers, the Kevin McCarthy types, or the Mitch McConnells, those clowns need to know they need to get out there and build the wall. And folks, help us out. We've got, I don't know about you, Ted, I got like 12 windows open.
I have so many tabs. I don't even know what one we're on right now. I don't even know where we're streaming right now, Jason.
Right. This is incredible.
Jason,
but folks, if you see something breaking news, drop it in the chat. Let us know. And I hope everybody's enjoying this as much as we are.
I'm having a blast.
Yeah, that Ohio race. Holy cow.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Market Zero watching us over on Rumble. Thanks for tuning in on Rumble. That is the platform we are trying to build up a presence. Thanks for joining us on Facebook. But if you got the chance, open up that Rumble app. Look for us at the American Tribune. We can build a community over there on Rumble specifically. And then on our Friday podcast, and Jason and I are talking about expanding that podcast. When we do our Rumble only segments, that's when we can drop some real truth bombs.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be funny. We'll have to see how this election goes tonight if we're able to. If it gets called early and we go Rumble only, then it's getting dicey. Oh my gosh! And some of these numbers are just phenomenal. So looking at the presidential, Trump, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, those
Big
all look
jump
comfortable.
In Georgia. They were talking about New Hampshire being in play for Trump early. I mean, small lead for Kamala Harris. It's early up there as well. Love to see South Carolina. Love to see West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana. We kind of knew those were coming. Ohio looking strong for the Trump team right now. All good stuff. Again, it's early, but all good stuff.
That Virginia number is so funny, too, because Trump's sitting on my refresh at 105 to 218 for Kamala. God, I wish we're going to have to go back and watch a video to see because we had literally just clicked on that.
It was at 6% and Trump is up. You got to wonder with the numbers coming in, some big city dumped all their stuff. So maybe that's good that we get the big cities out of the way. And then once those big cities are counted, then just bring in the rural vote.
I got to say, another one I'll be curious about is Florida. So for those who follow politics, or especially on Twitter X, a lot of the lefty accounts are saying like, oh, Florida, you got to watch. Oh, this Democrats could have a chance. Rah, rah, rah. I'm looking at the results now. With 60% in, it's 54. Trump's got a 10-point lead in Florida. So I'm like, okay, yeah, that might. And when we get to Iowa, the poll came out showing Iowa, like Kamala up 3 a few days ago. Todd, how accurate do you think that's going to be?
This is the hard part about polls, right? Like, what poll do you believe? I mean, I'm looking at betting markets. I'm looking at the stock market today. Scott Adams tweeted out like stock market's going up because they have an idea of what's going to happen. Man.
Oh, this is almost better than watching like a football game, just updating with that. Hey, and tonight we're going to try to bring a few guests on with us. One of them is going to be Will Tanner. For those who don't know, so we have our Substack channel, the AmericanTribune.news, where we do deeper dives, kind of talk. Like I call it our Smart Guy channel. Like I can read it, but a lot of times I got to Google the accounts or Google the words. Todd understands them. He's smarter than me. But Will, he really does an excellent job breaking down kind of things like what Tucker Carlson just talked about. Todd, how would you describe Will's writing?
Future Tucker Carlson. He just cuts through what's happening and articulates. People are like, oh, Trump and McDonald's, this and that. Will was able to actually look at why that resonated with you, even though you didn't know why it resonated with you, able to point out the fact that Trump is in a different class. He's in the stratosphere of wealth and celebrity and fame and fortune, but he doesn't ignore the little people. So he still retains that sense of aristocracy while still being relatable to people. And I don't even know if I summarized Will correctly there, but we loved seeing Trump at McDonald's. We loved seeing him interact with people in the drive-thru, talking to kids, learning how to shake up the fries. We didn't know why we liked it, though, and Will was able to just put that in words so powerfully. And his tweet got like 18 million views, and so it resonated with a lot of us out there.
Yeah, and he wrote a Substack piece, and it's funny because he's one of the main writers. Him and Ellis, who we're going to try to get on here too, write most of our content on the AmericanTribune.com, which is kind of your breaking news, funny stories, all that sort of thing. And oh wait, we got our first spammer.
Oh, I got
her. Oh, folks, if you see these, when the cute girls say they're really impressed with your profile, send me a friend request on Facebook. Just so you know, you're not that cool, and the cute girl really isn't saying that. Just
and
saying.
So we say goodbye. We deleted her. We blocked her. We don't have time for that nonsense here. Like, if you're going to troll us, at least come out and say you're in the MAGA cult. Like, don't waste our time with these fake friendship things. Like, we like to go after the trolls. That's just a waste of time.
Right. But anyway, so Will Tanner is like his writing that he does on the Substack is really kind of next level stuff. And he does a really good job drawing these conclusions, kind of like Tucker did, about why Trump existed and why we put up with some of the nonsense that comes with Trump being Trump, because you know who Trump is. And for so long, our political class has lied to us and pretended and whatnot. And Trump's the first one we've seen that hasn't done that. So would love to see Virginia go red.
Americans.
Yeah, we were watching that, Bonnie, but then 100,000 votes dropped in for Kamala.
Yeah, somehow you go to a 2-1 lead.
Right. And shout out to Brian Wolf from Ohio. It's pretty exciting. So yeah, we're going to try to get Will on here soon, and we'll let him kind of give his thoughts on the election. And I'm really trying to pull off, Todd, for those who know people on Twitter X, Chuck Callisto, friend of the family. He's one of the bigger accounts on Twitter X. Chuck does a great job covering news. He's at a party down with Republic, who Todd did a podcast with and talked about with Colonel Doug McGregor and those guys. I'm like, Chuck, we're going to need a little bit of time from you to hop on, say hi to the peeps tonight. So it'll probably be really poor video quality on his iPhone, but we're going to try to get Chuck Callisto in.
All right, we got Vance Phillips coming in the comments. Jason, what's your guys' opinions on the Senate races? Thanks for joining us, Vance. Yeah, we touched on it a little bit, not a whole lot. I am optimistic that the Senate's going to turn Republican. We already have one seat flipped. Let's go to that map for a second so we can show that one out there. Jim Justice, governor of West Virginia right now, taking up the vacant seat here in the race, but flipping that one already. So if everything else holds true, they already flipped it. They broke the tie.
Right. Provided we win. Oh, no, it's 50-50 now, so it'd be 51-49.
Yeah, Kerry Lake in Arizona, I don't know for the life of me how Arizonans are not all rallying around Kerry Lake. It was a just complete shocker that she didn't win the governor's race. It might work out okay, though, if we can get her in the Senate, because Kerry Lake has the values, has the principles, has the ideas that we need to save this country. So I think Arizona, if it goes Trump, should pull Kerry Lake along with her as well. That's another Senate seat. But lots to see as the night unfolds. Yeah, Paul talks about Royce White in Minnesota. Honestly, I got to be honest, Jason, I didn't see anything for Royce White out here. I mean, I didn't turn on cable. Maybe he was running some ads up here, but it was a quiet campaign, it seemed like, for the White campaign up here. Although he has a great follow on Twitter. This guy is a truth teller. This guy would be so much better than what we have. We have the most... Again, they're all frauds in Minnesota. Tim Walz, you think he's the Midwest uncle. Klobuchar, Tina Smith, they think they're so inoffensive, but they have horrible ideas, horrible policies. We'll see what happens, Paul.
I'm just deleting and blocking. We got another, hi, you're handsome. I love, and Facebook, that is the one annoying part of the Facebook platform for those on there. And I'll just say it, especially for our male viewers. like the cute girl that sends you note, like, I really love your comments. You don't fall for it. You're really not that cute. And
Look, you're
yeah,
not from walls in China 30 years ago. Don't let it happen.
yeah. Yeah, and I'm just looking at these Senate races. I mean, there are gonna be I think we've got a shot
I mean,
to end up
Ohio is
with like 52, 53 Senate seats.
absolutely. You got Ohio looking good right now. Arizona, like I said, I think Lake has a strong shot at this. We already got West Virginia, 52, 53 right there. And then lots
Right.
happen. I think Montana could get a real Republican governor in there, get rid of John Tester.
Right. Yeah, Nevada. I like that Sam Brown. I don't know if you followed him much. He's the guy who I, I know he was injured in war and um he's very scarred and he had a lot of
Sorry, who's
like surgery
what?
done.
What'd you say his name was for the audience? I missed that.
His name is Sam Brown
That's right.
in Nevada. I've listened to him speak. The guy's really sharp, and I think he has the right um that he has the right values. I just laughed because I saw Brian. Yeah, my wife wouldn't approve of Facebook hosts. No, she might frown on that.
We're with
What's
you,
the
Brian.
race going for PA
Yeah,
Senate?
I just shared the tab here. Pennsylvania, I think, has another hour before they close.
8:00. Yep.
Yeah, so we got that race coming in. Again, if Trump carries Pennsylvania, for the life of me, I don't understand how you vote Trump for president and not Dave McCormick as well. And the race I really want to watch too is this hung cow race against the incumbent Tim Kaine. You'll remember him, Hillary Clinton's running mate. Disappeared, still doing awful things as a Democrat in the Senate. That dude has run such a spectacular campaign, though, and he is so sharp on the issues. It is a crime if he doesn't win. Like, do better, Virginia.
Yeah. And if you think, oh, let me go check in on Virginia votes. So this is so funny because it's like Trump just keeps chipping away and then they drop another like 30,000 on Kamala. Oh my gosh. I gotta click on the drill down. This is just comical. And all these states are so funny too, because it's like I'm looking, it's Prince William with like a ton of it's like 2 or 3 spots with all the votes for Kamala. God, it's just like Minnesota.
Yeah,
And Todd, what do you think? Can Trump win Minnesota?
I mean, he campaigned here. I saw ads when I was in the ER with my kid last night, so he was still putting money out in the state. He should. I mean, Trump should win Minnesota. I just don't know. We reelected Tim Walz right during the pandemic after everything that we endured under him. And I was at a Friendsgiving last Saturday. I know it's anecdotal. They all go to church. They don't go to the right church. I mean, this is a group of people with young families. They are getting impacted by the Biden administration's ruinous and harmful policies. And they're all just like, I don't like Trump. He's too rough around the edges. Like, I think that's how Minnesotans go. They're just turned off by the personality and the lies by the media, and they don't think through it enough. So like I said, he only lost by 1.5 to Hillary in 2016. Minnesota should be in play. There are Trump signs everywhere where I drive once I'm out of the Twin Cities. I don't know. These Minnesota suburbs, man, they are some weird people down there.
Yeah, it's interesting. The wife and I, as we were just driving around anecdotally, like you just saw Trump signs. Like we're up north of the Twin Cities in Andover, and it's Trump signs everywhere. Trump wall or Trump vans. Some people, it's a lot of Trump supporters. But man, you get in the Twin Cities. The one thing that'll be interesting, and I don't know if people saw this, but the Somali community came out against Harris and for Trump. I think it was this weekend. I think Saturday I saw the video and the Somali community, it's funny. It might end up being like Pennsylvania, which Pennsylvania might come down to the Amish.
I got to say, Jason, when I was in the government school system, I worked in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Folks that are familiar with St. Cloud, or maybe your state was impacted by chain migration under the Obama administration. St. Cloud was just kind of smallish, mid-ish size community, an hour north of the cities, old and white. And then they dropped in thousands of Somali migrants all at once. The community was changed demographically, culturally, forever. Those folks, though, I mean, they hated what was happening in the school system. They would come up to me and say, can my kid be excused from this sex ed class? Or my kid doesn't really like the rainbows. And they understood what the rainbow meant in the government school system. Those folks do not like what Democrats are doing to their children whatsoever. There are still some conservative values. Wouldn't that be ironic if Obama brought them in and they're the reason that Trump gets Minnesota now?
It's interesting you say that, and Wayne and I had started talking about this the other day on the podcast. We never got to fully complete the thought. We drifted off in another conversation. But for those who don't know, like, Hispanics vote overwhelmingly Democrat because the Democrats invited them in. The Democrats, are the ones, hey, here's your free stuff, and they have this thing that Republicans are the boogeyman, right? Republicans are going to send them home, which honestly, if Trump wins, he's going to send a lot of them home, the ones that came illegally. But at their core, the Hispanic community and the Somali community, they have values much more aligned with conservatives and Democrats. They don't like the tranny stuff. They don't like the indoctrination stuff. If a lot of Hispanic families, there's a huge population in Minnesota of Hispanics. They just want to be left alone to raise their kids and have their babies and all of those things. Oh yeah, Carmen Rodriguez, betting that name's Hispanic. See, us guys from Minnesota, we pick up on that. But I think if Republicans or the MAGA party could ever message correctly, I think the Hispanic community has much more in common with where we land policy-wise than the Democrats land. What do you think about that, Todd?
I mean, Trump tried this in 2016. He spoke to the black community and said, what do you have to lose? And he pointed out 60 years of failed government policies that have ruined black families and communities. It is so condescending what Democrats do every 4 years to blacks and Hispanics and women, all these allegedly oppressed groups. If you buy into the narratives, you can't do it on your own. You need us, or this is the reason you're not successful. You need us. If I'm that individual, I look around and say, I am just as capable as anyone else. I have free will. I have intelligence. I have work ethic. I love my family. I can go do this just like that white guy over there. It is so demeaning to these communities to say, you can't do it on your own. You need us. We'll see how the vote shakes out with that. I know the Hispanic population seemed to be leaning a little more towards Trump than in the past. I haven't followed much of what the black vote was going to do. I imagine it might stay the same, but man, the messaging around what you need as a black person or a Hispanic or a woman, like, folks, you're in America. You can make it if you want to. Jason and I quit our very nice, well-paying jobs, started this instead because we had a motivation and a mission. Everyone can do that. Everyone can do that if you work hard.
Yeah, and I got to say, this interesting dynamic, I thought someday we might see happen in California, where when Reagan made all of the people, oh God, we got another single one from California, Mary Most. Do we wait to see if she tells somebody they're cute? And
we're going to keep you around, Mary. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Right. Yeah. Let us know. But it's interesting because I always thought there might be a chance, because once you came in illegally, right, and you establish your friends, family, your relatives all in here, you can't want open borders, because you see more and more people coming in. You see the country going bankrupt. At some point, the self-preservation gene is going to kick in. So, I mean, what happens if conservatives ever, message correctly to the Latino community and said, like, hey guys, you're here now, you're citizens, like, let's take the California folks, like, how about you get on board and so that we can save this country? And that's why, shout out to Carmen Rodriguez. Like, Carmen, just let us know in the comments, like, what do you think? How do conservatives reach out to that Hispanic community? Because, and maybe I'm smoking crack, maybe my sample size of the Hispanics I know are wrong, but it's kind of like the Hmong community in Minnesota, very traditional Christian values. Like, the fact that any Hmong would vote for a Democrat just blows me away.
Yeah, at some point, the self-preservation piece, Jason, like, I understand that you are voting for the party that's promising citizenship. It's the party that's handing all sorts of stuff. Like, that's a big hurdle to overcome. But we went from tolerating illegal immigration to deport all of them in a few years. Like, at some point, you got to realize, like, the more of these people that come in, the worse I am looking in the eyes of the Americans. And Jason and I are not anti-immigrant. We are not anti any ethnicity. We want people here that have come the right way. We want people, if they're going to be welcomed into our country, to share our values. You don't get to flee a communist country or flee your poverty and bring your communist ideals and your poverty with you. start over in America, embrace what America has to offer you, and don't expect anything. Like, Jason, build a wall, cut off the freebies. I think this problem goes away on its own, and we got to deal with who's here, but it's not a hard solution. If they wanted to fix it, they could.
Yeah. Hey, I want to give a shout out to Little Mike on YouTube made it over. Oh, Mike tunes in every day to the Wayne Dupree podcast. Thanks for joining us tonight, Mike. It's nice to have you.
I appreciate it. That's our first YouTube comment. Thanks for watching on YouTube, man.
Yeah, it's funny. We set up YouTube and we don't do much with it. We have like 1,000 followers. We were just talking before the podcast. We don't do much dropping videos on there because every time we put something on YouTube, they try to strike it with the copyright or I'll use the R word retard and then they'll like give us a hate speech strike or something. So
we made it 41 minutes without it.
We went 41 minutes without it. Yeah, our business partner Will, for those who don't know, he's a little more jumpy than the rest of us. If you can't tell, I just let it fly, right? And we were talking about what platforms we stream our podcasts on, and he's like, "Oh my God, you can't put that on Facebook. You use the R word." But we try to behave our best until the Rumble only sections. So,
I mean, I wore a suit tonight. I can't say that stuff wearing a suit, Jason.
Yeah, no kidding. Todd's got half his family. He's got a viewing party up in his.
I wish I could turn the camera around. I can see. I just built an office studio tough shed. I'm looking out my window and I can see the kitchen window. And sometimes the kids come by and they wave at me, and my wife will text and say, "Hey, we're watching you. Look up right now." So, kind of a huge thing going on.
I've been to Todd's house. Beautiful house by the lake up in Minnesota. He built a shed for the studio. So this guy 2 years ago was a principal. And then when I recruited him to work with us as partners, him and Will and me and Mike and else, hopefully you get to meet them all tonight. And he's like, I don't know, maybe in 3 years. And now like 2 years later, we're doing this full time. He built a studio.
I'm all in. Yeah, I love Jason. Hasn't happened in a little bit, but you know, you're playing the game. I had a family to feed. I lied all the time. I'm like, oh, sure, white supremacy, this and that. Just give me a paycheck and healthcare. I got 2 young kids. I got a wife to support. I got text messages because they were following me on Twitter or just reaching out because they had heard about the show. They're like, Todd, what happened to you? And they were concerned that I was supporting Donald Trump. And it's like, nothing's wrong with me. What is wrong with you for believing all of this nonsense? Like, Jason, I watched Am I a Racist with Matt Walsh, and my wife is just like, what is happening? And I looked over at her and I said, this is what happens every single day in the government school system. Our teachers, if you know a teacher, they sit through that nonsense. They are told the most insane things. And I was like, this sounds like I'm at professional development again. Oh, I do not miss it at all.
Yeah, it's funny because there Mary went.
Mary, I think we got to say goodbye.
Oh, Mary, it was a good run.
Why?
I was gonna say, Will just pinged me. It sounds like he's gonna be ready to join here in a few. So, folks, when Will hops on, make sure you give him a nice Freedom from the Press welcome. He's the smart guy of the group. For those who don't know, so Todd was a principal, and when I was working with him, he was doing this website, small little website. And when he joined us, and he was doing Twitter while he was still working his job. He had to blur out his picture because he was tweeting stuff that was just standard right-wing stuff. And like he was going to get in trouble. Will was the same thing. Will's so smart. He's a white guy that got a full ride scholarship to law school. Like, white guys have a very hard time. Oh, hey, Vance from Alabama. Roll Tide. Oh, yeah, Alabama. They already called. They said Alabama is Trump country. But anyway, so Will, he had to do the same thing where his tweets started getting traction, and he does these excellent tweet threads. So if you don't follow him, Will Tanner on Twitter X. But it was funny because he had to blur out his picture because like his school, he didn't want to get grief for them doing it. Oh my gosh, McMoore, Mississippi in the house.
They called Florida for Donald Trump already. Look at that, folks. 55-44.
Oh my God. They were saying that would be close. I follow this Nikki Fried. And for those who don't know, she was running against, who was the clown they put up against DeSantis?
I'm trying to remember the name of that fool, but yeah, was Fried part of that campaign?
Fried was his opponent in the primary. And I thought, well, here's a woman, maybe she has a chance or whatnot. And and they picked this guy that used to be a Republican. God, I wish I could remember his name, and DeSantis stomped him. But I still get Florida updates because I really followed that DeSantis election pretty closely. Well, we could do a whole episode on. We have done an episode on that, and but it was funny because they were saying they thought Florida could be in play. But yeah, I'm seeing 69% reported, Trump up by 12%. I got to say, too, if you can pull up Georgia, I don't know if yours has the same update mine does.
I've got 55 to 44-6.
Yeah, it looks like 34% in. Trump is up by 180,000. So that'll, and folks, this one's going to be interesting with Georgia because Trump lost by 11,700 votes last election. The early voting looked really good for the Republicans. But I just don't know. This is one of those too early to call.
Yeah, Jason, I pulled up numbers from 2020. Trump won 51-48 against Biden in 2020 in Florida. This time, not even close.
And I've said, and we've been talking about it, I think Trump's got a shot at the popular vote. I mean, 74 million votes last election. Biden got, what was it, 81 million?
81.
Yeah. So what do you think, Todd? Trump can win popular vote?
What do you? You and I both said over 90 million last time. I'm giving Trump 92 million votes, wins the election, gets the popular mandate. I know that I am voting for Trump, maybe a little partisan, maybe a little optimistic, but just reading the room, Jason, how does he not? I just keep asking myself, how does Donald Trump not win this? Like, folks, what have you been doing the last 4 years?
Right. Oh, yeah.
Jason, I got a success story, too. I have a friend. He and I started chatting 3 years ago. We text every day. Diehard libertarian, hates the system, hates the government, says both parties are corrupt. Called me out for 3 years for supporting Donald Trump because I'm just propping up the system. Dude went out today in Minnesota, voted for Donald Trump for the first time ever, voting for a major party candidate. I'm taking credit for that. But folks, that is who's waking up. This guy is the last dude that would ever vote for Donald Trump because he hates all of it. But Trump got RFK. Then he got Elon. Then he got Joe Rogan. Then he got Ron Paul. Americans are looking around and they're saying there's something special happening here. So Donald Trump just got one more vote because my buddy went out there and did it for the first time ever.
Well, and I got to say that's, we talk about this. I talk about it on Wayne's podcast. So what you have to understand, and it's kind of the Tucker Carlson. Hang on. Let me get an invite.
I'll give him the invite. You finish.
You'll give him the invite. All right. It's kind of the Tucker Carlson model where we have this ruling class of establishment Republicans and Democrats, and they both hate you. And this will be the perfect segue to Will Tanner talking about a ruling class hating us. And they pretend fight, right? And I'm sorry, folks, but Mitt Romney was not really fighting for you. He was fighting for the rich ruling class country club Republicans. And that's that paradigm has been broken. People like Tulsi Gabbard understand that the Democrat Party is corrupt and awful. And people like RFK Jr. understand the Democrat Party isn't the Democrat Party he's had before. Holy cow, we got
Will Tanner in the house.
Will Tanner.
Speaking of country club Republicans.
Right. Yeah, Will Tanner sitting there. He said he had to make himself a drink. What are you drinking tonight, Will?
Okay, you're going to laugh, but I found some vodka or some vanilla flavored vodka on our bar cart, and I mixed that with some lemonade, and it's really, really good.
Nice. Now,
normally
the other
I go with
important
martini,
question, Will,
but that seems like a bit much for a podcast.
what are you going to do?
It's
We're
election
pretty
night.
casual here. The other important question, though, Will, do you have pants on?
Yes. I got those lightweight cotton pants I was telling you about a while ago. They rock for podcasts.
Nice. I'm wearing jeans. Todd shows up in a suit. What's up with that?
I mean, I have a suit jacket. I'm rocking sweatpants and slippers out here. So, I learned this in Florida, Jason. We were interviewing some folks. You see the suit jacket and shorts, no shoes. Like, they only see above the waist. So I'm going casual.
Right. Well, yeah. And you'll find many podcasters don't actually wear pants, just so you know, folks, not to give you the behind the scenes.
Oh, man, they know too much now.
Hey, before we turn it over to Will, let me just give a shout out to Carmen. We were talking about the Hispanic vote and said, well, what you got to do with the Latinos to convince them that Republicans are good is tell them not to listen to all the trash garbage about racism, because that's what's getting them to vote for the Democrat side. They keep telling them that Republicans are racist people, and that's what makes them go to the Democrat side. Explain to them how it's not true. We Republicans are not racist, and we're here for everyone. Oh, thanks for sharing that, Carmen. That's very insightful. And is it really just that? Do Latinos just think Republicans are racist?
Do people think Trump said fine people? Yes.
Yeah.
They do. Maybe it is that simple. I got to say, we just hate stupid people and lazy people and people that don't want to contribute.
That don't want to wake up.
Yeah. All right. Will Tanner, talk to us about the ruling class that hates us. We started the show with an audio clip of Tucker Carlson talking about how our ruling class failed us. Talk a little bit about the Uniparty. Give some of your worldviews to our audience.
Oh yeah. Okay, where to begin? The biggest thing I think is what I did the podcast episode for our Substack on this past Friday, and that's the way they've just liquidated every form of social capital in America. So if you look at what used to tie communities together, whether it was like the guy who owned the hardware store in town and then would donate a little bit to the kids' little league team, so like the kids could play baseball and it was all pleasant. Like all of that stuff that used to exist on a grand scale, just everywhere, is now completely obliterated. Now one private equity fund owns the hardware store, or it's just been replaced by Home Depot. Another one owns the Little League team, which is real. You can look that up. They do own Little League teams and they jack up the prices. Another one owns the hospital. Another one owns like the Walmart or whatever. So all these things that people like in towns used to participate in have just been wiped away. That includes factories that they chopped up and shipped off to Vietnam or China or wherever. Includes the towns or the stores in town that they bought up and either sold off or kept and just jacked up prices. So, all the things that used to benefit your life are now just wiped away. And it was so that they could make like a short-term profit. And then now it's all just decaying anyway, because, these things to function require some form of social life and some degree of people able to make a living in town to buy their stuff. But no one can anymore because they just got screwed over by these awful people.
So how did you balance that? Like, you grew up as a young conservative guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you looked at the Republican Party, and were you like me growing up where you're like, this party sucks?
Yeah, I always just kind of liked them because the Democrats were so much worse. I'm from Atlanta originally, and I don't know who's listening has been to Atlanta, but the Democrats are pretty bad in Atlanta. So couldn't support the Democrats. That was a no-go. So just kind of went with the Republicans but yeah, it was more when Trump started running and the uniparty types like Jeb ! Bush just went berserk because he said some pretty basic things that were even moderate for like Pat Buchanan, like, maybe we shouldn't let 50 million people or 22 million people reside here illegally, or maybe we should have some fair trade deals where all of our factory jobs aren't lost. And there's some Republicans who stuck with that. Pat Buchanan was relatively popular in his day, but the Republican Party itself is just abysmally bad and has been for decades, I guess.
Yeah. And Trump exposed all of it. That's why they hate him. That's why the Cheneys and the Bushes, turns out they weren't really conservative. They just ran under a different banner to be part of the Uniparty.
Yeah, you're telling me Dick Cheney wasn't really worried about conserving social institutions in America when he decided to send a bunch of people to get their legs blown off in Iraq so his Halliburton shares would go up in value?
Oh, getting the Patriot
You're telling me this for the first time?
Yeah, very small government constitutional of him to spy on every American.
Oh my gosh. You guys bring up something interesting that I wanted to ask you about. So on the MAGA side, we've seen this coalition of Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. and all these folks. But on the Democrat side, they've seen a transformation too. Like, they've picked up the Adam Kinzingers, the Liz Cheneys, all the warmongers. Like, if you're a Halliburton contractor, like, you are totally signing up for the Democrat Party. Where do you guys see this going down the road?
I think they're going to have a crack up of some sort. Like, the Republican Party kind of already had that with the bickering over the past 8 years. But I don't know how you can tie together like Puerto Rican nationalists, like communists, rioters and looters, and then military defense contractors, and like the whole like LGBTQ plus community. Those
Yeah, well, we saw the Muslim vote, the Somali vote in Minnesota turn against that. I was sharing a story, Will, before you hopped on. Like when I was in the government school system, the Muslims especially would come up to me more than the white families and say, "I don't want my kid exposed to the rainbow stuff." It's a hard coalition, but if I can jump in on that, I see now. It seems pretty obvious you're going to have the coalition or the coalescence of the Uniparty, Democrat, former Republicans. That is now the new party, and the America First movement. Donald Trump, when he can't run anymore in 2028, the America First movement will still have momentum. You're going to see people shift sides that were former Democrats. You're going to have now a uniparty versus a populist party. I think that's going to be the realignment. They keep the Republican banner. They can keep that, but it's not going to be the Republicans of old. Democrats will simply represent corporate interests, special interests, lobbyists, big tech, big pharma, military industrial complex, all the rest.
Well, and I think,
it's funny you say that because I'm sitting there and I'm thinking that, Todd, you've lived in Minnesota a long time. I grew up here, spent most of my life
Born
here.
and raised.
There are normal Democrats who don't want to be a communist and don't want to cut the pork and beans off of little kids who are gender confused. Like,
I like
that exists. And how do we connect with that audience and say, like, maybe be America first? Like, is that so bad? Like, we were talking to Carmen about, like, how do we reach the Latino community? Like how do we get through? And I know Todd covers that a lot on his podcast during the week, where he talks about, share this with people you don't politically agree with, because there's got to be some Democrats with brain cells that look at this and are going, what is going on?
Jason, I shared a Scott Adams tweet. He says the election is down to be people who trust the media and don't trust the media. And I think that's where it is. Like, yeah, they're nice people, but it's Minnesota naive up here. All my friends that are going to sit it out or vote for Kamala, they watch late night comedy on TV. They watch CNN. They think it's all real. Like, that's where we're at. You can be against all of it, but you're still going to vote for it because in your head, it doesn't make sense. Like, no, they don't really do that to kids. No, they wouldn't put Americans in prison for disagreeing with the regime. Like, they can't conceptualize all of the atrocities getting committed by the Democrat Party right now. They simply, it's not how they operate in their world. They're like, no, we're nice. We're debating over like tax rates.
As the saying goes, when you argue with a liberal, you're not arguing with the person, you're arguing with your TV set.
Yeah.
That's a really good line. Well, and it's funny you say that because even on Twitter, so for those who don't know, in Minnesota, we don't put any limits on abortion. And there are babies that are born when you're having an abortion that they let expire, is what they call legally. And I was arguing with some people on Twitter about that. I'm like, no, that's just the fact. And I was screenshotting the law. Here's the law. Here's the report. And they're still telling me, like, oh, you're some mega cultist. How are you so brain dead? And I'm like, I'm literally showing you the Minnesota state government report that has the numbers and stats and descriptions of what happened. And yeah.
I'm seeing if
Will, how do we break through those people?
I think a lot of those people are just gone. I think the people you can win are like the ones who are somewhat sentient and are there because of the just desire to like make more money or go along to get along. I think a good example of that this election cycle was Jamie Dimon at JP Morgan. Yeah, he's like the prototypical just American plutocrat who's awful, speaks at the WF forum, all that stuff. But then while he was at the WF thing, he's like, Trump isn't really that bad. A lot of his policies are common sense. And, maybe we shouldn't let people just invade the country in their millions every year. Or maybe some trade deals aren't the worst thing. And if you look at why he's doing that, some of it's probably illegal immigration and just New York City getting unpleasant. But I think the other thing is, like, these companies, because of diversity mandates, pretty much aren't able to hire like functional people anymore. They have to hire like all the different criteria and go down the list. They're not technically allowed to have quotas, but Bloomberg did a report last year and only 6% of new hires at S&P 100 firms were white people, which is not fitting with population numbers. So I don't think Jamie Dimon wants to do that because it's going to be hard for JP Morgan to make a profit if, they're hiring people who wouldn't be there but for certain government policies that Trump doesn't support, but the Democrats do. So I think people like that can be won over because they don't want to see their businesses destroyed. They don't want to see their livelihoods destroyed. But a certain party is destroying them through mandates of one sort or another.
How did you make it through college, Will, without getting sucked in?
Well, Ellis, who works for us, was one of my friends in college. I went to school with pretty strong like fraternity sorority life, and because of just how that operates, most of those people are more normal, even if some of them are somewhat liberal. Where it's like hard to be a weirdo and like drink all the time and be hazed and stuff. So it's like screened some people out, which was good. But yeah, and also the school I went to was a pretty small school in Virginia, so being in a rural area tends to be a screening factor as well. I don't know if I would have made it through going to somewhere like University of Chicago or New York. That'd be horrible.
Yeah,
oh man, and shout out to Didi.
Go for it.
Didi, longtime viewer of the show. One of our originals came over from the Wayne Dupree podcast. Grew up in Marietta when they could still walk down the streets of Atlanta after dark. They were a very diverse and loving community, but that was before 30 years of Democrat rule. I bet Didi's old enough to remember when like people really didn't care that much about race. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
Todd, were you old enough to remember those days?
I mean, I grew up in the 90s. You didn't think about it. You had kids of all backgrounds sharing the hallways in school, riding the bus, going to their birthday parties. Like, we literally did not see race until Barack Obama reminded all of us that you need to see race. And then you go through the DEI trainings. Will, before you hopped on, I shared some stories about what I went through in the government school system, just the professional development that was unleashed on us, and just the messaging that they give to kids nowadays. Now, when I went to school, everyone got along. I think adults back in the day, they remember I went to sports games with friends of all ethnicities and religions and races. Like, we had gotten past all of that. And like Thomas Sowell says, racism would be dead, but it's kept on life support by these race grifters and politicians.
Oh my gosh. And in that movie, Todd, when you were talking about Am I Racist? I just watched that the other day with my wife. Will, have you seen that yet?
Mm-mm.
Did you see What is a Woman?
I haven't watched any other movies.
You haven't watched any? Oh my gosh. So folks, if anybody watches the Am I Racist, understand that was Todd's life every day.
Yeah, that's just the reality for every teacher. It blows your mind how much hate they teach you. And parents should all be voting out there saying, I don't want my kid exposed to this garbage. I mean, I left the government school system finally. Jason was sharing the story where we all came from. I mean, I was sitting down having a conversation with the parents about some things their kids said and the things their kids believe. And I'm trying to convince them that this is true. And it's just like, you know what, folks? I'm going in a different direction. I'm going to the American Tribune.
Well, remember one of our partners, or business partners, Ellis, he was joking about when he left JP Morgan. His boss was like, you're doing what now? It's like, it's an internet.
Yeah, it's digital marketing. Yeah.
Yeah, we got to get Ellis on. I keep pinging him on the Discord and he's ignoring me. I'm like, Ellis, where you at, bro? And for those who don't know, so our story, I was in retail as a senior executive for a long time. And my wife in my mid 40s said, quit your job. You're miserable. Like, we're in a pretty good financial spot. So I quit my job and did a couple things, and I found digital marketing, and I met these clowns. And a couple of years ago, we started our own business. And when we started, like Will and Todd, two of the smartest guys I know, very great writers, very articulate. Follow on Twitter. They do great threads. I handle some of the business stuff. We have another partner, Mike, who handles a lot of the social media. We brought in Ellis, who's kind of our utility guy. But it was funny because when we were building the business, I remember it's like, okay, we're going to spend X amount of money building up digital properties. And I said, it should be about 6 months or whatever it was. And these guys are like, maybe in 3 years we'll be able to do this for a living. And I'm like, if you guys want to go that slow, let me know, because I'm not waiting around that long. And what was it, 6 months later, you guys were doing it full time?
Yeah, we said, see
yeah.
ya.
Does that map show Kansas going blue?
Yeah, so let's do an update for the viewers here. So right now, Kansas with 2% in, jump for Kamala Harris. Yeah, let's jump around to some of these blue states. North Carolina right now has got 11% in, going for Kamala. Virginia, keeping an eye on that one, 35% in. Oh, Trump's coming back from that 100,000 ballot dump right there. Pennsylvania, 5%.
Oh, let me interrupt there. Will, you didn't see it, but we were watching. There was a 100,000 clean Kamala drop.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It was the funniest thing because we were on air, we were looking at it, and it's like Trump was up or it was close, and all of a sudden it was boom, 100,000 for Kamala. Anyways,
How does Florida count 93% of its votes in like half an hour, and we're still dragging along with some of these other states? Like, and I'm asking rhetorically because I think we all know, but if Florida can do it, they all can do it.
Well, if like Bosnia can do it, which
Right.
they do,
Didn't
then you
India
think like
count the
Nebraska
election
could get
today?
it done.
I was gonna say one of my favorite parts of Will Tanner is he knows about the world and about like different regimes. I mean, ask him about Rhodesia.
Oh,
Like he will tell you more than you'd ever want to know about Rhodesia. And it's funny because people that just grow up and live in America, we have this very Americanized view of things. And like if you go to people from other countries and say, well, it's going to take a week or two to count your ballots, well, what would they tell you?
I'd say, oh, that looks like things you're not allowed to say on Facebook or YouTube. Well, I remember this was a thing that came up in 2020. The UN, I don't know if they still do, but they would publish a thing about like what fraud looks like in third world countries. And it's like, oh, if they stop the count, if large numbers of votes for one candidate come in the wee hours of the morning, if poll watchers aren't allowed in poll stations, and it just went down the list, and someone went down the UN's list and said, well, I'm sure it was very, very safe and very, very secure, et cetera, et cetera. But the UN seems to think otherwise, which is pretty bigoted of them. So maybe we should check what the UN's saying about this one.
It's kind of like Venezuela.
Yeah.
I mean, that kind of happened, and then people kind of talked about it, and then it kind of everybody quit talking about it.
I pulled up this article. India counted 640 million votes in one day. It can be done.
Yeah, but Fulton County isn't in India.
Right. Maybe they need to import some more Indians.
We'll pass.
Oh my gosh.
We haven't checked out the Senate in a while either.
Let's see what's happening in the Senate.
All right, so Rick Scott's going to keep his seat. Marsha Blackburn, she's fantastic. Mississippi looking strong. Texas is early, but they got Ted Cruz's opponent Colin Allred out in front. Hung Cao against Tim Kaine, the incumbent Democrat. That kind of mirrors the Trump numbers. Same thing with Pennsylvania right now. It looks like some large dumps from Philadelphia. Yeah, a lot of blue early on.
Surprised Ohio is. Yeah.
Ohio had Moreno up for a long time. Apparently, we missed a massive dump as well because Moreno was up by like 10 points not that long ago.
Yeah, I remember Ohio from 2020 and 2016. It was really interesting because that is a state usually Republicans have done pretty well in. Mm-hmm. And I remember watching it last election, and it was blue. It was just blue and blue and blue, and it just stayed blue, and then it went comfortably red at the end. So I wonder if that's not like what and how they're counting.
I wonder if some of it's the like widespread ballots from the rural counties that Republicans tend to do well in versus once they all count them up at like an urban polling station, that's like you said, 100,000 drop. Whereas, if it's 50 rural counties that kind of dribble in over the night, it's a different pace for Republicans.
Yeah.
At least we can hope.
Boy, that Senate race too for Aldred is interesting.
Yeah,
I mean,
32%.
Trump is leading Harris 51-47 with 2.1 and 1.9 million votes. But then if you look at Cruz,
they're 2% off in the count. CNN's got 32 in. Daily Wire here's got 34 in.
Right. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, who in Texas votes for Trump and not Cruz?
Right.
Yeah, that's weird. Both are showing 34% in. So, like 100,000 Trump voters voted for Colin Aldred.
I just don't believe that.
Oh, my gosh. Will, I got to ask, too, I don't know how long you're going to hang out because I know you got a couple podcasts tonight. What's your prediction, though? Like, you got to go on record. What are you going to say?
I think Trump's going to win. I think the state of consequence he's going to win is Pennsylvania with North Carolina. I think Virginia will probably go blue. Wisconsin or Michigan. I think of the two, he's more likely to win Wisconsin than Michigan, but I think both will go blue. I think Arizona and Utah are probably pretty solidly in his camp. Nevada is more of a toss-up. But I'd say he's going to win, and Pennsylvania will be the linchpin of the big win.
Do you think we'll know tonight then? He would have to have a big lead in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think if we do know tonight, it'll be early in the morning. I don't think it'll be at 10:30.
Okay. Now, how about House and Senate?
I didn't really follow those close enough to know. I've been too tuned out. So
Talking too much about Rhodesia.
Yeah, Rhodesia, South Africa grind has been I no longer know about congressional races in Nebraska.
We're just planning ahead. What happens to America when Kamala wins?
Right. Yeah. You should introduce our audience a little bit to Rhodesia, though.
Oh, yeah. So my main focus, if you look me up on Twitter, I'm at Will_Tanner_1, or on our Substack, which is the American Tribune.news. My main focus is the post-colonial history of Africa, and generally how it and Europe's pre-World War I experience relate to our present situation. Rhodesia is my favorite of the countries because it didn't have apartheid like South Africa, so there's not that kind of angle of unpleasantness. It also was a very Anglo country, and as someone of English descent, I find that easier to identify with and understand than like Portuguese Angola or Portuguese Mozambique or Dutch South Africa. So Rhodesia was the state founded in the 1890s because the British wanted to build a railroad from the Cape to Cairo. And it turned out to be very prime agricultural land. They were hoping to find gold there, which they didn't really. But it is perfect land for growing things like tobacco or grain. So it became hugely successful as a agricultural colony. Then, as decolonization started in the 50s, the Rhodesians started looking at Britain like they didn't want to do that. And that heated up in the 60s when the Belgian Congo fell. And most know the Congo from the horror stories of King Hochschild, or King Leopold, excuse me. But most of those were made up just by political scheming to try and take the colony away from him. But so it was decolonized in the 60s, and it immediately turned into just a charnel house. It was awful. And the Rhodesians looked to their north, where the Congo is, and said, we don't want to do that. So we're not going to decolonize. So then the entire world, America and Britain included, aided the communist rebels inside Rhodesia and outside it, who were infiltrating and attacking it, to destroy this very prosperous, non-apartheid state in Southern Africa. It was free. There was freedom of speech. People could vote. It was admittedly property voting instead of mass democracy, but that was to screen out the incompetent, which it largely succeeded at. There's property rights, free association. You could own firearms, including battle rifles. So it was entirely free, freer than probably modern day America is. But the so-called free world determined that it was racist because of the property voting qualification, which applied to black and white alike, and destroyed it. The Americans and British sanctioned Rhodesia and embargoed it. The British even sent the Royal Navy to try and blockade the port the Rhodesians were using in Mozambique. The Royal Navy failed because by that point, Britain was just a shell of its former self. And then the communists sent weapons, money, advisors, and so on to the rebels. Mugabe eventually took over in 1980. The country immediately turned into a hellhole, which is what America wanted. If you look at like Andy Young, who's a civil rights activist from Atlanta, what he was pushing for in Rhodesia was for Mugabe to win and do the whole current Kamala Harris shtick of equity and so on. It turned it into just a hellhole. They had hyperinflation. Mugabe stole the land of the white farmers and handed it to his political cronies who didn't know how to farm it. There was famine. It was just a mess, and it kind of has been a mess since. Although Trump forced them to allow the white farmers back in if they wanted in 2017. And a couple of weeks ago, the Zimbabwean government agreed to pay damages to the white farmers it forced out of the country. So it's a great story of communism and just communist grievance and animus completely destroying a country in the name of racial equity, which is what Kamala pushes for.
Oh my gosh. You mentioned one thing too, and Todd and I have talked about this on our Friday podcast. What's the concept of landed voting?
Yeah, so there are two ways of doing it. The classic American way was you had to have a certain number of acres to vote. There was really also a personal property qualification you could meet, but landed voting was easier because acres are pretty easy to look at and it's in the land registry, so people know. The British did it slightly differently, where it's the rental value of the land that you own. So you can't just own swampland in Missouri or whatever. It has to be agricultural land or a lot of useless land because they want people who are tied to the area. Property voting is somewhat different. What the Rhodesians did was say you had to own the modern equivalent would be 60,000 US dollars of Rhodesian properties, whether that's a house, a farm, a business, whatever. In Rhodesia, it counts. All of those are somewhat different ways of looking at ownership. But the point is, it screens out the incompetent because the Rhodesian said, well, this is a free country. Yes, some people came here with money, although we do have pretty restrictive immigration policies. But this is a new civilization. We're building something. So we don't want people voting who just want welfare programs. We want the people who are determining the direction of the state to be the people who have shown they can either build or steward wealth, because this is a country where we're building things and then we're stewarding what we've built. And it proved quite successful for them. But the point is that in modern mass democracy, what you get is really largely tens upon tens of millions of voters voting for larger welfare programs, whether it's Social Security that they don't want to cut or, whatever else it is, food stamps, EBT, Medicare, Medicaid. Generally, the people voting for that aren't the ones who have to pay for it. Whereas in a property voting state or landed voting state, the people who pay the taxes are almost always the ones with property, just because they're the ones who can afford to pay taxes. So they're generally the ones who are going to be doing it. So they'd say, well, let's hold up a minute. We can't afford that. And we're not going to tax ourselves at an 80% rate. So let's find another way around this problem. And it tends to work much better about building societal prosperity. America had such a system until the 1830s. And really that period is when America became a prosperous new world country rather than just a colony relying on the mother country. Britain similarly had it until 1830, and that 1800 to 1830 period is when Britain became very prosperous. And Rhodesia had it from the time it gained independence from the British South Africa Company in 1920 up until 1980 when it fell to Mugabe, and that's when Rhodesia was highly prosperous instead of Zimbabwe. So it's a way of screening out the incompetent.
So if you want to put it in like dumb guy terms like me, basically if you're not paying into the system, you don't get to decide what the system does.
Yeah, if you don't have skin in the game, you're not allowed to play in the game.
Todd, can you imagine a world in America where if you didn't have skin in the game, you didn't get to vote for the next welfare program?
Well, there goes the Democrat Party.
Right. Oh, hey, we should do an update too. I saw some things in the chat. Todd, you want to break it down?
So this is behind here. Twitter was celebrating that Virginia flipped to Trump. So our map is a little bit behind, but Trump just pulled ahead. I think Twitter said 49.2 to 49.1. So a little behind there. North Carolina with more votes in, 14%. Trump down just 4.4. Ohio is getting closer again with more counts coming in. Pennsylvania is still out there. It's 10% in, wild margin. So not a lot to go through right there. Texas going up in Trump's favor as well. Florida, still looking at Florida here with 95%. And now Trump has continued to build a lead, 56.7 to 42.4. And there was some crazy stat on Twitter as well about Miami-Dade County. In 2016, Hillary won by 30%. Biden won by 7%. Trump is currently up double digits in Miami. So we talked to Carmen earlier about the Hispanic vote. Seems like a lot of Hispanics have woken up.
Looking at the Senate race in Texas, it looks like a relatively large number of people voted for Jill Stein of the results in so far. Could it be that the reason whoever is up is in part because of those independent candidates boosting the numbers for Allred?
Well, what's interesting, Ted Brown has 100,000 votes. But if you look, Aldred has 2.4 million. Cruz has 2.2 million. And you compare that to the presidential number where Trump has 3.2 million and Harris has 2.9 million. So it's like, I don't know who in Texas is going to vote for President Trump and not Ted Cruz.
Well, if you go to the Daily Wire map now.
So there's Virginia from Twitter. So here's the updated map for president on Daily Wire.
Oh, North Carolina went red.
There it is. 16% in. Trump takes a
It's a
3.5
pretty big lead. He
lead.
jumped up 4%.
Yeah, that's wild. Hey, I got to give a shout out to Genrob 31675. That's my wife, folks.
Hey,
She's
sweetie.
tuning in on Rumble. Todd, how come we haven't heard from your family?
I told her I got her the Rumble app on the TV there. I'm looking through the window. I don't see any activity. I think it's bedtime right now, so they're probably downstairs tucking them in. And then she's going to hop up there with my mother-in-law who listened to my Trump podcast, Jason and Will. Got the mother-in-law to listen to all the Trump stuff. I don't know
The
how she
mother-in-law is not the woke one, right?
That's the her other daughter, my sister-in-law.
Oh, Todd, you got to tell the story, too, about the guy saying that they were going to deport his husband.
This is another. Who do I know in Minnesota? This is why Minnesota reelected Tim Walz. That's why Trump might not win Minnesota, because all of these people in my network are insane. I have a good friend. He voted Trump, Biden, Trump again because he's just, as he said in 2020, you know, whatever, I believe the lies. I was doing my public service, like not really keyed into politics, but he voted Trump again this go around because he's not a dummy. His brother is gay. Nobody cares. He's married to or dating an Asian citizen. So this dude was born in America. Yeah, he's Hmong. He's gay. Whatever. Nobody cares about any of that. But this dude's brother went off on him for voting Trump because he said, "You're the reason that I'm not going to have a marriage anymore, and my husband is going to get deported." Like everything about that is so far off base. But this is what Minnesotans and this is what Democrat voters believe. They think they won't get IVF. They think their gay marriage will be dissolved. They think their American citizen friends and family members are going to be deported. Like when we talk hoaxes, to actually interact with somebody that thinks this, you're like, I thought this was just make-believe lies on Twitter. No, nope, these people are real.
Right. Yeah. I got to say, because Todd and I had showed a video about people saying that.
Can we pull that one up, Jason?
Pervasive is this brainwashing. And it's like, they're going to deport my husband. It's bizarre. And I just got to say, too, Cindy, settle down, take a deep breath. How did he lose PA? This is just the early voting. Todd, pull up PA just so we can see.
It's we got 11% in. Just 11%.
Yeah, and
and it looks like just based on those margins that it was like a big city dump or something. Because there's no way that it would be a 40% difference.
They're not counting the Amish yet, that's for sure.
Yeah, and actually to give a breakdown on from what I've seen on Pennsylvania is that the Republicans outperformed the rural counties. Now we got the Amish coming to save the day. And they went into 2020 with a 1 million vote cushion from the early voting. And then election day, actually, they got passed. And then when they counted all the 1 million ballots, it ended up how it ended up. And I think, wasn't the final margin like 200,000 or something like that?
I think it was less than that.
Yeah, I'd have to look it up. But they were saying Democrats needed at least 700,000 to have a comfortable cushion in the early voting and mail-in ballots. And most of the reporting is showing them having 400,000. So Pennsylvania, you should see where like Harris surges out to a lead and then Trump passes her. And then as they keep processing the mail-in ballots and all the other stuff, is it enough to hold the lead?
I saw also, I didn't verify it, but that they need from Philadelphia 600,000 votes to even have a chance, which at the time it was well below that and didn't look like they were going to get there.
Yeah, the reports I'm seeing coming off of Twitter, and we're doing this all real time with everybody, but it sounds like cautiously optimistic about Pennsylvania. And I just think it would be hysterical if the deciding factor of the 2024 election were the frickin' Amish. Like 200,000 Amish hopping in their buggy to go vote for Trump. Come on, that would be 2024.
I didn't realize they could vote.
Like Matt Gaetz won. We love Matt Gaetz.
Don't they not pay taxes, the Amish?
I don't think they do.
I'm just surprised they can vote if they're not taxpayers.
Yeah,
I know there's a lot of other non-net taxpayers voting, but I just thought they opted out entirely. I didn't realize they could still vote until.
Is that an
recently.
option? Can I be Amish?
Right. I got a big beard. My wife gets on me because I need to trim it up. But yeah, maybe that's the thing. And just in too, so it looks like I think Todd said that Trump won Miami-Dade County by 10 points.
That's insane.
Take a guess without looking when the last time a Republican won that county.
Oh, it was Jeb Bush, right? Is governor in the early 2000s?
No, within the presidential election.
Oh,
What year were you born, Will?
99.
Yeah, you wouldn't know. Todd, what year were you born?
I mean, Reagan did well in the 84, I'll say, when everybody voted for Reagan.
The last time they won that county was 1988.
Almost.
Your parents were dating and thinking about having kids someday.
Hey, George Bush was great for H.W. Bush and Reagan were great for Miami's import industry. So I can see how the residents were all on board.
Iran Contra and funding.
Oh my gosh. Well, and shout out to Brian. They even heard that they're going to break up
My poor
interracial
friend's brother, everything is happening to him if Trump wins. I better reach out after Trump demolishes Kamala tonight and say, I hope you're okay in your relationship.
Right.
Well, Whoopi Goldberg said that, so you know it's true.
Right. Yeah, I think, didn't we write an article about that?
We might have dodged that one.
Yeah, you got to be careful with some of that stuff.
Oh.
And Cindy says the Amish do pay taxes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I'll have to get up on my Amish thing. It was funny one time. There's some Amish communities in Minnesota and in Wisconsin, and like I love going there. Amish butter is one of my favorite things in the world. They just like farm fresh and they build really great products and stuff. But one time I took my son to a Pokemon tournament and we like flew into New Jersey and it was in Pennsylvania, so we drove hours across Pennsylvania. And you get out of these urban awful centers. And like once you get out of there, it is the most beautiful country with the nicest people and all the Dutch and Amish and like it's all small town America. And you wouldn't even know it's the same like country as Philadelphia. It's insane.
Have you seen those videos from Kensington Avenue in Philadelphia? The
Which
ones where
ones?
it's all the people on drugs and they're just walking around like zombies.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. Oh, no, I got to say, though, Brian, Reagan was an awesome president.
Here we go. History lesson time.
Guys, we burst this bubble at all. I love Reagan.
You know what? I'm picking my words carefully. Reagan had the right messaging. He had the right sound bites. I think looking at Reagan's policies, Jason, before you hopped on, talking about Elon's discussion with Rogan, specifically how amnesty ruined California forever. It used to go red every single time, and we gave citizenship and voting rights to countless illegals. Suddenly, California
3 million.
3 million. The model for Democrat-run hellholes. And what happens when Kamala wins? All the folks in America right now, 20, 30, 40 million of them, they're going to vote. They live in swing states. Like elections are done because if they can do that to California, they will absolutely do that to America.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm a huge Reagan fan. He was one of the first presidents I liked. There were a lot of things. The two things I really didn't like that he did, one was the citizenship because it turned California permanently blue, and the no-fault marriage. I really, because I mean, people who are young don't even know this. There was a time in America where to file for divorce, you actually had to have cause. You had to have a reason for why you should be able to get divorced. And while that makes sense and the empathetic part of you wants to say like, yeah, people shouldn't be stuck in a crappy marriage. But what you found is that it made people be much more, it had to be a much bigger decision to get married because you're like, it's not like you could just back out of a marriage. And I mean, I'm a prime example of that. Jen's my third wife. I was married twice and picked right. We're happily married, all that. But I can say if not for no fault divorce, I might not have got married the first two times. Like I would have taken a pause and been like, wait a second. If I sign up for this, like I'm really signing up for it. So, hey, we got Big Bad. Big Bad Black Conservative is on. Thanks for tuning in.
Virginia. Yeah. Look at this. They are calling it for Kamala Harris right now with 40% of the vote in. This is on the Daily Wire.
Who's calling
Cringe.
it? Virginia?
And if you go over to CNN, they've got same number, 45%, and it's light red.
Well, I guess we might have to say CNN's more reliable than the Daily Wire right now.
Oh my gosh. Are they the new Fox News calling Arizona early?
Yeah. They've got the same percent of the count in.
Right.
Different color.
Oh my gosh. Brian Wolf was born in summer of 1967. Summer of love. I'm 74 myself, Brian. And he says Amish are exempt. So we might need some more Pennsylvania folks to weigh in. And Big Bad, what are you seeing on the election? If I remember it, you're from Texas. What is going on with the Colin Aldred, Ted Cruz? We were just covering that earlier. Like, I don't know how people voted for Donald Trump and not Ted Cruz. I'm seeing these results, and these are crazy. Do we need to be worried, or is it just be patient and stick to the plan? Anyways, Big Battle weigh in. Will, what else you got going on?
Not a ton. Still deciding what to do the Substack on this week. I'm trying to wait and see. I'm hoping Trump wins and we find out tomorrow, and I think that would make a cool article on what his mandate is. But yeah, I'm just the election. It kind of snuck up on me with just it seems like the Eye of Sauron on it wasn't as intense this year as it was in 2020. And then all of a sudden it's election day and we're praying that Pennsylvania goes red. But I suppose we'll find out.
Well, yeah, it's actually interesting. I told a little bit about your story, how you couldn't even have your page on your Twitter account because you were in law school. But Will got out of law school and he started writing just excellent content on our Substack. And we've done everything on there, from Epstein to cultural things to how the medical industry is corrupt. All kinds of stuff. Just fascinating deep dive. Now as Will's doing videos. But as soon as he got out of college, then he had to take the bar exam, which congratulations, Will Tanner.
I did pass the bar. If you're thinking about taking the bar, don't. It's horrible.
and then all of a sudden, like, he writes this Rhodesia content. And it's a joke we have, like, how many times is Will going to say Rhodesia? And all of a sudden, like, that just took off. You've been on all kinds of podcasts. You had a couple articles published. I mean, it was really good to see.
Oh, yeah, that's fun. It's been a fun ride since I've been done with law school.
Oh, nice. Do you have another podcast you're doing tonight?
The guys at White Boy Summer Apparel are thinking about doing a show at 10, which we'll see.
Oh, nice. Those guys have cool stuff.
Oh, yeah. They made some roadie shorts. Yeah, for all your Rhodesia fans out there, those are pretty cool.
Oh my gosh, you guys should tell the story about the product on our .com store that we had to switch suppliers. Because I tell people that, like, you wouldn't believe the censorship that we face and that we deal with. And so go ahead and tell the story, guys.
So I do a bunch of stuff on Twitter about Rhodesia, just threads, primarily history, some political. And we're like, well, it'd be fun to have a T-shirt or a hat or polo shirt or something to drop underneath these so people can pick one up. So we thought, well, make Zimbabwe Rhodesia again would be a fun product, because Rhodesia was free, it was prosperous, it was pleasant. Zimbabwe is the opposite of all those, and pretty much everyone recognizes that. I mean, the United States has sanctions on Zimbabwe. It's not like it's a good place or a pleasant place or anything to emulate there. So we're like, oh, this should be safe. I mean, could it not be? So we make the shirt. It just has the Rhodesian flag and the word, it's in a circle. We'll do some mugs and stuff. And then we get a copyright flag for the polo shirt we made with the Rhodesian flag on it. And so Todd sent them that it was a free use image and said, this should be fine. And they're like, well, you do have permission to use that, we guess. But all these shirts are violence and white supremacy, because they mentioned Rhodesia. And he's like, what? That's ridiculous. And then they just nuked our store. So we found a new one.
Will's article, I said, you should read about Rhodesia. Funny you mention all that stuff. Let me tell you what really happened. Send him the link to Will's Substack. explained it all myself in an email, and they said we're having nothing to do with this. So they nuked all the products. So we had to go find a new third-party vendor to fulfill these orders.
And it was fascinating too, because Rhodesia is Zimbabwe, right? Like,
Yeah.
and in Zimbabwe, we've all, like, if you ever see those images of people with wheelbarrows of cash that like can't afford a loaf of bread, like that was Zimbabwe. And now they're harvesting elephants from the nature sanctuaries to feed the population. And this country, how many years ago? 50 years ago, was like the breadbasket of Africa.
Yeah.
It was like the best country in Africa.
Highest standard of living for blacks in the entire continent. Great. It was the breadbasket of Africa because they could grow so much grain. It was hugely successful and very free. And now it's the opposite of like all of those things. It's just hugely unpleasant. It's even worse than South Africa for living standards. They had the hyperinflation where you see the like 100 trillion Zimbabwean dollar note. It was worth like 25 cents. It's just a disaster.
Yeah. But you're a racist for wanting their lives to get improved.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm just looking. It's saying, I'm looking on the interweb. They're saying they're calling
it with less than half the votes in. And I even have, this is fascinating. Here, let me share this tab again. They give Donald Trump more votes, and they're still calling it for Kamala on the Daily Wire.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. And pull up Ohio. Trump had a big surge in Ohio.
Yeah, big dump there for Trump. But this Virginia thing is fascinating. North Carolina, Trump surging to 10 points with 26% of the vote in. I think Pennsylvania's going to take very long to count tonight.
It has been ticking down, though. Kamala's lead.
You should come say it.
Georgia.
Okay, guys, my wife just brought me a cookie if you see me eating something, since it's going to be late. And I'm trying to get her to come wave to people like we have all the regulars, and she won't do it. Todd's wife won't do it. Is Murphy going to come on camera, Will?
I think she's asleep.
What?
She had a trip with some friends this weekend. One of her friends was in the New York Marathon, and she got in late last night, so she's asleep right now.
Oh, that's crazy.
Well,
Todd, you should scroll up too. These just the popular votes kind of fascinating. 17 million to 20 million so far. I mean, there's a lot of votes to count.
A lot of votes to count, but that's a good start. I got an Amish update. Dad's watching on, I don't know what platform Dad's on, but he's watching. He wanted to chime in on the Amish. I did a little Googling as well. Google and Dad said the same thing. The Amish are responsible for paying income tax, sales tax, and real property tax, but they're exempt from the Social Security tax.
Oh.
Thanks for tuning in, Dad.
I wish I could be exempt from the Social Security tax.
Yeah,
no kidding. How does that work? I mean, they're going to get it anyways. Oh. And can I say Todd's dad is watching?
Got Dad watching. Dad watched this morning. Dad tuned in twice today. Thanks, Dad.
Did Dad vote for Trump?
Absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah, he's a Jill Stein voter for sure. Or Cornel West.
I was going to say, I'm praying my dad watches. So, you know how, Will, when you started making money doing the internet stuff, how like your family's like, Will must be selling drugs or doing something illegal or something bad. So my dad, Vietnam vet, love him to death. But he has no idea what I do for a living, and I don't think he thinks it's legal. And my dad in Minnesota, normal people grew up as part of the Democrat Farmer Labor Party. So you're part of the DFL. And like they didn't understand all the stuff was crazy or has gone crazy in the Democrat Party. Guys like Paul Wellstone in Minnesota. I voted for Paul Wellstone. Good guy, horrible ideas, but he wasn't like this crooked, awful politician before he died mysteriously in a plane crash. But anyways, this last weekend, I'm like, Dad, you got to try to watch our podcast sometime. So I pray as I look at our Rumble numbers, and it's like, I wonder if my dad's one of those, however many 40, 50, 100 people that are tuning in. So you guys are lucky. Will, do your parents watch you when you do podcasts?
They sometimes listen to the Substack ones. They did listen to the one I did with Jay Burden and liked that one, which my sister found by chance. I hadn't sent it to her, and she's like, "Did you go on Jay Burden?" And I said, "I didn't know you know who he was," but she found that one and liked it.
Nice.
Yeah, that's deep red in Virginia. If you look at Roanoke, I live kind of near there. And
Twitter's going wild over this. Yeah, the decision desk called it for Harris too, with Trump leading. You can look at the red in those counties. I mean, that's a wild call.
Yeah, it might be right. Oh, and Big Bad with an update too. It's funny, I just clicked on the Senate tab. 1.2 million Cruz, 690. Yeah, so it looks like Cruz has retaken the lead. Yeah, now 3.4 million for Cruz, 3.1 million for Aldred, and then in the presidential race, these numbers make a little more sense. Kamala Harris has 3.1 million votes, and Aldred. So this is weird. So Kamala Harris has 3,100,000 votes. Aldred has 3,200,000 votes. So 100,000 people voted for Aldred that didn't vote for Kamala Harris so far. That's just a weird stat. And Cruz, 3.4 million votes, and Trump has 3.6 million. So that means probably 100,000 people that voted for Trump didn't vote for Cruz, and then the other 100,000 didn't vote for anybody, or they voted for Jill Stein or the independent.
Oh, they have a bunch of independents this year. There's Cornel West. There's Jill Stein. There's the gay libertarian.
RFK's on the ballot. Where is he? We had some RFK votes somewhere. Oh, Illinois, 1.1% for RFK.
What?
Yeah, how do people do that? I want to use the R word. Like, what's going on?
Did you see the thing today where search spikes on Google like shot up for did Biden drop out?
Right.
Starting, if you look it up on Twitter, there's this hilarious chart from Google where like starting at 8 o'clock today, the line just goes vertical.
Oh my gosh. Did you guys see what Jill Biden wore when she voted today?
Yeah, the MAGA red dress.
Yeah, Todd, you should find.
Oh, Todd, you found the chart. It's the one on the left, I think.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, that's the Harris one.
Well, this one says it here. They're just realizing Biden dropped out. Oh no, that's the wrong one.
There's one chart that looks like the one on the left that's Biden dropping out, and it's really funny.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, there we go.
And these people vote. People are voting and they have no idea what they're voting for.
Yeah, we talked about landed voting earlier. That's what is prevented.
This is why you need to have a stakes in society. Did Biden drop out on November 5th? I don't know that.
Oh my gosh. You know, it's funny because, I mean, it might be an unpopular opinion and we talk about it on our podcast, but I don't know what the right answer is for how you structure it, but people who have no skin in the game voting is just insane with the level of authority we've given the federal government. You know, if you strip out all the welfare programs, all that, and you got the federal government back to its core function of building roads and, you know, interstates and national security, that kind of stuff, and you took out all the other crap, then I don't know if I have as much of a problem with people voting. But when you have all this overreaching social policy and welfare policy and things like Social Security, like people just get to vote to give them. I mean, it's like student loan forgiveness. You know, let me vote to give myself more money. It's the craziest thing ever.
Well, I think the government spends like $6 trillion a year, and over half of that just immediately goes into someone else's pocket, whether it's Social Security or EBT or a different welfare program. Yeah, I think like only $1 trillion is spent on the military, or less than. It's not like they build that many roads. All the roads I know have potholes in them. So yeah, if you could cut your taxes by 75 or 80% just by West Virginia.
They called Texas for Trump. CNN is not calling this race for Harris. They give Trump a almost over greater than 0.5% lead still with 50% in. What is happening in Virginia?
The Dominions going red.
Right.
North Carolina.
Big Bad's asking, what do you think about the states that couldn't get RFK off the ballot? Guys, what do you think?
Can we say it on Facebook?
Yeah.
Well, I think you know what I'm going to say, but with that question, it seems criminal to me. It seems corrupt. If I don't want to run for president, why am I on the ballot?
Do you think it's going to make a difference? Like Jill Stein made a difference in the Hillary election.
Is it in any states that are important? Like I know you said Illinois, but that's
He's on
forgotten.
Michigan. He's getting 0.5% in Michigan right now. That could come down to something.
Yeah, you're right. That's infuriating.
If I,
Yeah, I mean, Michigan, he's with 10% in. RFK Jr.'s got 2,000 votes, so figure 20,000 votes. That could be a margin of victory difference
absolutely.
if Trump loses. Yeah, the other states, like he's not on any of the swing state ballots, I think.
He was on Wisconsin. I remember hearing, yeah, so there's Wisconsin. They're not reporting yet, but he's on there. It's weird how he's on the swing states. Here you are, an individual declaring I'm not running for president anymore, but oh, by the way, we're going to keep you on the ballot anyways in swing states.
Yeah, and in Michigan, it's interesting. I'm just pulling it up. Jill Stein's got more votes than him, so that's kind of...
I understand voting third party or these states have like 10 people on it. Trump versus Kamala is all that matters. Like principles, whatever you believe in, you'll never achieve every single thing you want from a candidate. It came down to Trump and Harris. That is it. These are children voting out there. And I've got friends, the same friends I saw last weekend. They'll vote Republican down ballot, but they're going to leave it blank for president because they're too good to vote for Donald Trump because he's not tough on abortion enough or he has a past with women and I'm a Christian. And so I can't vote for that and endorse that. And it's like you're giving a vote to Kamala Harris who will do everything that you oppose. I simply can't wrap my head around that thinking of people.
Todd, you have a notification on the TVs in your background.
It says dad texted him.
Oh.
And Will, how do we find Ellis?
I guess he's writing right now. He's back to his like writing in the middle of the night habit. So
yeah, and Mike, I keep pinging Mike. He won't say nothing. Oh yeah, they just called Texas for Trump. Thanks, K-Gun girl.
I saw earlier today Trump had like a slight lead in New Jersey. I'm sure that's evaporated by now, but
he's down 8.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the breakdowns on Twitter people are doing about Virginia is just fascinating. I mean, maybe Virginia goes comfortably Harris with like where they have left to count.
Then report that. Like, show us those ballots then. They don't get to sit on this secret information and then release to us, the public. Oh, no, it looks like Trump's winning.
Oh, wow. And it looks like in House results, if you click on the Daily Wire tab, I have to look up which ones, but Democrats are lost 3 seats. Republicans have picked up 3 seats.
Yeah, look at that. We got a flip up here. We got some flips in Pennsylvania. I mean, flips in Pennsylvania seem like a good sign.
Yeah.
A lot of flips in Texas. Yeah, the flipping in Michigan and Pennsylvania, that should bode well for Trump. Yeah, New Jersey flipped a seat.
Tony Soprano.
Yeah.
Giddy up.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and it looks like Republicans have just picked up the 1 Senate seat. You don't have any Senate guesses, Will?
Not really.
God, you're
I think they'll win the Senate, but I don't know enough about many of the races. The Cruz Challenger one is like a perpetual news story. They did this multiple times with Beto O'Rourke, and every time like, oh, he's nipping at his heels, and then it just breaks Cruz by multiple points. Yeah. Although, do you remember when Cruz liked that video on Twitter? The porn video.
No, Cruz liked a porn video.
You don't remember that? It was one of his like big scandals around an election time.
Well,
was that a few years ago?
Yeah, it was like 2018.
Okay. I vaguely remember. I remember the flying to Puerto Rico or whatever everybody got all bent out of shape about.
Yeah.
He went to Cancun for the hurricane. What's he supposed to do? Rebuild every house?
Right. Oh,
what's the like story though, Will?
Oh yeah, it's like a 2 a.m. on Twitter. Ted Cruz on his I forget if this was his Senate account or his personal account, just liked like a incest porn video.
What can you say?
It's hard to look at Cruz the same way after that.
So here's my thing though. I don't care about Trump's past. I don't care about Cruz doing that. I care about what they do when they're in office. I'm voting for a politician. I'm not voting for a friend or a role model. If you're going to promote my interests in Washington, D.C., if we have to have the system exist, you just do what I want you to do. And honestly, if like my friends that are going to vote Republican but sit out of the Trump vote, like you just got to grow up. Vote for what's going to be best. Yeah, Big Bad also did not remember that. What year was that? I guess I could Google this.
I want to see Todd's search history where it's Ted Cruz porn,
Oh gosh.
and then I have no idea.
I didn't put
Somewhere
the
your
keyword in
dad
my
got-
Google search. I just said Ted Cruz Twitter like, and it looks like it's from 2017.
He liked a porn video. Well, and that was right in the middle of all the crazy lefties running Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a cesspool back then.
That was
Did
like
he ever
right before the
explain it? Was it
censorship
just-
really began.
Or was it just he accidentally hit the like button?
I can't remember. I think so.
Oh, that's funny.
I just remember it happened and that it was really funny.
Well, and I got to say, I'm probably betting that I wouldn't have put it past the old regime where they would be like pushing things to conservative politicians' timelines. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Because if you figure, like,
It'd be really
like,
funny if every time he logged in.
What's that?
If every time Cruz logged in, it's just stuff they're trying to get him to like. He's like, no, honey, I promise it's Jack Dorsey is showing me.
Right.
I'm being force fed.
Well, we had talked about that for a while when you were doing all the smart guy stuff. It was like your Twitter feed was all smart guy stuff, and it wasn't like breaking news and politics because the algorithm works for you, right?
Right.
And so if you're a Twitter guy, you could be like, hey, Lindsey Graham, here's young boys, and you know, and all that stuff, and just honeypot them almost.
Well, I
Oh,
mean,
that
you
is
get upset about Cruz liking that. Meanwhile, we have a taxpayer slush fund for all of their infidelities once they get to Washington, D.C. But sure, let's get upset about Ted Cruz. Meanwhile, all these guys are paying off whomever with your tax dollars.
We have a Substack article on that. It was
I
like
was gonna
millions
say,
and
yeah.
millions of dollars on their like sexual assault slush fund.
You should explain that, Will.
Yeah. So I don't remember if they've gotten rid of it or not. This was a scandal from a few years ago. But they had this like multi-million-dollar congressional slush fund where when members of Congress or the Senate are accused of doing anything, it doesn't have to be sexual assault, they can dip into the slush funds to pay off the accuser to get them to be quiet about it. So it doesn't diminish Congress's grandeur or respect or whatever. So there are like a lot of stories of congressmen will like sexually harass interns or whatever, and then the interns will complain and then they'll just be paid off out of the slush fund. And there's one guy, I forget his name, who like had dipped into it in like hundreds of thousands of dollars like to pay people off. It was insane. And then so it was found out about because it was so much money that Congress was just bleeding on like sexual assault allegations or actual assault allegations. Like I think one of them just like beat someone up and then paid him off. It was insane. I forget all the details because I did the article a while ago, but it's an insane story if you look it up.
Yeah, and how many voters don't know about that? But Trump's bad because he cheated on his wife one time.
He's mean.
Well, yeah, and it just shows how awful our ruling class is.
Yeah.
And how the people just don't know. I mean, what if we had a real media? Wouldn't you think secret congressional sexual assault like slush fund would be something somebody like MSNBC should cover instead of saying Donald called them fine people on both sides? Like, it's crazy.
Well, we got updates here. Ohio called for Trump. Georgia's got 2/3 of the count in. Trump is up by 5.
That's
North
a big
Carolina-
jump.
That's a
From
big
where he was
jump.
in 2020.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's here, I'll pull those numbers up there. North Carolina looks good.
Virginia is still fascinating because they're still showing Trump up.
They're giving
I pulled up NBC and it didn't look like they had called it yet.
Not everyone is. CNN hasn't called it, and he's up by like a point now with half of the count in. Trump lost to Biden by 0.5%, 49-47 to 49-24 in 2020. So he picked up a lot there.
Oh, wow.
I did see there was a huge swing in Georgia women because that was really his problem demographic in 2020. But there was a big swing this year. At least
man, has anybody heard how Mark Robinson's doing?
Let's
I don't think well.
Yeah, I haven't looked.
Governor.
You know, and it's funny because I love Mark Robinson. Don't get me wrong, but he seemed like a candidate that would have a hard time winning the election. Oh, he's getting mud
he's getting
stomped.
worked.
Have they
All
called
these
it?
people- they voted for Trump, but then they didn't vote for Robinson.
Yeah.
Didn't he have like a gay porn scandal or something?
He had some of the P word stuff going on too. Wasn't he in them?
No, I don't think so. I think he was just like commenting on them in forums.
Commenting, that's what it was. Yeah, but he was on the sites talking, and I mean, also, who cares? He was a younger dude. Everybody was visiting those sites.
Well, and that was a total hit job too, because that was like somebody found like he used his own email account is the story. And he still has the same email to log into a porn message board talking about fairly racy things, shall you say. And he denied it was him, and he was going to sue people, he said. And then I was kind of waiting, like, wonder when he's going to file the lawsuit. And after about 2 weeks of seeing no lawsuit filed, I'm like, okay. You know, because I'm one of those guys, like, I wanted to believe him. Like, hell yeah, oh, this is crap. And then when you don't, like, it doesn't take that long to file a lawsuit if somebody's flat out lying about you. You know what I mean? So,
also, why are you commenting on those sites? I didn't even know they had a comment section. Does anyone go there to have a conversation?
I don't think it was the comment section on the site. I think it was like a forum dedicated to like discussing.
Okay.
Yeah, that might be it.
I didn't follow this closely. I'm like, my goodness.
Oh my God, you're gonna make me Google this.
Sorry, history. Sorry, browser.
Yeah.
Sorry, listeners.
Browser history.
We'll move on.
No, I can't find it. It's all to doing this stuff. It'd take too much time. He's done. He's gone.
What's Pennsylvania now?
Pennsylvania's got 20% in, big lead for Harris still. New Hampshire, they were saying, could go Trump's direction. He's down 8 points right now, but that's an early count. Virginia on CNN, 54% in, still a 1 point lead almost for Trump, but sure, let's call it.
Oh my gosh. They sent out the Rumble live stream email for everybody live streaming elections. They mentioned Steven Crowder, Dan Bongino, but not Todd and Jason and Freedom from the Press.
Why are we not on that email?
And I got to say, I got to give a shout out. We've had between like 50 and 100 people, you know, on the whole time. And we appreciate you guys. We know you have a lot of entertainment options tonight and a lot of different channels on Rumble. And we appreciate the heck out of you taking time out of your night to come hang with us Yahoos. Like, it's pretty spectacular.
Absolutely.
Oh my God. Paul Reese said Royce White is ahead of Klobuchar. No way.
What's the count, though? I don't think anyone's reporting from Minnesota yet. That's like the very first dump, I think.
Yeah.
We've got nothing in so far for Minnesota.
Oh,
Paul, like 10
seconds
ago.
New York Times is reporting Trump 67. Paul, this better not be some Q nonsense you're telling me. Because one of my dreams is if Trump wins Minnesota. Because you guys weren't alive for the Reagan election when every state other than Minnesota and Washington, D.C. voted for Ronald Reagan.
Can I share a QAnon story? Are we allowed?
Oh, I love it.
So I've got a neighbor down the street. She's a gym teacher. I'm not going to give up too much about her identity. I don't know who's watching. Maybe she's watching. But she was telling me earlier in the summer, right ahead of the RNC, that JFK Jr. was going to be Trump's running mate.
Okay.
So, I said, we'll see about that.
Oh.
Like, you get them on the right side, and then it's something else.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I gotta say, I love conspiracy theories.
He's not coming back from that plane crash 25 years later to be Donald Trump's running mate. I hate to break this to you.
I saw one the other day too that the Supreme Court was gonna announce the results of the Brunson case and that 2020 was stolen. They were gonna install Trump after he won this election. I'm like, guys, I'm just hoping they don't steal Virginia. Like, this is where I'm at on it.
Oh, Randy asked for some good red news. I think we have some, which is that Georgia went up from 2020 and is now, Trump has what, like a 6-point lead, 5-point lead?
Yeah, Trump gained 4 points as of right now, 69% in. So he is up 4 points from his turnout in 2020. So that is good news. North Carolina, I'd have to pull up those numbers. I think that was really close too in 2020, but he's up by almost 2 points right now.
Yeah, North Carolina was a nail biter last
I thought
election.
that was within like 1 or 2 percentage points.
And Cruz holding on to a Senate seat, or so it looks, is definitely good news because that's one the media always plays up as something that bad's going to happen.
Yeah, they love going after the Texas stuff. Like, nope, that's going to stay red. North Carolina was 1.3% Trump margin in 2020.
And that was one that was late too, because I remember, like at the end there was a lot of Republican votes. Because I'm watching like that election was funny. I had these big Post-it notes on my wall in my office when I was working at Macon Web, and we were tracking the election. It's like, because the election went on for like a month, and it was like how many votes in each thing, and nobody was talking about North Carolina. They had called it for Trump, but I was like, wow, he's not up by that much. I wonder what's going on with it.
Another good bit of news is if like a while ago, Todd did the zoom in thing on Virginia, and all of its like rural areas were just deep red. I think the same would be if you looked at Pennsylvania once more of its votes get in. So I think even though Trump's down right now in Pennsylvania, he has a pretty good shot given how Virginia's going.
Yeah, and then Senate, we've picked up a seat in the Senate, and so far we haven't lost a seat, so that's pretty good. And House, we've picked up 3 seats, it looks like. Okay, and Paul Reese just texted me, the New York Times reporting. Paul Reese, friend of the podcast. Todd, what kind of coffee can they get?
Split Rock Coffee, folks. SplitRockCoffee.com. Coffee you can drink all day out of an American Tribune mug. Freedom from the press. Go to the AmericanTribuneStore.com to get all of your merch. And if you want to get some special merch that got us banned on Printful, head over there as well. You'll find some spicy stuff. Sure to start some conversations in your house.
Todd, I haven't looked at the store for it, but we have some baby stuff, don't we?
When we first launched the store, I made a few onesies because I had a kid at the time. I thought my kid should be dressed in a Gadsden onesie, so I had the yellow onesie get up with the snake on the flag. I thought that was fantastic. I had another one that said, I'm just happy to be here. I live in a blue state. So we got some good baby onesies out there if you want to get those as well. All sorts of chaos going on the AmericanTribuneStore.com.
Yeah, because I got a new grandbaby. I was thinking but the kiddo and her significant other, they're a little liberal. So I'm like, I don't know if some of our onesies would offend them. And my wife, I think I told you guys, she turned down having us wear garbage bags when we went to vote today. Like we voted today, and then we went to McDonald's in celebration of President Trump and the McDonald's thing. And yeah, she wouldn't. So I'm like, she probably won't let me get any of these onesies for the grandkid.
Did you get his go-to order of
what's that?
Did you get his go-to order? The what is it? 2 Big Macs and 2 Filet-O-Fishes with a large fry and a Diet Coke.
Is that what he eats?
I think that's his meal every day.
2 Big Macs and a Filet-O-Fish.
2 Filet-O-Fishes and a fry and a Diet Coke.
Oh my God! Every day?
Yeah, I think he just has one meal. Or he might have changed it since he's been at home. But when he was in the White House, that was reportedly his meal every day. He wouldn't do breakfast or lunch, and then for dinner he'd have a ginormous McDonald's meal.
He would have 4 McDonald's sandwiches?
From what I remember.
Oh, man.
I'm looking this up right now.
Oh, my God. And I got it. Paul Reese, you need to set down the liquor. He texted me the article. If there is less than 1% of the vote in, Paul, just take a pill, have a beer, smoke a cigar. Let's wait till we get up to 10, 20%. I think there's a chance that Trump wins Minnesota, but less than 1%. I can't get too excited about it yet.
Is Wisconsin going red right now?
Wisconsin's got 2% in. Trump's got a big lead on that. Oh no, that's the. I don't know why we're looking at that. I clicked on the presidential one. We better refresh.
Might just need to reload it.
Let's see, Wisconsin
3% in. Trump. All right, here you go. This one's for you, Will. In Jared Kushner's memoir, McDonald's Big Mac, Filet-O-Fish, fries, vanilla shake.
Okay, 1 Big Mac and 1 Filet-O-Fish.
I don't think it was 1. There was a different report from inside the White House that it was 2 of each.
Oh, so this is just after he recovered from getting sick in 2020. He ordered his McDonald's. So this is not entirely accurate. We'll keep digging.
Let me see if I can find it.
Oh my gosh. Well, and I gotta say, for ours, we went and we had the McDonald's Big Breakfast, and Big Breakfast is still only $6. And if you're going to eat cheap fast food, like it's not that bad. Like McDonald's sausage, and Will is like crazy when it comes to the healthy food stuff. So like McDonald's sausage gives him the hives probably, but
I mean, it tastes good, but it's
I found it. It's Business Insider 2012. The second bullet point at the top is a new book outlines Trump's favorite McDonald's order: 2 Big Macs, 2 Filet-O-Fishes, and a large chocolate milkshake.
no fries.
Let's see. That was just the bullet point.
What's that?
That was just the bullet point. Let me see. Yeah, I'll drop it for Todd. It doesn't say fries in the thing.
Oh my. So 4 sandwiches I could maybe see.
Well, and that was his one meal for the day, so could be a lot worse. And I don't know. It's better than what a lot of people eat, probably.
Do you want to drop it?
Right. Oh my gosh, that's funny.
But if he wins tomorrow, that's what we're eating.
I will eat McDonald's if Trump wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a 6 a.m. interview with the Australian folks. And Will, you had an Australian interview too, don't you?
I did earlier. Yeah, Endeavor News.
Nice. Yeah, and I told the wife, have you guys heard about this Filet-O-Fish Big Mac?
Yeah, is it good?
We were gonna go get it last night. It was that or the sub shop. We went and got subs, but I'm thinking I'm gonna need to work in one of the. Amanda had one. The kiddo with the grandbaby, and she said it was amazing. So
Interesting. They're I really like their chicken sandwich. When like it's always pretty good.
Oh yeah, well it's a chicken sandwich. My wife's correcting me. Said you said a Filet-O-Fish Big Mac. It's the chicken sandwich Big Mac.
Okay.
So then that makes more sense. What would I do without my wife taking care of me? She brought me a cookie.
Is she just sitting there fact checking you?
Yeah,
David Muir in the corner.
So I'm in the studio and she's out in the living room and she's just fact checking me in real time. People don't know how lucky you are to have a wife that keeps you under wraps. Which, can I say, what did you think of those articles about, or the ads that the Harris campaign run at the end?
I did a tweet on that. Their whole message was sin. It's like, yeah, they got the lie to your husband ad. They got the you gotta like be able to kill your kids ad. They got the we like love drugs ad. There's the like body positivity ads, or gluttony. It's just like lusts, lying, gluttony, drunkenness. Their whole platform is just like the 7 deadly sins. If you go down it, it's insane idea. And then they had one today or I guess yesterday, where it's like, men, like you can vote for Kamala and just never tell anyone and no one will ever know. It's like, imagine how bad their internal polling has to be, where the best message they can possibly do is just like vote for us and pretend you voted for Trump so your friends never make fun of you.
Right. Oh my gosh. Oh, shout out to Jeannie. She's saying they called Texas.
Yeah, we got some big updates here. So Trump gets North Carolina, and then I believe I just saw a tweet. Let's check out the Senate map. I think Bernie Moreno just took Ohio.
No way.
So the Republicans now have the Senate if our map would load.
Oh yeah, Daily Wire still shows.
Well, it's not going to let me load it. We'll pull up we'll share CNN for a second here. So 58% of the vote in Moreno is up by almost 4 points. All right. Wisconsin has a good Senate race. Unseating Baldwin potentially. 53 might have been too low.
I think I said 54, didn't I?
You said 54. I said 53.
Whoa. This is spectacular. Oh, yeah. And it sounds like Trump, they're saying 177. So here's the tough thing, though, is so far no state has flipped.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And so, while 170 electoral college votes, 177 are exciting, nothing has flipped yet.
Right.
And I mean, you need to have, I was really hoping for Virginia And yeah, they're
Georgia
still
looks
showing.
like it'll flip.
What's that?
Georgia looks like it'll flip. They haven't. I don't think CNN has called. CNN hasn't called Virginia yet. They still give Trump a almost 1 point lead with 58% in.
Jeez, yeah.
New
That's
Mexico.
crazy. NBC's got the same thing. Oh, this is so exciting. Well, I can't believe your future wife went to bed.
Yeah, I can see
On
her from here.
election
She's
night.
down on the couch, just knocked out.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Did she vote?
Yeah, we went to the polling station together today.
Now, did she tell you what she voted for, or did you have to look over your shoulder?
She's about as far to the right as I am, so she voted for Trump.
Marriage
She wants
material.
landed voting. And, you know, it was funny. I tweeted this video out, Cory Booker. And sometimes the left, one of the things that always drives me nuts about them is how they can hold some of these thoughts in their head that just don't make any sense, right? So they run this big ad campaign, and Todd and I covered it in the Rumble only part of last week's show, where we were talking about the Gooners and all kinds of crazy things. And the left runs this ad where it's like women can vote without telling their men. And I gotta say, folks, this just in, if you and your significant other can't talk about who you're voting for, and even if you vote for somebody different, that can't be okay, you probably shouldn't be married. I'm just saying. Like, I got 2 divorces, so I'm probably not the guy to listen to about marriage advice. But just as a general guideline, like, you would hope you could talk about that with your spouse, and you'd hope in such a polarizing election where on one side you have a communist who shuts down free speech, the other side you have Trump. Maybe you like, I can't see a world where you'd be married to somebody that would vote for the other side. I could see him married for somebody like, okay, I can't vote for Trump, but like, I'm not going to vote for anybody. But anyways, then so Cory Booker was on this thing, and the CNN host was talking to him, and he was bragging about the fact that black men are having to either not vote or vote for Harris, or their black women are going to kick their butt. And I'm like, how can you hold the 2 thoughts in your mind that it's so wrong for men to tell women what to do, and on the other side, it's completely okay for women to tell men what to do? Like, does that make any sense?
If you understand they hate men, then yes.
Brian Wolf, goodbye, Sherrod Brown, go Ohio. Yeah, they called Ohio for Trump early, too. And he's up 10%.
10%. What did he get in 2020?
I don't know. Are you looking? Oh, my God. Okay, have you guys looked at Florida lately?
Yeah, it's getting even bigger.
We'll take a guess how many percent Trump is up in Florida with over 95% counted.
Ooh.
15.
42 to 56. So, yeah, 14 going on 15%.
Wow.
They were saying, like, that could be close. and I mean, that's 14 million votes. Donald Trump might win the popular vote. Like, how crazy would that be?
So Trump's up 10 in Ohio right now. He won by 8 in 2020. I mean, he is increasing his margins in every state right now. It looks like he'll.
I think that bodes well for Pennsylvania.
Absolutely.
If he's like doing well in Virginia, doing well in Ohio, did well in West Virginia, I think that holds pretty well for pretty much all of Pennsylvania, other than Philly and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, looking good right now. Wisconsin's got 9% in its close. We should probably.
Oh, what does it have Pennsylvania for you now in the presidential race?
I've got 27% in, 54 to 44.
Okay.
So Trump's just been climbing as the votes have rolled in.
Yep.
Right.
And then they were talking about New Mexico. It's early, but Trump's up by 4 in New Mexico right now with 14% in.
Wow. All right, and Paul can start to get excited. Minnesota up to 0.3%.
Hey, just screenshot it so you have a memory of what it looks like, Red.
Hey,
Minnesota? Oh, yeah. I'm totally in.
That's my vote in there. I helped cause it to go pink right now.
Right. We are a conservative state, and we are taking out the trash. Ohio rocks.
Brian
Yeah,
Wolf.
who's going to be governor in Ohio, Brian? Do you think Vivek's going to do it? You guys going to vote for him?
Man, that would be awesome. Although I want Vivek in the Trump administration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we do well there.
Okay. So Iowa just got their first pop in, right? Harris is up 12% with 13% in. Do you guys think that Iowa poll is going to be at all close? That one that came out and said Kamala up by 3?
No.
0% chance.
Trump wins by 10 in Iowa, at least.
Yeah.
Didn't he?
Do we have anybody from Iowa on the pod? I'd be curious to think what other folks thought Iowa would come in at. Because I looked at the last election, and so that same polling company had Biden up by 7. Or no, it had Biden up by like 6 or 7, and then Trump won by 10. So it was like a 17-point swing. So I'm like, that was a pretty big miss. And then now this one, they had Trump up by 3. Or it was 3. Oh, Paul sent it. Sorry, I'm distracted. Too many things going on. Oh, Paul sent me. Royce White is still up 400 votes.
It's early, Paul. The vote is
It's early, Paul.
Minnesota.
God. And can I just say, Amy Klobuchar, Todd, what do you think about Amy Klobuchar?
I kind of went on this rant before, but I'm going to go on it again. Both of our senators in Minnesota, Klobuchar and Tina Smith, they sell them as the most vanilla, boring, nice Midwest women. I'd have to look at their voting records, but I'm pretty sure Klobuchar votes almost as far left as Kamala Harris on the Senate. These two people, whatever you're told about, they're just nice and have Midwest values. They could be your aunt at Thanksgiving. Like, they have communist ideas. They always vote Democrat. And it's just, again, the Minnesota voter, I just want someone that's not offensive. And so they vote for these fools that go to Washington, D.C. and sell them out every single time. So I have no love lost for Amy Klobuchar. And if you believe the rumors when she ran for president in 2020, turns out she's not that nice.
Yeah, I remember.
Guys, I'm going to hop off.
All right.
Will, thanks for joining us.
Will, before you go, find us in Ellis.
Oh, yeah. I think you've got about as good of a chance as I do right now. But
oh, you're killing me, Small. You're
yeah.
killing me. And
All right.
well, find me a Mike then. Like, where the heck is Mike?
Oh, yeah. I think Alex could tell you that.
Oh,
a little
Mike will be free in a couple minutes, is what you're saying.
So he'll be on in a few minutes. Okay.
T-minus 37 seconds.
Sorry,
All right,
Mike.
see y'all later.
All right, Will.
Thanks. Have a good night, Will.
Yeah, everyone.
Will Tanner, everybody. Will Tanner.
There
Todd,
we go.
How fun is it to have Will Tanner on our team?
This is a great team. To our audience out there, you met Will, one of our partners, who now that he's out of law school, you get to see him on Twitter, you get to see him on Facebook. He's doing all sorts of podcast interviews. Just a smart dude. Jason, smart dude. Mike, smart dude, getting clicks on Facebook. Like, we have such a strong team. And I got to say, 3 of us are in Minnesota. However that worked out.
Right. Oh, man.
But
all right.
folks,
I'm just going to message the boys, see if we can get Alice on here.
You text
or
him.
Mikey.
I just want to give a shout out to Will too. Folks, if you were impressed with Will like we are, just the way he explains situations, we put him on the spot about Rhodesia, about histories of presidential and Senate races. You can support his work specifically. He writes every week on Substack. He is a great follow at Twitter. It supports us, supports him, and you're just smarter every time you're done interacting with him. Now you're back to us, Yahoos, going on about God knows what here. But Jason, we are 2.5 hours in, going strong on election night.
Right.
Oh, and Paul updates us on Florida voters reject abortion. That's good.
I saw that earlier. I think Amendment 3 and 4. Which
DeSantis
one was
tweeted out
abortion
3
and
and
wasn't
4.
one pot?
Someone in our chat said earlier that they approved the marijuana amendment. We'll have to dig into that a little bit more. All right.
Oh my God, Ellis is trying to dodge. I'm giving him a hard time. So for those who don't know, and the May Mary, Harris won New Hampshire.
Yeah, they were talking. I love what New Hampshire is doing. I follow Jeremy Kaufman on Twitter. He's in charge of the Libertarian New Hampshire account. He's got his own big Twitter profile. Libertarians in New Hampshire are doing it right, creating the free state. Man, though, New Hampshire, like, how are you not on board with that? They're exposed to all this great messaging all the time about what a libertarian society could look like, and they still go blue. The Mo Mary. Thanks for the update, Mo. Thanks for watching on Rumble, too, by the way. Jason, look at these comments here. We got the Mo Mary on Rumble. We got Paul Reese on Rumble. We got Theodore on Rumble. We got Kagan Girl on Rumble. Folks, it is happening tonight. Thanks for joining us over on the free speech platform.
I'm just chatting with Ellis quick.
All right, we're going to do a little scrolling here. Klobuchar has 0% in. We got to find someone else to report this. The Daily Wire website that we were trying to show you seems to have crashed. I can't pull up any maps on the Daily Wire, so unfortunately we are going back to CNN.
We're going to have to leave the Daily Wire.
Yeah, I got to kill it on my browser. I got too many tabs open. But here is CNN's map. Again, 60% in Virginia. Trump with a, looks like 0.7%, 2/3 ahead. They haven't called it, so that's good news. Pennsylvania's up to 30% of the vote in. Harris up by 6 right now over there. Michigan's got 13% in for Harris right now. Wisconsin reporting fast. They got 18% of the vote counted already. Harris up by 4 over there. Showing some early lead for Trump, though, with less than 1% reporting. New Mexico is getting interesting, though. 20% in. Trump is still maintaining his lead. Florida.
Oh, my gosh. They're saying they called Iowa.
For who?
I haven't seen this yet. Oh, but this is funny. You know, speaking of the Daily Wire, did you see that funny thing about the Electoral College where it could end up a tie?
Do you want to play that video?
Yeah, do you have that video?
Yeah, I got a few videos for us here. This is fascinating. I hadn't seen this before.
Oh, my God. So, folks, if you aren't convinced, we live in the craziest timeline, so this could totally happen.
Here we go.
Todd's downloading the video.
Which God clearly hates us. We may as well assume this will be the reality. So here's the worst case scenario. In 2020, there was a census. That census was done wrong. Okay, that census radically overcounted states like New York, Delaware, I believe Michigan, and it radically undercounted states like Florida and Texas. Like, this has been openly acknowledged by the Census
What do you
Bureau.
mean by that?
Whenever they do the census, they can't survey everybody, right? They take a sample.
Okay.
And so, like,
In the
they
actual
try to
ballot?
get everybody, and they get about 67% of people, but the estimate is very often wrong.
Okay.
Okay, so
Are you legally obligated to fill out the census if you get it? I remember filling it out a couple years ago, Jason, and I thought it said you better fill this out, otherwise you're going to get hauled away in handcuffs. Or am I wrong about that?
No, they're pretty serious about the census.
Okay.
So in 2020, they acknowledged, like afterward, they're widespread. I mean, the government acknowledged that they had gotten the census wrong. The problem is, how do you apportion congressional seats and electoral votes? You do it based on the census, right? So theoretically, Florida should have 2 more electoral votes. New York should have 1 fewer, and Delaware should have 1 fewer. So here's your worst case scenario. Your worst case scenario is Donald Trump wins North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. Okay, if he wins those and he loses Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, the final electoral college tally is Kamala Harris 270, Donald Trump 268. Now,
God,
you
yeah.
have the state of Florida say, guys, you f***ed up the census. Okay, the census is that we should have 2 more electoral college votes, and you failed to, and you acknowledge this, you know this, so you need to rejigger. We've now been damaged. We now have standing. This election really should be Donald Trump 270, Kamala Harris 268, based on the population shifts in the country. That goes to the Supreme Court. Now you have a Supreme Court in which 6 of the justices were appointed by Republicans, including 3 by Donald Trump, deciding whether the Electoral College count should be reversed based on the census failure. Okay, you want
That's a
recipe?
possible thing that could happen.
For sure.
Man, you thought the Democrats hated the Supreme Court before. Imagine if the Supreme Court ruled in Donald Trump's favor to allow him to win the election based on an accurate census count.
Well, and here's what's interesting, too. So for those who weren't following this, back in 2020, when they went to do the census, this was one of the biggest controversies, is that Trump and the administration wanted to count just citizen. They wanted a citizenship question on the census. So when you filled it out, you had to mark if you were a U.S. citizen or not. But Todd, they wouldn't let them do it. Why was that?
Racism?
It would be racist to ask if you were a citizen. So they just counted all the bodies. So nobody knows how many or where the illegal immigrants are, but they estimate that it's a net of about 20 House seats and 20 electoral college votes, because most of the illegals landed in sanctuary states, which tend to be Democrats. So Democrats have sanctuary states, they get more population, they get more electoral college votes. And in this election, honestly, if you look at the distribution, they project, because once again, nobody knows how many illegals or where they are or any of that kind of thing, is they project it's Democrats are picking up an extra 20 electoral college votes. So if you take how close this election is going to be, if they just ask the citizenship question on the census, the election could almost be over. Like those 20.
Worth saying one more time, and then we got Mike to introduce, but they want them in here because it gives them seats in Congress, it gives them electoral votes, and then step 2 is they are going to become citizens, and then they get to vote for themselves. That's the path we're on right here. Jason, we got a full house.
Oh my gosh. We got all kinds of things going on. Do we bring them both on at the same time?
Bring them on.
Oh my God.
There's the team.
Get the full crew here.
All right. Well, I got to introduce underneath me. This is Mean Mike Hughes. Mikey, say hi to everybody.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? Hopefully everybody's in good mood and ready, hopefully win tomorrow.
So
Right.
far, so good, Mike.
It does look good. Like lots of promising things out there right now.
Well, and down below me, if everyone's camera is the same, we've got Ellis, 5th member of the American Tribune. And this is the whole crew making it happen. News, opinion, analysis. We got it all.
Absolutely. Thank y'all for supporting us. And things are looking strong so far. Hopefully the Democrats don't find mysterious tens of thousands of votes at 3 a.m. tonight. And hopefully, as Mike said, we have a victory tomorrow.
Now I gotta say, I got it. So these guys are a hard time. They didn't want to come on camera, and I was just browbeating them on the chat. Like I was calling them bad words that we get banned on Facebook if they didn't log in. And Dee Dee's back. Okay, Ellis and Mike gotta say hi to Dee Dee. Dee Dee was one of the viewers that came over from the Wayne Dupree show. We got little Mike's on YouTube, Paul Rees. If you do Facebook, Mike's the guy that probably did the post you saw, because Mike does most all of our social media. We have a lot of people that follow our content on there. And if you read our articles, Ellis, how much of the content do you write? About half, right?
Probably 70%.
Yeah.
But,
So if you read our articles on theamericantribune.com, there's a good chance Ellis was the guy that wrote it. So tell the audience a little bit about yourself, kind of who you are, what you do, what you did before is kind of some of the more interesting stuff.
Yeah, I was in corporate America prior to joining the American Tribune about 7 months ago. And I won't say what bank it was, but a very hyper corporate environment. And it was very nice to kind of transition into this space and have a little more freedom and, write about some stuff I care about.
And we really enjoy it too, because Ellis, I say, he's still in the corporate world. So I'm kind of like ranting boomer who swears too much. If we need to send a letter where it's like, Ellis, I need you to tell them that they're effing artard. But like, can you say it nice? And Ellis he'll break out these big words that I don't have to so I don't have to be offended or have to offend people. And Mike, what's your background?
So I was a retail slave. Was in the whole nasty world of working retail for a long time, and then we branched out with Jason and Todd here and started this up, and it's been life-saving. I mean, just to not have to be at work every single moment and actually be doing something that, you behind, instead of just selling somebody else's product, actually get to put what you believe out. Well, for the most part, sometimes you gotta censor it due to social media standards.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about that on the podcast. That's why we like doing Rumble only. And like tonight, we're broadcasting on Facebook, YouTube, some of those platforms. So you have to, Mike, talk about that a little bit because people don't understand. Like when you say conservative or different messages get censored, and you do a lot of the posting, especially on Facebook. Kind of explain what that looks like to people that don't know.
So what it looks like is there's certain words, phrases, things that you're just not allowed to talk about. If you even bring them up, you'll get what's we call a ding on your page, meaning that they'll reduce the reach of all your posts so that you're not actually getting out to as many people. They'll also like slow down how much you can post in a day. They'll slow down if you can run advertisements, all for saying things that I personally don't believe are mean or anything. You're not saying vulgar words. You're not being offensive. It's just there's certain topics and things that you're just not allowed to talk to. And it's kind of horrible because you'll see things from the other side that don't get hit. But if I were to post something like that about the other side, I would lose everything. So it does get frustrating. But you know, that's what we have to deal with. So can't get too upset about it.
Yeah, and Mike's funny too, because to tell one of my favorite Mike stories, I knew him back when I worked retail and I started doing digital marketing. And a lot of what we do is for him is like playing a video game. And I'm like, I know this guy, really liked him, hardworking. And we were working with a tough company. It was a crappy job. And Mike just had a heart of gold and he worked really hard. And and I called him. I'm like, you got to check this out. It's kind of like playing a video game. He's like, I don't know nothing about politics. And I don't have a social media account. and like, I don't even own a computer. And I'm like, whatever. Like, these are all just details we can solve. So Mike comes to the office and I show him what to do. And I got home and I told my wife and told Jen, I'm like, oh yeah, Mike stopped by the office and you know, he doesn't have a computer and he doesn't have a social media account, but I really think he could do it. I really think he could he could figure this out pretty quickly. And I'm like, I just need him to want it, right? Because I can teach you how to do anything. I can't teach you how to want it. And then she's like, oh, that's great. Because Jenna met Mike. She's like, he's such a great guy and whatnot. And then that night, Mike texted me and said, okay, so he bought a really shitty computer or like a tablet or something. And he opened a social media account. And I'm like, oh, this kid's going to be great. Now, 2 years later, he's one of the business owners with our company. So I'm really proud. And I think that's part of what's wrong with America is that we don't teach people some of this stuff. And Else was the same thing when Will, like, Else, what did you think, Will? Tell the story about you thought it was like fun beer money when Will was doing his first website.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we were in college and, you know, we were all drinking on some weeknight. And Will was like, yeah, I made $100 off my Facebook page this month. And I was like, oh, that'd be great beer money. Yeah, little did I know, you know, it would turn into a full-scale business in just a matter of several years. It's really impressive.
Yeah. It was funny when Will reached out when I was at my last company. Like super smart guy, and like the stuff he writes on Substack's great and way smarter than any of us clowns, right? Yeah. And like I even need like the Will Tanner translator where I've got to like look up words and stuff. Todd knows them because Todd's super smart too, but right, well, yeah. But anyway, so he was doing this and I remember, you know, he was making like a couple $100 a month. And I'm like, I think we can make more than that. And we had to teach him the whole how it works. And it was right when Mike was starting to do social media. And I threw Mike on a call with him. And Mike didn't know what he was doing. Like, I explained the concept. Here's how it works. Here's how you do it. Here's Will, this smart guy. You two get together. Will was a client of ours at the time. Now he's one of the business partners. And sure enough, like Mike had the call. He was all nervous. He was sweating. He's like, what are you doing throwing me on a call with a customer? Like, I don't even know what I'm doing. And now they're business partners together, which is really kind of fun. So how did we finally get you to quit corporate America, Ellis? Like, what was it?
I mean, just the opportunity to step in as a partner. That was the selling point. Just have like the freedom to kind of leave that corporate role and do this full time. And like, you know, where it paid enough to make sense to be able to leave my full-time job. So I've been doing it part-time for, you know, at least a year and a half before I joined full time. So it was really just the opportunity presenting itself.
That's spectacular. Well, we're really glad to have you. Todd, what have you got for the boys?
I just want to give them an update right now. Donald Trump is at 52.2% of the popular vote.
Wow.
Holy crap. Could Donald Trump win the popular vote?
CNN was even saying it's like very feasible. But the head at Rasmussen, I forgot his name, but he was opining earlier that he thinks Trump has a really good shot at the popular vote, which is just unheard of.
This is insane.
I think the last 4 years may have turned a few people to be like, maybe we do need that guy back.
Maybe the media does lie to me all the time.
Yeah. Maybe I don't like paying $4 for gas.
I've just noticed it personally here in Austin, Texas, the People's Republic of Austin, Texas, if you will, and how the media has really convinced so many people that Trump is an authoritarian dictator and voting rights are on the line and, you know, personal liberties are on the line. It's amazing how much the media has really just lied and convinced so many people.
Oh, yeah. And not just little lies, just absurd lies. Things that no one has ever brought up in real life conversations before, but you've got voters out there that are convinced of the absolute worst, that if we tried to put our heads together and say, let's just make up some absurd claim about Donald Trump, we couldn't come up with what they have done.
You know, Todd, you got to tell these two guys a story. I mean, we've been on for 2.5 hours, so some people might hear it a second time. Yeah, we can talk for hours, guys. But tell the story about we covered on the podcast the video. This is the greatest story ever.
Oh, I wish we had that video, but the video clip was on TikTok of people saying, well, I'm voting for Harris because I'm afraid of getting deported as an American citizen, or I'm afraid I won't be able to take out a credit card as a woman, or I'm afraid of this and that. Just insane things. Jason and I mocked it for half an hour in the Rumble only section. And then turns out I'm having a conversation with a good buddy of mine. And he's like, yeah, my brother's not talking to me anymore because he found out I'm voting for Trump. He voted for Biden in 2020, voting for Trump this go around. He's one of those guys who's like, I've had enough of this. And his brother stopped talking to him because he's gay, which no one cares about, married to an Asian dude, which no one cares about. This Asian dude is an American citizen, born and raised here. And his brother said, you're going to be the reason that my marriage is dissolved and my husband is deported. And then walked away, hasn't talked to him for weeks now. Like, there are people that believe this.
Is that the most insane thing you've ever heard?
It's up there.
It's up there. Biden being president was another one of those that's up there.
It's funny. Mikey was never a Republican. And I'm like, Mike, you don't understand. Like, we all think the government's corrupt. It doesn't matter if it says R or D. And we like Trump, not that he's a perfect person, but we don't think he's one of those, you know, and that's part of the draw of the American Tribune and the branding and what we do and all that stuff. So, yeah, crazy. All right. What else you guys got? Anything else for the audience? Anything else you want? Funny stories you want to share?
I don't think I got any funny stories right now. No, just wanted to pop in and say thanks for supporting us. Thanks for watching. We appreciate it. We put a lot of work into this. Even though, you know, we work as business, I would probably put in more hours than when I actually had a corporate job, because I care about what we do and I want it to grow and I want to see it do well. So put a lot of time into it.
And I got to say, I got to give a shout out to Mike too. Mike earned his sticker today, right?
I did, but it's in my car.
Oh, excellent. Thanks for all your hard work, Mike. We're so happy. And Alice, what else you got for everybody?
Nothing new. Just let's keep the momentum going tonight. And I've got to get back to getting our written content out for tomorrow. So everybody check out our articles tomorrow morning. And
should be some good content.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good night. Thanks for hopping on.
Bye, guys.
Look
at that, Todd, those kids.
Just kids working hard. I got to say, Jason, God, if we can ever get our overlay, there we go. I think people in our audience can appreciate this. Most Americans, especially the ones voting for Kamala Harris, can't imagine working at 9 o'clock on a Tuesday night. Ellis is going to go write our articles for content tomorrow. Mike's going to schedule stuff on Facebook. You and I are yammering on, going on 3 hours here on Facebook because this means a lot to us. Our community, our followers mean a lot to us. we're not voting for welfare. We're not waking up tomorrow thinking like, I got my free healthcare benefits on MA. I'll just vote for more freebies for me. Like, you just met our team, folks. Everyone's grinding it out right now. Ellis is writing articles at 9:00 at night. Who else is doing that? If you're voting Democrat, you're probably 3 beers in. You're probably not going to work tomorrow. Like, the divide could not be more clear. Small business owners, backbone of the country, no joke. And our team works so hard. They're so competent. We got some great guys, Jason.
Well, and it's fascinating too, because I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant while I see Todd over there looking at the results. He's just loving it.
Loving the results.
So one of the things I hope we could change about America is get back to where people had entrepreneurial spirit, where people, and I fell into that trap. So I grew up dirt poor and I went into the retail world, and my entire worldview was, how am I going to climb the ladder so that I can make more money, so that I can do more things? And it never occurred to me that I could run my own business. And I just got plugged into, we call it like getting plugged into the matrix, where it's like you go, and then school, you don't even learn how to do stuff. You just end up learning how to, work in a corporate job and do all that stuff. And I remember, I had met you were a client of ours, and Will was a client, and Mike was an employee. And I'm like, God, these are smart guys and just great guys to work with. My biggest obstacle was getting you all to overcome, like, you don't need a job. You just need to make money. Right. And we can do it on our own, and we don't have to do that. And Ellis was a great example, because I'm like, he's super smart and he's really great guy to work with. But even him, who as a conservative, like getting him to quit his job, like big leap of faith. And then like he said like how much you need to make, and he made like double that his first month. So he's like, okay, that's pretty cool. So I mean, it's just so much fun. And I'll tell you folks, if you're out there, if you were ever thinking about starting a business or doing something on your own, we shout out Paul from Split Rock Coffee. Like, he just decided to start a coffee company. Like, and they've had some good times, some bad times. They've screwed some stuff up. Some stuff has gone great. But it just makes you appreciate what we have in America so much more. The fact that you can have the opportunity to go do that.
Love it.
All right. What's our election updates?
Election update, folks. We've got Donald Trump, 172 electoral votes to 81 for Kamala Harris, 52.2% of the popular vote still. And Jason, Trump has closed the gap in Pennsylvania, 43% in, just 1 point behind. And in Iowa, with a third of the vote in, again, just 1 point behind. So closing some of the initial large gaps. Virginia, we're going to follow Virginia all night, 65% of the vote in. Trump is still ahead by 1.5 points, and yet people were calling it. We can't say that on Facebook. Got Iowa, got Nebraska. New Mexico is interesting, 22% of the vote, and Trump's still ahead by 3. And Georgia is getting down to the wire, 79% in, and Trump still has a comfortable almost 5-point lead still. So all good things for Trump right now. And then we got Brian Wolf with the update. Marijuana failed in Florida. So I might have had bad information, but yeah, it looks like the abortion and marijuana amendments failed in Florida as they carried Trump to a resounding 16-point victory.
Yeah, and Brian, so I think abortion was 3. That must mean marijuana was 4.
Right.
For Amendment 4. And I got to say, I'm really surprised about that abortion one. I'm going to have to look up those results, because I got to say, as a conservative, we talk about it on the podcast, we're pro-life, but every ballot initiative that has come out since Roe versus Wade was decided, like, it has been a butt kicking. You know what I mean? And it's, if the abortion got over. I mean, this abortion bill was a bad bill too. I mean, it was pretty extreme for what they allowed, which is what I don't understand is, if, like, why don't you just say, like, let's call it 12 weeks and be done arguing over it? Like, is that so wrong?
Yeah, we don't get everything we want. Obviously, we see the suffering that goes on there, but why is abortion the number one issue that you're voting for? The Harris campaign very selectively said, abortion's the issue. Here's all the ads for abortion. We're going to fearmonger you. We're going to lie about what Donald Trump will do when he's president, for your right to choose, however they want to frame it up. All lies if we could just move past that. But the left doesn't want a solution, Jason. They don't want to compromise. They want to run on this issue as their cudgel to get People that otherwise vote for Donald Trump because they're concerned about the border, they're concerned about the economy, they're concerned about foreign wars. But no, let's make them focus on just abortion. So it's all intentional. They'll never settle on 12. They would never settle on any number. They want this to always be an issue. Jason, can I pop this in? I just saw this on Twitter. This is Joy Reid melting down live on television.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say we might have to go stream some MSNBC. Folks, are you cool if we stream a little MSNBC?
Yeah, I don't know if the Shed Internet could stream MSNBC. We can barely get this video to play.
They
There we go.
want some good news tonight. I can feel the anxiety in the crowd.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida. And that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place?
So Florida carries Trump by 16 points. And there you go. That's Joy Reid's take on it.
Oh, no. Florida is up to 19.
19.
Oh, my God. So it is. Oh, wait. Oh, no. There must be a refresh issue on that. It's showing like 70%.
14 now. They kind of went backwards. I'm going to refresh this page and see what happens.
Yeah, I was on the Daily Wire one, and it's kind of janky. Ugh. Daily Wire, I wanted to give the clicks to you, but you're making me go somewhere else. Yeah, it is still 14 with 90% in.
Virginia.
And North Carolina.
Boy, they called that early, too. Well, they're not calling it on CNN, but...
Yeah, North Carolina. We might have to go to another... Yeah, Daily Wire is just pretty far behind. Boy, Virginia, 65% in, and Trump's up by 1.5. That's wild.
See what we got on. So here is NBC. NBC not calling Virginia, not calling North Carolina, not calling Georgia yet. But Jason, polls are only open in Hawaii, Alaska, California, Oregon, Washington. If you want to see Donald Trump in the White House, folks, text, call, email, message, run to the people you know on the West Coast and get them out there to vote for Donald Trump still while the polls are still open.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine what would happen if Trump wins a popular vote? I mean, what happens if Trump
imagine
wins
the scenario, Jason? Electoral College, popular mandate, Senate, House, he's got it all. I mean, that is the moment where you realize, are they going to fight for me or not? Because they can do whatever they want.
I was going to say, there could be so many fun breakdowns. Like, you could have a breakdown, too. Like, we gave the bench bureau, they end up tied, right? Or you could have the scenario, what if Trump wins the popular vote but loses the Electoral College? I mean, because, like, it's in play right now with what's on the board.
I don't think we'd hear much about the popular vote being unfair anymore.
Right.
That narrative would shift rather quickly. Yeah,
right. Yeah. All of a sudden, they're going to be like, who cares?
Hey, folks, if you're watching a live coverage somewhere else, what is a good website to go to? So NBC is not looking very promising. Like, that is just a silly looking... this math is awful. They're not telling you anything. CNN seems to be behind. Whoopsies. We went dark.
Yeah, we were counting on the Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro, what are you doing? I'm even a Daily Wire subscriber.
Oh, the lights went out. I thought I lost power again.
Oh my gosh. Okay, New York Times. Maybe that's it.
Well, Colin Rugg just tweeted out 2 minutes ago, Trump's odds to win the election on political betting platform Polymarket rose to 82%. I think it was at 70% like an hour ago.
Oh, that's exciting. All right, so let me see if you need a password for it. It looks like New York Times isn't horrible.
Yeah, just doing a little scrolling here.
President Trump, 198. They still haven't called Virginia. Shift.
Oh, and Trump just took the lead in Pennsylvania, Jason. 46% in, up 50.1 to 48.9. Iowa back in Trump's hand. Trump up by 4 in Iowa now with 40% in. Let's see. He's down 4 in Michigan. Wisconsin neck and neck with 36% in. New Mexico got a larger lead for Trump, 24% in. And Arizona, man, Arizona's already got 35% of the vote in. Dead heat right now. Trump up by 40 votes out of over 1.2 million cast.
Oh my gosh. Actually, New York Times, unless you have a password. I don't have a New York Times account.
Let's find out.
The AP. Some of these websites are such trash.
Why can't they just have a map that works and it's updated?
Right. Yeah. And AP is way behind too.
So here's an interesting. Oh, go for it.
I was going to say you tried CNN, right?
I'm on CNN. That's what we're sharing here. That's what we've been kind of going to. This is kind of an interesting infographic from the New York Times, though. It's so comparing past election results to what we're seeing right now. You can go back to 2016 and 2020 and see the trends, which way Democrats are going.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Florida went from 1-3 to 6. Maine turnout low. I mean, you're seeing some numbers for Harrison. She dropped 3 points in Virginia, 4 points in New Mexico. New Hampshire kind of the same here. Trump takes a big lead after losing Arizona in 2020. Same thing with Georgia. Well, they're saying Georgia's closer now.
Nice. All right, Brian's saying Fox News was pretty good.
Yeah, let's check out Fox.
I'll let you check that. I want to check in with a few of the audience. First, Dee Dee, who says, I watched your earlier show. Please don't make me watch her again. No, we won't do that. That's when we were talking about
Joy Reid.
MSNBC on there. But she did say it's kind of an interesting thing while you're looking at maps. My husband runs his own company for 48 years. This past year, he's seen more of his customers' stores close than ever before. I'd be curious what your husband sells, Dee Dee. But one thing that I've seen, and I mean, if we want to go tinfoil hat, even though we're on Facebook and some of those channels, I think there's been, especially since COVID, a real move in America to help destroy individualism and people owning private business. And I think you saw it in COVID, where Walmart could stay open, but local bakeries had to close or local food stores had to close. And you saw this big wealth shift into big companies, big corporations, all that sort of thing. And part of that's designed to destroy the independence of America. The next phase that you see with these illegal migrants, this stuff blows me away when people talk about these illegal immigrants, because, you know, you get the most racist tropes ever where they'll say, oh, hey, if we don't let these illegals in, who's going to pick our crops? Like some third world brown person should be the one picking your crops. But the other thing, the corporations love them. And we talked about they're eating the dogs. And we broke down what happened in Springfield, the spot where they were talking about Haitians eating dogs. The big story of that was the mayor owned a bunch of rental houses. So the non-government organization that moved the Haitians into Springfield, they actually put them in the mayor's rental houses. And then one of the big businesses in town got to employ the Haitians for like peanuts. And it just made unfair labor practices for like the whole thing was just bad, and it was so un-American. So the factory worker who didn't want to pay Americans, or factory owner that didn't want to pay American citizens a living wage, got to pay Haitians peanuts. But if you look at all this, if you look at all the stuff that they're doing, it's really just designed to help destroy the middle class of America. But
yeah, if you can start your own business and not be reliant, not just on the government, Jason, but reliant on the big corporations that employ how many people as well. I was in the corporate world for a little bit. Ellis was in the corporate world. You know about the corporate world. You're kind of doing the bidding of the corporation. Yeah, you have a little freedom to work there if you want to, but you still got to play by their rules. You're reliant on somebody else, and they're okay with that. You can rely on the government. You can rely on these big corporations that get government contracts or too big or whatever. Jason, myself, our team, some husbands out there in the chat, like you're doing it on your own. You don't rely on anybody else. You rely on yourself, and they hate it. They hate it that you don't need them.
Oh my gosh. So Fox isn't too bad, although I don't know if I love their map.
I don't love this layout, and I like to see like the light color shade to show who's up ahead. So you got to hover over these white states to see what's going on.
Although the little chart over on the right of the page is kind of interesting because it shows all the states that are in question. So Virginia, 49 or 64% in, Trump up 1. Georgia, 82% of the vote in, Trump up 4.6.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Michigan, Harris, only 17% in. Pennsylvania, Trump up 2, up 50. Holy cow.
And I always
wife says go to the Associated Press for the map.
Associated Press it is. I'm going to comment on this House map. Every election cycle that we see this, I am just reminded that we, the American people, living in all of these red counties, all of these red communities, are just ruled by a select few. That's all this is. This map, it's going to be almost completely red by the time the night is through. You'll get your blue on the West Coast. You get little blue dots in some of these big cities. America is Trump country. We are MAGA country. We are the majority. Unfortunately, and not unfortunately, the way the system works sometimes, but just know you're not alone. Jason said earlier on the show, you're not alone. We do this podcast, build a community. Every time I see this map, I am reminded I am not alone. There are patriots across this country, and most of the land you visit, you're going to find some home there. All right, let's check out the Associated Press, though.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It doesn't show the flips, though, unless...
Yeah, CNN had the flips.
CNN, I'm a flip fan. I am a
I'm a visual
fan.
guy. Most people are visual. Oh, man, I got this giant ad to count. Nope. AP map. You can't say anything because she's your wife. I can say something. I'm not loving the ads here.
Oh, my wife's laughing at me. Oh.
All right.
Okay, and I gotta say, check it in too with Ellis and with Mikey. So for those who don't know, that is the first time Ellis and Mike have ever been on the internet live streaming, and I literally had to call them words that would get me fired in the corporate world to get them on. I'm like, man up, quit being wimps. I use much more severe language and hop on, and now they're like, that was so fun. You just like talk to people. And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of what you do. You just get on and you talk. And I love when people talk back. Like, I got to say, for people to be 2-3 hours in and they're still talking back to us, that's just phenomenal.
Brian Wolf dedicated tonight. Thanks for joining us, Brian. Thanks for your vote for Trump. Dee Dee's been here most of the night. Thanks for joining us on Rumble. Kagan Girl here the whole night. I love our audience. I love our crowd.
You know what, Todd? You know what we should do for those three? Because they've been here. And I'm probably forgetting somebody. So if I am, call me out. They should send you go on the Twitter and send Todd a message. We should get him something like American Tribune hats from the store. Don't you think, Todd?
What do you think? You guys want a hat? You guys want a mug? Let us know in the comments. What do you want?
Yeah, but just do us a favor. So you got to go follow Todd on the Twitter and send him a note. Because Todd, we don't want to give out his email. Oh, Brian on there too. Yeah, because we could use the Printful for like the American Tribune stuff.
Yeah, we still have
got that credit on there.
But folks, you can find me at Todd Amtrib. TODDAMTRIB. So Todd Amtrib, short for the American Tribune. Drop me a DM. Give me an address. You guys got yourself a hat or a mug. Let us know what you want.
Yeah, Brian, Paul Reese. So, because Todd runs the e-com store too. He's in charge of everything. And you can just enter it in there, right? And it just sends them to him.
Oh, yeah. I can put in the details. Free of charge for you folks. We got it covered. Hat, mug, or take a look at the American Tribune store. Take a look at what we got up there. Let us know what you want.
Yeah. We appreciate like some of these guys have been here all night with us. I got to say, it's kind of fun doing the evening shows like we usually do the morning podcast, but we're still sitting with 50 people hanging out with us. After 3 hours on Rumble. Like, how wild is that?
Oh, Jason, I don't like this. Carrie Lake
Uh-oh.
down by 8 points with half the vote in Arizona. And that's with the same count where Donald Trump is down just 1 point. I don't get it. How are you voting for Trump and not Carrie Lake?
You know, I get it. Arizona Republicans are John McCain Republicans. So they would be Mitt Romney Republicans. They would be that sort of thing. So and Carrie Lake pissed on Liz Cheney. I don't know a better way to say it. I mean, John McCain's a legend. It's kind of like when Minnesota voted Mondale and we were like the only state in the nation to do it. Like, people love Walter Mondale in Minnesota. And like, if you came in and you pooped on Walter Mondale, like, good luck electorally. So I think Carrie Lake still has a chance to pull it out, but it's not looking very promising.
Well, an update on Virginia, 69% in. Harris takes a 0.1% lead, but Trump takes a lead in Pennsylvania with half the vote and 1.5 points there. Minnesota is still pink. Iowa, he's up by 8 now. I think we were talking double digits.
Oh, yeah. So I got to drop Todd's Twitter thing. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, Paul. Down ballots never make sense. If you're voting for Trump, how do you look around the landscape and say, yeah, I got to get Trump because I can't have Kamala Harris, but I'll put in Ruben Gallego, who is basically Kamala Harris that just looks different. Same exact ideology, same exact policy platforms. Yeah, Republican down ballot. That is the only solution to this nonsense.
All right, I got Todd's thing dropped on the Rumble. I'm going to drop it on the Facebook for our folks over there. If you're a regular, you know who you are. Todd will take care of you. And then you can tune in on Friday with us. And what's Fally doing? Like, isn't Fally supposed to be here?
Yeah, Fally, you missed out on free merch.
Oh, my gosh. We're going to have to give Fally a hard time.
No, thank you, Kagan Girl, for what you do. Thanks for making this show possible, guys. Thanks for tuning in every week. Thanks for your comments. Thanks for following us along on this journey here. It's been a wild ride. You met the whole crew tonight. Like, we're just regular guys trying to hustle out there. Like, we're trying to get out of corporate America.
Right. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, this is getting fascinating. They got Trump on Cashy at 90%. The betting market, which I gotta say, the betting market thing this election cycle, what's your take on that? Like, we talked about a little bit on Wayne's podcast today.
I mean, if I'm going to the horse tracks, I guess this is the best analogy I have. You go to like some local racetrack, yeah, you can do OTB, so other people that aren't at the track are still betting, but it only takes one big bet to wildly swing all the other odds for your horses. And so you're going in there, you're like, look, I got my $50 budget there, boom, on a horse. And some other dude drops $50K on it. Like, suddenly what you thought you were betting is completely distorted, again, by just one chunk of money. And I saw some report that some French billionaire put like 40 million on Trump. So again, yeah, the odds are high in his favor because they're trying to like balance the books. And so 40 million drops from one guy on Trump. They're just trying to set it up where, okay, we need money on Kamala Harris so we don't go broke after this. So I don't know. Like, if it's all small money, I believe it. If it's just a few big guys swinging it, then hard to tell.
Yeah, I was going to say that, like, a lot of people in our conservative space talked about, oh, the betting markets and Trump's up or Trump's down. Like, I don't believe polls. Like, I think they're all gamed. Like, I think they can be directionally true. But the betting market, I'm like, I used to own racehorses. I mean, I was a partner in an endeavor, but yeah, it was always be fun because you go to a race, you could just throw $100 in the long shot, and all of a sudden all the odds changed radically, and then you could hit cancel your bet, and the odds would change radically back. Is that Bitcoin's price?
Yeah, Colin Rugg just tweeted this. So, the crypto president, Donald Trump, like all-time high as the election is winding down tonight. Bitcoin gets up to 73,000. It's all-time high.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that is crazy.
Stock market up today. Bitcoin up today.
I've seen the funniest tweet ever. So, do you know who the lectern guy is?
Yeah.
So
wanna-
lectern guy, for those who don't know, he was a dude that had the picture where he was stealing the lectern on January 6th, and he a great follow on Twitter. I've chatted with him a few times. I forget what his real name is. I saw him on Tim Pool's show, and he was like just the greatest guy ever. And he just tweeted, he said, "Okay, guys, I'm going to bed. Let me know if I'm stealing a lectern next month or not." Oh my gosh, that is funny.
Doesn't look like it right now. What do we got here? Georgia, 85% in, same kind of cushion. North Carolina, 75% in, up 6 almost. Pennsylvania, Trump getting up by 3 almost with 54% in. Wisconsin's halfway there. Trump took a half a point lead. Minnesota is taking its sweet time. Michigan taking its real sweet time. They haven't moved off 20 in a while. And I just saw that Iowa was called for Trump, folks. CNN a little
Oh,
behind.
really?
Twitter just said Iowa was called for Trump.
Oh my gosh. Elon Musk just tweeted Weird Al Yankovic song Amish Paradise. Have you ever seen Amish Paradise? Like, and Philadelphia is saying, the city commissioner in Philadelphia is saying the ballot counting could last until tomorrow.
I'm sure it could. Yeah, they got
Oh my.
55% of the vote in only there. Yeah, a lot of these blue counties are low.
Could you put just a little lemon juice in it? Just a little splasher. Cool. Look at that. I got my wife bringing me more iced tea. This is
Oh man,
spectacular.
I'm a little parched. I see the lights on inside. Actually, I think I see me on the TV inside.
Oh my. So is your wife not delivering you like something to drink?
I can't ask that, Jason, but you could.
Oh, really? Todd's family. You're all sitting there watching Todd. He's out in the shed. He's really thirsty. Todd's dad, which probably isn't over, he could call Todd's wife and say, "Hey, Todd's wife, Todd's really thirsty." He could use the snack. I mean, I'm not saying nothing. My wife delivered me a chocolate chip cookie, and she's getting me an iced tea. Although we should rotate. I don't know about you, Todd, but I might have to have a bladder break here at some point.
I mean, I wasn't planning on 3 hours.
Yeah, and I'm still holding up pretty good. How about you?
I mean, I'm fine. I had my coffee here, but again, I don't have any water, so I'm a little thirsty out here, a little dehydrated.
Man, I mean, I guess I could like Uber Eats it to you or something. I mean, do they deliver to the shed?
Do I need my own little address out here?
Yeah, now if we were the Daily Wire, like we would have like some interns dropping us off water, that kind of thing.
Someday, with viewer support, we will become the Daily Wire, and our website won't crash when we're trying to tally the election totals.
Yeah, no kidding. On Will's just tweeting, Florida already done counting. The state is in the same time zone that hasn't finished counting and slow rolling.
Possible. It is just insane that we allow this, that we accept this as normal. Like, you should all be done counting. We should know the results of the election right now.
Well, and I gotta say too, for Florida, like, how old were you when the Hanging Chads thing went down?
That was 2000. I was in high school.
Yeah, so you were vaguely aware of what was going down.
I only knew what was on the news. I wasn't like looking up blogs or I was like, okay, CBS said that about the Hanging Chads.
Yeah, so that was an interesting time in America because Florida just couldn't count votes. Like, and they had the Hanging Chads, and it was a bad system. And Florida got pissed about it. And as a thank you, hon. As a state, they just said, we don't want to be the laughing stock of America. That's everybody's waiting on us. You know what I mean? And now, yeah, I mean, think of that. It's what, 10:30 Florida time, and they've already got all their votes counted and everything done. This is crazy.
Look at this tweet. Proud Elephant Decision Desk headquarters has retracted the Virginia call for Kamala. Boy, heating up in Virginia.
Trump just took the lead in Wisconsin with half the votes, and
down just a little in Michigan, New Mexico, Arizona is super tight. Hanging on to that.
No, we got another one. Yeah, I'm just gonna show this to people. If you're ever on the Facebook, when Huang James says, "May the Lord bless you and your family," send me a text message. Don't do it.
Don't talk to them.
Don't do it.
They want your money. They want
just no good comes of it. Like random person saying like, hey, text me. Bad idea. Yeah, Iowa, we were speculating about that. They said Kamala Harris by 3 in that poll. Remember, that was a whole news cycle like 3 days ago. I wonder what he's going to end up winning Iowa by.
Well, I said 10. Right now, yeah, he has got 42% in. He's up by 8.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a nail biter. How bad is it? And I got to say, so my dad, who watches MSNBC, CNN, and people like him, you go through this news cycle and they publish a hot piece of garbage that's like Trump's going to lose Iowa. Harris ahead in Iowa. And you actually eat that up for a couple days. And like you're just a normal person. And then like a week later, it's Kamala loses Iowa by 12%. I mean, not even close. You know, it's not like, oh, it was a squeaker where Trump won by 1. And then doesn't your brain at some point like connect that dot and go, I mean, you do your podcast where you kind of talk about the media lies, and that's what we talk about on Freedom on the Press. But folks who are watching, like, help explain that to us. Like, how can these people be like, yeah, you know, oh, yeah, a few days ago they thought Trump would win or Kamala would win Iowa, but it turns out he lost by X%.
I mean, Jason, these are the same people, and we're on Facebook, so we can't really go into it too much, but believed everything from the past couple of years and reelected people that did awful things to them and their freedoms and their families. And they didn't recover. They didn't reflect on that. Like, oh, I think I might have been lied to about it, 1 or 2 things for my health and safety. But they just chug right along, voting Democrat.
Yeah, and is it just like abused wife syndrome where like...
I mean, I've heard that connection, and that's where I'm at this point. Like, you are on the receiving end of abuse, and that's all you know. They give you a few compliments. They make you feel better about yourself, tear you down. Like you're dependent on them.
Oh, that is crazy. Oh, my God. I got to say the funniest thing, though, on AP is they had said battleground states, and they had listed Florida as a battleground.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal.
I don't even know how you could call that a battleground state.
Like, is this just fake news? Like, they know it's a complete lie. It's only one or the other. It's either a complete lie. They know it's a lie. They know Trump's poll numbers internally are going to be 15, 16 points, and they push it anyways because they're trying to get other people on the West Coast to vote still or other states to vote still, get them excited. Or are they just that bad at what they do? Like, I don't think anyone's that bad. And so I always lean on, like, this is just intentional manipulation of people. Like, they're just lying to you. They know better.
Yeah, I mean, think about that. The media that people trust are going to say that, like, this could be like Florida was a toss up. Donald Trump is up. Like, they don't have the total number of votes, but it's like millions of votes. How can you be that far off?
But they're off by 1.5 million votes in Florida.
Right. And it's funny. So one of the things I like say one of our first podcasts when we started doing this like 1.5 years ago is we did the who's going to replace Joe Biden. And we actually had to have a conversation for how we were going to have this conversation on Twitter or on Facebook without getting nuked. Like, oh, they're going to call you a conspiracy theorist or whatnot. And we're like, there is a 0% chance Joe Biden's going to be the nominee. Go back and watch. It's like Freedom from the Press, episode 2. We broke down the candidates. The only thing we had wrong was who the replacement would be. I think I thought news or no, were you
said
Big
Gavin.
Mike and I was Newsom?
I said Big Mike. I don't think that was completely wrong because they still stayed in that same check the boxes. But yeah, I mean, hindsight, of course, it's Kamala. She's not going anywhere. But I just didn't realize she had all the backing of the establishment. Like, I don't know. I still stand by Michelle. I think Michelle Obama would have won this election just on name recognition alone.
Oh, yeah, I said she was the most dangerous candidate.
I did
and
too.
Actually, I'll give a shout out to Wayne Dupree. I know we have some Wayne Dupree viewers on, and they can give Wayne a hard time. He had the Harris thing nailed, where he's like, they can't pass you. And Brian said he's hate social media. I'm trying to message you.
So if you go on Twitter here, I'm gonna.
Oh, Todd will show you.
So Brian, if you're on Twitter, what you're going to want to do is go over to this right here. Jason, is that showing up? I can't see the two screens at the same time. So I'm hovering over messages, and then you're going to search for me. I'm not going to open messages because then you'll see all the stuff I'm talking about, and I want to keep that private. But just go to Twitter. On the left-hand side there, if you're on desktop, I think on the bottom, Brian, it's going to be on the bottom of your Twitter app. Let me just verify this. And you're going to see in the lower right-hand corner, it's a little envelope. So you just want to click on that, and then you can search for me if you've added me. There you go.
And then when you send the message, it'll go into his like spam folder. And so then he has to approve who he gets a message from until you're friends on Twitter. We would do it on Facebook, but can we tell the Facebook story about you being a Russian bot?
Do you want to tell it or do you want me to tell it?
I can tell it, I guess. So I do the business stuff. Todd does the video content creation. Will does written. We all kind of share jobs too. So all of a sudden what was happening on the pages? They were getting like unpublished and strikes.
Unpublished. We were getting strikes. We were getting all sorts of yellow, like shadow banning going on. Things that were not good were happening quite frequently.
Yeah, out of nowhere too. It was like I'd go in and I work with Mike who does the posting, and I do some posting in the morning, and I'm like, every single account is getting flagged, is getting dinged, is getting something. And it was like 2-3 days. We're like, holy cow, is this going to like shut down the operation? Because social media pages are a big deal. And all of a sudden it was because Todd was using a VPN. They flagged him as like a Russian agent or something.
Well,
and I finally had to go through all this tech support at Facebook, which, by the way, they hate conservatives. And I finally got to somebody and they're like, well, does anybody in your group live in Russia? And I'm like, no, there's like 2 of us from Minnesota, dude from Atlanta. Are you sure nobody's from Russia? And I'm like, yeah, I'm positive nobody's from Russia. So he deleted Todd from all the business social media accounts. And sure enough, the accounts didn't have any issues. So somehow Todd got flagged by Facebook as a Russian.
Well, they also had an old email that I used on Proton. And I had never apparently like clicked to verify that it was my email on a Facebook page. So Facebook's floating around with these unverified pages from Proton Mail, and they're just like, this guy's definitely an asset of Putin. Nice. I gotta find this tweet from Elon, man.
Yeah, Paul saying Elon. I wonder what
3 minutes ago, Elon tweets out game, set, match. Make it so, Elon. Do you think that these campaigns get access to the count before the public does?
Oh, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you think so too, right?
Oh, I think so. I'm just saying, like, so when I hover over Arizona, 51%, Trump's at a dead tie with Harris. What do they see? Do they see 70, 80, 90%?
Yeah, they have to. Oh my God, did you see what Colin Rugg tweeted out? The latest Joy Reid meltdown.
She had another one? Oh, of course she had another one.
31 seconds. Oh my God, MSNBC. It's like watching a mental institution. Oh, I think, what was it, Scott Adams that said that? He's like, these people are completely delusional. Oh my God, I'm watching this video. Oh, and Harry Sisson. Do you follow him on Twitter?
Speaking of Sisson, this was just on my timeline.
What does it say?
I don't know if we can read it out loud.
Oh, that's funny. He's still saying that Kamala's going to win. Oh, I should check in on the Krasenstein brothers.
Oh, I don't know if we can talk about them on Facebook either.
Oh, no, we'll get in trouble.
All right, I'm trying to
get in trouble. All right, let me see if Daily Wire stuff's working any better. Oh, I think Daily Wire might be back up. Although they still have Virginia called for, although they say 95% of Virginia's in.
Yeah, Harris just took a lead on our CNN stuff. They've said 74. She's up by massive dumping in 1.5 or 1.2.
Pennsylvania's at 57%. Wisconsin at 53.
Michigan taking its sweet time. Minnesota, how are you at 4%?
Yeah, come on. Yeah, it looks like the only Senate flip so far is the one.
Only needed one, but I know Wisconsin. Let's see how he's looking. He's down a bit. Man,
Oh wait, why is it +1? Did a Republican lose?
I think a Republican is losing in Nebraska, so they have an independent running against an incumbent Republican. It looks like that person might win.
Oh, Dan Osborne.
Yep.
Is going to get beat by Fisher. And so that negates the Jim Justice pickup. So now it's just a net of Bernie Moreno. Boy, I wasn't even following that Deb Fisher, Dan Osborne. Do you know anything about that one?
The Nebraska Senate race, I got to admit, it went right over my head, Jason.
Right. Folks, anybody from Nebraska, anything know anything about
Do
this?
we like Osborne? Like, again, I'm not opposed to independent candidates. And Jason, I don't know enough about Deb Fisher. Is Deb Fisher on the MAGA side? Is Deb Fisher a Mitch McConnell mold? Like, Nebraska fans, Nebraska audience out there, yeah, let us know who these folks are. Do we like Dan? Do we like Deb? Because I know nothing about them.
Yeah, no. Uh-oh. Trying to get my laptop charging. You ever have that where the cord just doesn't work?
Yeah, it's in there, and you just assume it's charging, and all of a sudden you get like a 3% warning.
All right, yeah. Well, luckily, mine wasn't 3%. But I've got a stupid plug-in system for it because I don't normally have it in here. I got all kinds of Googling to do now.
Oh, Dustin Grage just tweeted out Georgia called for Trump.
No way.
All right, let's head to the CNN map. Yeah, let us. Oh, CNN doesn't want to call it. Let's see if we can find that on Fox here. Refresh. Fox doesn't want to call it.
Boy, it looks like the Republicans have only picked up 2 House seats, too. All right, hang on. I'm going to try a different plug.
Dee Dee's seen it all over Twitter that Georgia got called. I mean, that's great news. I mean, we've been following this. He's lost a little bit. Now he's up by 3% with 86% in here. Fox is saying 88% in, up by 3 still. So nothing has really changed. Georgia would be great. And again, we're watching the CNN map. That's been the most reliable for us. North Carolina not getting called on CNN yet, but Donald Trump has had a 3 or 4 point lead most of the evening. Pennsylvania slowly creeping up, and Trump keeps about a 2 to 3% lead. And then in Virginia, which was called and then retracted, Harris up by 1.5 right now with 75% in. Let's jump around the country. Arizona, Trump takes a slight lead with half the vote in. Arizona's a big one. Wisconsin would be a big one. They've got half the count in, and Trump again up by 0.1. Wisconsin, Arizona really tight. Nebraska's probably closer than it should be. Again, I don't know much about Nebraska. I only know that Tim Walz apparently has family out there and they don't like him, but Nebraska surprises me. Like, you look around the map, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, Wyoming, South Dakota, the Dakotas, and then you got Nebraska out there just doing its Minnesota stuff, like not figuring it out.
This is crazy.
I don't think my wife was watching the live stream anymore.
What?
I'm still thirsty.
Do you need to go get water?
No, I'll be fine.
Because I was going to say we might need to start rotating in and out because I might need to go use the restroom. And my wife looks like she's ready to take the dogs out. Oh, the Mary. Oh, somebody shared a Facebook thing.
Trending politics
news.
Trump clinches Georgia.
What it is.
Oh, they're calling Georgia on trending politics.
Oh, yeah.
Where are they citing
Chris
that from?
Powell.
Hey, we got Mike Sperazza on board here.
Mike Sperazza. Do you know who Mike Sperazza is?
You know, Mike, welcome aboard. We've never met, but I remember you were part of the OCOC launch when Colonel Douglas McGregor sat down with RFK Jr. last year.
Yes, I was. Happy to be here, guys. How are you?
Yeah, nice to meet you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I saw Mike on Twitter, like checking in on you all, talk to me. And I'm like, Mike does a podcast on the Financial Guys Network. So what was it, like a year and a half ago? Mike sent me a note and he's like, hey, I'm new to Twitter. He had like 2,000 followers or something. And then we connected him and started working. Now you got like 140,000 followers. And you interviewed Carrie Lake, didn't you?
I did last week. I spoke with her for about a half hour last week. It was very interesting. I'm hoping things go her way tonight. I don't know how they will, but I'm just excited to see where we're at tonight. Hopefully some of these states fall. I can't believe Virginia's in play. That's honestly insane.
Isn't that crazy? What the hell do you think happened to Carrie Lake too? I'm looking at the Daily Wire map. She's down by 100,000 votes.
Yeah, she's down by a lot there.
I don't know in those border states how you could possibly vote for anybody other than a Republican, to be honest with you. It's wild. I mean, to me, if you're living there, you know it better than anybody. I've interviewed Sheriff Daniels a few times and talked to him in Cochise County, Arizona, and he says it's worse than even America knows. I don't know how people can pull the lever for that party dealing with the border. I mean, every state's a border state, but those states especially, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Jason talked about being McCain Republicans down there, but even McCain Republicans didn't want a wide open border, did they?
No, Barack Obama didn't want a wide open border.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just Republicans. Democrats didn't either. I don't know where that came from. I mean, I do know where it came from. I think it came obviously from voting, but I think the Democrats all along knew that they were in trouble. And I'm not saying it's over yet because we got a long way to go here, but I think they felt the heat. I think you see that. I mean, you look at what was the Ann Selzer poll in Iowa. She had Kamala winning by 3. She's going to lose by 12. I mean, these are big numbers that they really that's why I don't trust polling either, guys. I think people are afraid to publicly support Trump. Obviously, we're not, but a lot of people are. People are afraid to lose their jobs. People are afraid to, sadly, be arrested for saying certain things, I think. And I think the silent Trump vote, I think the minority vote, I think all those things are playing into what you're seeing tonight.
Yeah,
we were talking about Iowa earlier, and it was funny. We were kind of using the Daily Wire map because we didn't want to give traffic to crappy networks that hate us. Yeah. So, but then the Daily Wire map started going janky, and I mean we're going on 3.5 hours of this stream. This is super fun, and but the AP had Florida as a toss-up state.
Yeah. I saw the Krasenstein bros were saying how close Florida was going to be for the last 2 months, and that obviously blew up in their face. Florida, as we thought, was going to be deep red, and it was. And I mean, again, I'm pretty shocked. I thought some states were going to be a lot closer, and then I thought some states would be a lot farther away. I didn't think Virginia would be somewhat in play. I mean, Biden won that state by 10. And,
right.
I mean, there's a lot of states that I think Kamala Harris and her team thought were going to be nice and blue for them, and they're turning into be very light blue, if not red, which is a good development for Donald Trump. I hope we get a result tonight. I'm concerned about things you're hearing in Nevada with, signature verification of Gen Z because they can't sign their names. I'm concerned about Pennsylvania. It was CBS, I think, said tonight, we might not have a result for a few days here. That stuff scares me because we all went to bed in 2020 and felt good, and we woke up and the next day and felt terrible. So I won't get too excited until I see the results, until I see Donald Trump as our president-elect.
Yeah, the longer this goes on, there's only one explanation for that. It starts with the letter C, and I'm not going to say it on Facebook. Mike, I got a question for you because you mentioned polling, not trusting this. I've already gone on record saying that I think the polls, they intentionally lie to you. Are they just bad at their job, missing people? Are people afraid to speak out? Or are they just pushing fake information to sway public opinion? Like, look, Iowa's going to go to Kamala Harris by 3 points. Like, they had to know that was wrong. She even admitted she didn't even know what D and R meant. Are they just that bad, or are they lying to us?
No, I think it's a mixture of both, honestly. Sorry, guys, I just clicked the wrong screen. I think it's a mixture of both. I think you have, people that, again, just don't want to necessarily tell them, tell the public who they're voting for, which I can understand for some people. I mean, I'm in a career where I make my money off being political, so I'll tell you who I will vote for. Some people don't. I mean, if you're maybe a teacher or you're somewhere, in corporate America where that's frowned upon, to be honest, that's part of the problem. Not that their names necessarily get released for polling, but I think people are scared of the repercussions of being honest, especially when you're talking about such a controversial election, a controversial candidate, which he shouldn't be, but he is. Um, I think that's part of it. I think the other part of it is, yeah, they're probably not that great at their job. Apparently, again, I'll use Ann Seltzer or whatever the hell her name is, but she was supposed to be, on the money with some of these things, and she is as far off the money as she can be. And then I just think it depends on who you ask, right? I mean, some of these polls are 1,000 people. Well, 1,000 people isn't the electorate, right? I mean, that's just not what it is. Depending on where you go, are you in blue areas? Are you in red areas? I take more of the exit polling seriously than I do the actual, pre-election polling, to be honest with you.
Now, I gotta say, Mike, you've been so we've been live streaming, we've been doing updates, that kind of thing. So we haven't been as deep on Twitter. How are the Krasensteins and the Sissons of the world? Do we need to do wellness checks on them? Are they completely melting down?
I honestly haven't seen too much of them. I want to do a wellness check on Joy Reid. She's now calling Florida a deep red fascist state. So
we played that clip.
Yeah, check on her. Check on the View. I don't know where they're at tonight. Check on them. Their show tomorrow may not be so hot. Maybe we can check on Rachel Maddow as well. I know CNN is falling apart at the seams. I think this feels a lot like 2016 to me. Some of these things are just falling in a way that it just feels really good. Again, I won't say anything that I'm fully confident yet. We got a long way to go. It's only 10:49 here on the East Coast. I was planning on being up and at it till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning tonight to see where we're at. But, I would do a wellness check on a lot of these folks. And I will say this, I don't mean to scare people, but it isn't over once it's over. So if they
Right.
call it for Trump, be ready for the argument to not certify the election. Be ready for these court cases to ramp up against him. I know he's got sentencing coming up on another one. Be ready for that type of crap really soon. And that's also what scares me, because that's going to drive a huge wedge in our country, and you're going to see a lot of destruction, I believe, from that.
Yeah, well, that's what I've been telling everyone. I mean, everyone's like, I just want Tuesday to come and go. I'm done with all the campaigning and the ads. It's like, you need a reality check. Like, this is the easy part, because the lawsuits are going to come up. The rhetoric is going to get amped up. They're going to do everything they can to not certify him and inaugurate him in January. They'll bring out the 14th Amendment on him. Like, it is just getting started. The lawfare and the violence that we're anticipating, like, this was the easy part, just getting to the election.
Remember who the real threat to democracy is. Always remember that. What they say is going on, they're the ones doing, right? When they say that Trump is a threat to democracy, well, that's what they're doing. They're doing it every day. You look at some of these issues with some of these threats that happened today in Georgia and other places, and then they go ahead and they blame it on Russia, right? It wasn't Russia. It was people in our own country, poll workers, for that matter.
Turns out.
Yeah, it turns out it wasn't Russia. I've heard that story before, and I think you guys have too. I tell you who's happy tonight, though. Joe Biden and Jill Biden are happy tonight. Dr. Jill is pumped up, I bet, and Joe Biden is too, because I think deep down they felt like this was stolen from them, and that they should have been the candidate, or he should have been the candidate, and they stole that right away from him, and that might play to a bad way for the Democrats, because I don't know that Joe Biden would have done better, but this woman is incompetent. You know it, I know it, and I think the country knows it, and I think that's where you're seeing some of these results in some of these counties. Poor turnout for her, or votes that would maybe go. I have a family that I know in Buffalo. They've picked on me about Trump for 8 years, and it's somebody I know very well. They've picked on me for 8 years, and the whole family voted Trump this election for the first time. And I've seen it and heard a lot that I was sending texts all day. I was getting texts all day. People I know in my inner circle that have never voted before or voted Joe in 2020 have voted Trump. That tells you a lot. And that's in my inner circle, who, again, are not all conservatives like us. There are a lot of them are Democrats, and they've went the other way because they've seen the incompetence, they've seen the economy, they've seen the border. she doesn't have much to run on, and she doesn't have much power in her 4 years.
Well, it's funny to say that because, Democrats, if you get past the Trump's Hitler thing, their policies have been really bad. And, who was it? Carville that years ago said it's the economy, stupid. Like when people can't afford food, you're going to lose the election. And what I always get a kick out of too is you pick the stupidest presidential candidate I think I've seen in my lifetime. I mean, we're talking Dan Quayle.
I don't think it's close. I think she is by far the dumbest candidate on all levels, locally, state level, presidential level. She is the dumbest candidate of all time.
Well, she's dumb and she's icky. People don't even like her. Like, you would not have her at your barbecue. You would be like, oh my God, leave me alone. And just everything about it's bad. So now you've been following Twitter and the scenarios more. Yeah. So with Georgia flipping, what does Trump need of the other swing states to flip to have it locked down?
Well, obviously North Carolina, which I don't know has been officially called yet. I think that's a big one. I think
it looks called.
It looks called. I think so too. But again, until I see it fully, and again,
right.
We saw this play out in 2020. So until I see an official call, I think you're going to have to get one of the two of Arizona or Nevada. I do think you got to go somewhere there. And then, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. I think, you got to start to do the numbers once some of these fall. What is Georgia 16? North Carolina 16? Is that right?
Yeah, I didn't know if you had seen the math run yet.
Yeah.
Now that they've called Georgia, I'll have to do that.
So, yeah, I mean, again, I want to win as many as you can. And I only say that because God only knows what's going to come down in the next few days. They'll start recounting or something will happen where they'll say there was an election issue or a voting issue or a ballot issue, or we got to recount this one or that one. Give me them all is what I would say. And then I don't have to stress out as much, but
you're allowed to question election results again. This just in.
Yeah. The Stacey Abrams of the world will be doing what they've done before, and the Hillary Clintons as well. I tweeted this real quick, Jason. I tweeted this a couple minutes ago, but maybe they shouldn't have tried to, impeach him. They did impeach him. Maybe they shouldn't have tried to indict him. Maybe they shouldn't have tried to arrest him, and maybe they shouldn't have tried to kill him. And I'll be the one to say it. You guys aren't saying it, I'm saying it. But those four things, and then on top of that, maybe they shouldn't have called him Hitler too. That's probably another one. But I think those things didn't bode well for them. I think when they arrested him and he had that mugshot, that changed, I think, the African American vote, because he became something that they could say they do it to him too. And I think that's a big deal and a big thing that people forget about. That was, I mean, you see what I see. These things, these photos of him getting arrested, the videos of him getting shot at, those things, the McDonald's thing, the garbage truck thing, those are such relatable things for so many people. And they're like, wait a minute, this guy's one of us. I can live with this guy. I want this guy. And I think they really miscalculated a lot of what they did to him over the last 4 to 8 years.
Yeah, I was going to say the fascinating thing when you guys are talking about, like, it's okay to question elections again. So, here's how the timeline's going to go, just so everybody's prepared, right? It's going to be, they're going to question the election results. It was going to be Russian interference or whatever for the next week or two. Then Trump is going to be sentenced. And that New York judge, I can't remember his sentencing date, but it's in the next few weeks. They're going to try to throw him in Rikers.
Yeah.
And then Democrats are going to say, well, you can't have a felon be the president because of the 14th Amendment, Section D or whatnot. And then they're going to try not to certify. And it's going to be interesting to see how we know what the Democrat elites are going to do. Like we've mapped this out. Like you were on board with Joe Biden won't be the nominee a year ago. Todd and I were talking, we did the podcast where we were speculating who it was going to be. And like, we were mapping this out. And so, the Democrat elites are going to go down this path. My question is the average Democrat voter, how is their brain going to process this? Like, we've been told these are the most safe and secure elections ever. Yep. We've been told the people, I can't even imagine.
No, again, that's where I think the destruction starts tomorrow if he wins tonight. I think, and I don't say that, and I hope it happens. I hope it does, and I hope we can move on from this and he can take his 4 years, and then we figure out what happens in 2028, whether it's a JD Vance or a Vivek Ramaswamy or who you name, Kit DeSantis, whoever it is. You guys and I know this party that claims they are the party of democracy are certainly not. So I don't know what it's going to look like. I agree with your assessment, Jason. I think they do try and put him in jail, and they try and play that card. I also fear for this man's life and his safety, because we know what happens to some of these people that just go to jail and miraculously cameras turn off and guards fall asleep and, things of that nature. We saw it with Epstein. I fear for the safety of Diddy as well, to be honest with you, because these people, there are so many secrets that we don't know. And there are so many things that just don't make a lot of sense. And I worry about the safety of this man. They've already tried to take him out numerous times. I wouldn't put it past him to do it again. He needs to bump up his Secret Service and his private security. I've said that for months. And I'll say this, guys, too. No matter what happens, I fear for the country, because we are on the precipice of something very, very bad. And I hope that it doesn't happen. I hope that we don't have to talk about the day he got shot at. That could have been a country changing moment. And I think it was in a good way in a sense. But if he was taken out that day, we have serious problems, because his base is so strong and passionate. The left is so strong and passionate. And again, I don't mean to throw the C word out there, but this is Civil War type stuff, in my opinion. That's not a scare tactic. That is what we're facing right now, and it scares me.
Hey, by the way, what happened in New York?
Yeah. Well, what happened in New York was New York City. We know that story. And it kills me with some of these big blue cities. Your schools are failing, crime at an all-time high. People are crapping in the streets, heroin needles all over the place. Yet they keep voting the same way. I don't really get it. I'll never really get it. I think we have a mental illness crisis. I think we have a stupidity crisis as well, if I could be honest. I think a lot of our country is not very bright. You have a lot of people on welfare, and they vote the way they vote, and they keep hearing that things will change. I mean, look at the lower to middle class here. Joe Biden said he was going to help them. He did everything but. Inflation, gas prices, food prices, interest rates. I own a business. It's a very, very expensive thing to buy a house right now. A house that you could buy 4 years ago at a 3% interest rate, now at a 6 to 7% interest rate, you're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars of interest over a 30-year term. That's not good for anybody, right? But people don't learn. They keep voting the same way. In New York, they voted Prop 1, which was essentially allowing women to compete with men, right? And they voted it through. I mean, you can't make this stuff up anymore. How many things do we need to see?
Wow.
Yeah.
Because I was just looking at the House race. Well, so I thought they'd be close after the Zeldin race, but Trump's going to lose by 12, 13 points.
Yeah.
And the House races, it looks like 3 seats are flipping back to Democrats.
Yep.
Wow.
New York is a lost cause, guys. I'm just going to tell you that it's California light or California, 2.0, whatever you want to call it. That's who they are.
But yeah, because I'm looking Syracuse, Brandon Williams looks like he's going to lose.
Yep.
And he's the incumbent. Mark Molinaro.
Yep.
I mean, some of these were new guys.
Yep.
Yeah, so you're losing 3 House seats back to the Democrats.
But I'll say this, guys. Here's the silver lining with New York. People are moving out of this state in droves, which means their electoral votes are going to continue to decrease, which is part of the reason why they want the illegals. What's that?
I'm going to fact check you, Mike. That's not happening because they're going to count all them millions of illegals they're bringing in.
Yes. But here's the problem you're going to run into, and this is where we say on our radio show all the time, it's a bankruptcy waiting to happen in this state. You're losing the high income earners and the actual taxpayers in our state. They're moving to Florida. I have a business that my 2 partners own property in Florida. My parents own a property in Florida. You're losing the I guess I'll call it the productive members of society here in New York. So at a certain point, you're not going to have any real taxpayer money in this state anymore. Now, certain people have to stay. They have their families here, their jobs here, whatever it may be. But with remote work, with people being able to do things anywhere they want to do things, where safety is one of the most important issues in this country right now, people are going to take that chance and leave places like New York. And most of these people are high income earners, which means the tax base goes down. At some point, New York's going to have to make a decision. Do we want to go bankrupt, or do we want to build the state the right way? And I think we're getting closer and closer to that, which Jason, where I'll say, I do think the electoral votes will go down at a certain point, or they stay the same and you have waste of space in the state. And that's not a good thing for New York. It's not a good thing for California. You have big businesses, you have Elon Musk, people like that leaving California, going to other states. It's not a good bet for these big blue states. And I think down the road, that's a good thing for us.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Well, Mike, thanks for hopping on. We appreciate it, man.
You got it, boys.
Anything else? Where can people follow you? Where can they give you a shout out?
Yeah, Twitter's my main thing. It's my I guess my nickname. So Mike, M-I-K-E, middle initial A, and then Sperazza, S-P-E-R-R-A-Z-Z-A on Twitter. That's where I do most of my stuff. All I can say to finish up is hopefully we get our results, say a quick prayer, and let's get this thing done tonight.
Man, that would be great. Hey, it was nice to meet you in person as far as we can be in person, Mike. Thanks for chatting with us tonight.
You got it, boys. Have a good night.
On the flip side.
All right, sounds good.
All right. What a show. We got all sorts of guests.
Mike Sperazza. He's a great follow on Twitter. He like he's way younger than me, but he has the ranting boomer thing down really well. He's funny too, because he so he had reached out to me a while ago, and he was an insurance dude in Buffalo, and he was doing some podcasting, and they were a bunch of conservatives, and he was trying to build a brand and whatnot. So I did digital marketing. I kind of connected him with some people, and his stuff just took off. And it was funny. Carrie Lake was interviewed by him, and he was at an event with Carrie Lake, and he's had her on his podcast like 3 or 4 times. That's why I'm like, when you had mentioned the Carrie Lake thing, I'm like, I should get Mike on to see if he knows what that. I'm looking at this Carrie Lake number. This is just jumping off the page at me. I mean, so you have, what are we at? In Arizona, Trump's at 900,000, 904. Kamala's at 901. But in the Senate, it's Carrie Lake 826. So like 70,000 Arizonans voted for Trump but wouldn't vote for Carrie Lake.
Make it make sense. Well, here's another interesting one. It's kind of the opposite in Pennsylvania, Jason. Dave McCormick running against the Democrat incumbent Bob Casey, up by 1.4. I'd have to go back to the presidential numbers here.
Trump's up almost 2.
Oh, you know what? I misremembered. Yeah, it is the same thing. They'll vote for Trump, but not the senator.
Well, no, it's about the same percent. So 2.2 million for
He's
Trump.
up by over 3
and
for the
McCormick,
president.
2.3 million. So actually more people have voted for McCormick. Or no, Trump's 2.4 to 2.3. So about 100,000 less.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at the raw percent too. Trump's up by 3, but McCormick's only up by 1.5.
And man, there have not been many surprises yet.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
Virginia's looking like it makes more sense. Kamala's up by 2.3% now. Boy, that's way closer.
Yeah, Virginia was. What did they get in 2020?
I don't know. I think Mike said it. Well, you're looking it up. I think it was like 10.
It was 10% 4 years ago.
God, some of these. Pennsylvania. Can you get your shit together, Pennsylvania? You've only got 68% counted.
Florida is done. Isn't it interesting? The ones that counted fast also went like 14%. And then we got a nail biter that's taken a long time. No matter.
Yeah, and it's so funny too when you look at this map, because it's like the whole country's red, but like 4 big states. And we got to put up with all their idiotic nonsense.
It's weird how the swing states take the longest to count.
Oh man, Ed Krasenstein. It's becoming more evident that Trump will win. America spoke. I may not like, but that's what America is all about. Democracy is what's important. Let's hope we can unify as a nation. Oh, and Real Mac, is reporting that they're saying the Kamala campaign is preparing a concession speech.
Whoa. Did Krassenstein really write that?
Yeah, Brian just said, I said at the start of the election, I'll say it again now, even as Harris's chances appear to have dimmed, I fully respect the outcome of the election. I will wholeheartedly recognize the winner as my president, and I will sincerely hope for this country to succeed no matter who is at the helm. It's a shame this commitment didn't come from the other side in 2020.
Yeah, save me the bigger man stuff. But, he said half that is true. Like, yeah, we should come together. Jason, Ohio just flipped the Senate seat. Bernie Moreno unseating Sherrod Brown.
Oh, my gosh. Jeez, that's awesome. Boy, these house races are wild, too. I was looking in New York because that was the only reason that the House was as big a spread as it was. So if you click on New York in that map, well, I'm actually on the Daily Wire one. It's working again now. Like 3 or 4 of those states flip back.
Man, what is New York and Minnesota? What is wrong with these blue states? Yeah, and these races aren't even close.
Right. Well, and in the midterms, they all went really strong. They went really strong Republican.
Right.
And that was part of why the Republicans took over the House was New York State.
Right.
And I really thought Trump had a chance in New York. I didn't think he'd win, but I thought it would end up being like Virginia, where it was. I mean, Virginia's. And what did you say Virginia was in 2020?
It was 10 points for Biden. Virginia.
Yeah, now it's 2 points for Harris.
But Zeldin lost by what, like 2 points? And wasn't he endorsed by Trump? So it's not like this is right.
Yeah.
Not new to these Trump. Yeah, I just don't get the New York House seats flipping, not getting the same margins that Zeldin had. Like, that is so weird to me after everything that these people have been through.
Right. And maybe it's just that enough conservatives left New York. I mean, you're left with illegals and Democrats, and the illegals can't vote.
I wonder if you can look at, I'm going to see if we can look at these numbers. It's lost more than 630,000 residents since the pandemic.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I got to look to see if Vindman won.
Oh, God.
Where's he running again? At Virginia?
Virginia? Yeah, Mark Robinson got thrashed. They called that one.
Oh, man. Vindman looks like he's going to win. 95% in. He's up by 2 points.
Well, that'll be a fun showdown when Trump's back in the White House.
Oh, my God. Vindman.
Jason, here's something fascinating on the map.
Vermont. And Chip won in the Senate, but yeah,
Vermont
knew.
Took Bernie Sanders back to the Senate, and then they re-elected Republican Phil Scott. Vermont is weird. New Hampshire, even though they rejected Trump, it looks like they're going to get Republican Kelly Ayotte in the governor's mansion. Folks, Republican down ballot. Why can't we figure this out?
Right. Yeah, boy, in the early returns, Wisconsin Senate, Tammy Baldwin's losing.
Yeah.
Like, that could be interesting.
60% of the vote in. She's down by 0.4, I got on CNN. Michigan, the Senate vote, up by 1.5. Minnesota's only at 13% still. Oh, look at this, though. Deb Fischer, the Republican incumbent, has made a comeback. It's 50-50.
In which one? Is that the...
That was our Nebraska race that we knew nothing about.
Oh, the Nebraska race. Do we have any Nebraska fans in the audience? My wife's looking at me like she's ready to go to bed.
Boy, the counting has slowed down.
Yeah.
All right, but look at this. Donald Trump still has 52.2% of the popular vote, 52 million votes in.
Oh, that's crazy. Looks like Rumble count's going down. Oh, there's Fally.
Fally! What's the
Just-
word? Well, there's the map, Fally.
Fally, for goodness sake, we've been on here for 3 hours and 54 minutes and you just show up? Seriously, what's going on?
And you're in
No,
New
it's
York.
looking like Trump's going to win, Fally.
That is
Although,
the word.
Todd, you might want to check the Rumble feed. Like, the count just went weird on it.
I mean, 4 hours of you and me yammering on.
No, but it just went from like 40 people to 1. Oh, there it's back up to 17.
Yeah, no.
Hey, can you hold down the fort for a few minutes while I go?
I have some videos that I've been wanting to play for a while. So you go do what you need to do, Jason. I'm going to pop up a few videos from earlier today here just to show Libs melting down.
Sounds good. Now, Fally, you got to do me one favor though. If you look back in the chat, we got Todd's Twitter handle. So I want you to go on there. Got to get a Twitter account. Got to follow Todd. Sorry, you can follow me too. We're really funny, and we're gonna get you an American Tribune either hat or coffee cup. So you need to message Todd your information. Like this was a super fun video thing for us. Oh, actually, Rumble's back up. We're still at 40 people live. I know that's not Penny Johnson, 20,000 people, but god dang, that's fun. So, Fally, we want to. Oh, you're at church praying. Looks like it's working. All right, I got to take my dogs out with the wife. I'll be back in a few.
All right, and we just got to play some clips here. I want to go to CNN. I want to go to MSNBC. I want to see how those people are reacting right now. Hey, we got the original Lou.
I was going to say before we go out, so this is Lou, the freedom dog, folks. She is my little girl, but she loves her daddy. So if I don't take her out, it'll be hard. All right, I'll be back in a few.
All right, I'm just going to pull up a clip here. We have got the Kamala campaign. Silence says it all in this case. Take a look at this. Again, we're going to their live coverage to see their reaction to the latest news. Donald Trump ahead in the popular vote. Donald Trump ahead in many key swing states. Here we go.
What are they telling you?
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters.
Here. These people don't know what to say. The news is grim. It's looking awful. They just got filler at this point because they're holding back the tears, those liberal tears. It's going to taste so sweet when Donald Trump wins. Here she goes.
And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Looking for a bright spot in the map. You know what, Harris campaign? Keep looking. The Trump train is not slowing down.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa.
Yeah, Virginia, Iowa. Let's talk about that. Then we have more videos to get to. Virginia, we were talking about this earlier, carried Joe Biden by 10 points just 4 years ago. It was 54-44, Biden over Trump. Virginia was called for Harris, or it's getting close to being called now, winning just by 2 points. Again, an 8-point difference in 4 years, kind of a bellwether marker right there. They talk about Iowa. Who saw the news a couple days ago where we thought Iowa was going to be +3 Kamala Harris? If we're looking at the final tally there, Donald Trump won by 15 points in Iowa. 15 points. That is an 18-point swing over what they were saying just a few days ago. And Jason was mentioning earlier, the AP had Florida as a swing state. I'm pulling up the 98% count in right now, winning by 13%. Florida swing state, Trump up 13. Iowa, Harris +3. Turns out she lost by 15. It is brutal out there with some of their news and all the early reporting right now. Pennsylvania, Trump up. Wisconsin, Trump up. Minnesota, Trump up with just a little percentage reporting. Arizona's got it right now. North Carolina, Georgia. Georgia's at 90%. Trump is still up by almost 3. North Carolina, 87% of the vote counted. Trump up by 3 again. Let's tune in, though, to Mark Cuban / Rachel Maddow. That was CNN reporting on the silence from the Harris campaign. And boy, Rachel Maddow, she was talking earlier about what they would want to do if Trump loses.
Even if Trump doesn't win, the Defense Department and NASA are going to need a new arrangement for all their rockets and for all the multi-billion-dollar contracts Elon Musk's companies have with the U.S. government. The U.S. government is going to have to either, unwind from all of those contracts, or Elon Musk's companies are going to have to unwind from him. This is an untenable reality in national security terms, now that we know what we know about Elon Musk.
No big deal. That's all that's at stake tonight. If Donald Trump loses, the government's going to act out retribution and vengeance against its political opponents. I feel like I've heard that before, folks. Isn't Donald Trump going to do that to his political opponents? Or is Rachel Maddow openly supporting the Harris regime going after Elon simply for choosing a different political party? You got out of line, Elon, so we're going to take away all your government contracts, but we wouldn't weaponize the government against American citizens for having different opinions. We're the government for all people. That's what I was reliably told. Let's check in, though. Let's check in here.
Turn now to Cecilia Vega, because Cecilia, I know you did some reporting in Pennsylvania. What are we learning about what may be happening in the Keystone State?
Yeah, we're just back from a reporting trip there. Look, this is the holy grail. Margaret said it at the top of the show with its 19 electoral college votes. And I think, Nora, to understand the significance of Pennsylvania, all you got to do is look back to the final day of campaigning. Both candidates there, Donald Trump telling everybody, if we win Pennsylvania, we'll win this whole ball of wax. Kamala Harris ending her final rally on the steps of the famous Rocky Steps there. But look, Al Schmidt, the Secretary of State, told me we are probably not.
I've never been to Philadelphia. Are they actually called the Rocky Steps? Is there a better name for that? Like, are they at a museum? I don't know the name of the museum. Is it Natural History Museum? But does anyone call them the Rocky Steps, or is she just like out of words to say? But yeah, Pennsylvania is really important right now. Let us pull up the map. Possibly. Where we stand right now, Pennsylvania's got 76% of the vote in. Donald Trump up again by over 3, looks like 3.2%. It's worth saying, I don't know how many times we have to say it, I'm hovering over Florida right now. They've got 98% of the vote counted. Nearly every single ballot counted. They closed polls, 4 hours ago? And they counted every single ballot. How is it that you have, and I'm going to ask rhetorically because we have a smart audience, Pennsylvania is only at 76%. North Carolina's at 87. Georgia's at 90. They're getting closer. Why is it that is these swing states that take the longest to count? Can anyone actually explain that without using the word cheating in their response? I'm open to ideas here, but it just defies logic. And I understand every state does things differently. Some states have these machines or that electronic system, or I don't think anybody hand counts. So they all have machines. How come we don't all say, Florida figured it out? Why don't we adopt the Florida system? Florida can count all their ballots without question. No one is disputing the results there. Kamala Harris hasn't said, well, I think I only lost by 10 because it at least helps me in the popular vote. And then we can keep pushing this stupid narrative about the National Popular Vote Compact that would seek to undo the Electoral College. Nobody else is saying, though, that we should be like Florida when it comes to voting. We want to have slow trickle-in ballots from Pennsylvania where that matters. Wisconsin got off to a hot start. Now they're stalling at 64%. Again, Georgia's at 90%. I think we had Georgia called. Why isn't CNN calling Georgia? Virginia, North Carolina, still trickling in. Like, why are we not at 99% for all these counts? The East Coast should be done and decided. The Midwest, the polls closed here 2.5 hours ago. When I went to vote, let me know if your experience was any different voting. I took my ballot. I was there for maybe 2 minutes because I went Republican, Republican, Republican. I scanned my own ballot in a machine. And maybe this is Minnesota. Maybe this is my precinct. You don't hand your ballot over to anybody, though. Like, as far as I understand, every single voter in America takes their little ballot, shoves it into the machine, and you get a check mark on the computer screen that your ballot was presumably counted and tallied. And then I go home. It took me longer to drive to the polling station one direction than it did actually to vote, tally, walk out, get my sticker. If it's all on the computer, here I am in my polling precinct. Ballots all go in from the people that go there. And I have an immediate count on my computer. And when the polls close at 8 o'clock, I hit send to the Secretary of State in Minnesota, and he should be able to run an Excel spreadsheet immediately with all the precincts reporting. Now, if you have a ballot that didn't get counted, maybe someone didn't circle in the little circle, Maybe somebody ripped their ballot by accident, so you got to hand count a few. I understand that. But then ask yourself, why is it only swing states that seem to be encountering these difficulties? Yeah, Fally, thanks for following along with that rant. It's awful quiet. They're losing their... Yep, they sure are losing right now. Not a lot of joy in the Harris campaign. And yeah, certainly, Fally, because they want to wait to drop all those ballots off in the middle of the night. Like, that's the only conclusion I can come to. We've gone on so many rants about voting, but unless you want voter ID laws, at the bare minimum, if we're going to vote in this country, then we need to have everyone available to vote. If you're not advocating for voter ID, you're advocating for voter fraud. Change my mind on that one. And if you're not advocating for quick ballot counting, then you're advocating for the possibility of fraud as well. I see no other way around this. Yeah, Paul writes, thanks for staying with us, Paul. Thanks for commenting on Rumble. I agree. I worked as a head judge. Good for you. Thank you for being a head judge. I actually saw a neighbor at my polling place today. He asked my other neighbor who had a Trump sign and a Royce White sign, and he's got every conservative MAGA sign in his yard, the Trump flag blown in the wind. He asked that neighbor to take the sign down because they're friends. They didn't want politics to get in the way. My neighbor was like, forget that. I'm keeping the Trump signs up. But this guy, Democrat voter, still at the precinct, still monitoring the polls. I said, thank you for doing this. We got to have people like there. But Paul worked as a head judge at the polling center in Andover. Each ballot is fed in by the voters. So that was my question. Jason, I hope it went well. I was asking if voting is all the same. You take your ballot, you shove it in the machine. The machine counts it immediately because I get the little check mark on the screen. At 8 o'clock in Minnesota, they should be hitting send, and the Secretary of State should be getting a spreadsheet. So I asked the question, if the reporting doesn't come in immediately, why is that? Just like, why don't they want voter IDs when you go to elect somebody or vote for somebody? Well, I think we come to the same conclusion.
Yeah, this is looking too big to rig. Oh my gosh, Dee Dee. Hi, Lou. Lou the Freedom Dog. Yeah, so a little personal information. Like, we usually go to bed at like 9. My wife and I are old. And Lou the Freedom Dog won't go out unless I take her because she's like, I got to stay with my dad. It's spectacular. Oh, and we got to find a way for Fally to get you a note. Did you solve that problem? We got to get Fally
I think
ahead.
so focused on ranting that we'll
figure it out, Fally.
We'll figure it out, Fally. We'll get you. And Fally, you got choices. I have the American Tribune mug. Jason has the American Tribune hat somewhere. You're rocking like 4 different hats tonight.
Oh, yeah. Giddy up. We'll hook you up. Yeah, while I was outside, I was looking at the Kamala HQ on Twitter. Haven't posted for like 4 hours.
Yeah, we just played a clip when you were gone, Jason. The CNN anchor is fumbling over words trying to figure out, like, well, we haven't heard a lot from the Harris campaign lately. So that would seem to match up there. Paul, since you're with us still, I got a question. So you batch out the machine and your physical ballots have to match. The machine says you got 100 ballots in there. Are you hand counting 100 ballots then to make sure that those numbers line up? I guess it makes sense to me to verify. I mean, I'm all about hand counting, but how is it that Florida hand counts so much faster still? No one, the regime, the establishment will never answer that question. Why is it that swing states just take longer to count?
Yeah. Oh my God, this is just spectacular. And the Stissons, Harry Stisson is still saying there's a chance. And it was funny, my wife, she's more black-pilled than me. She's like, they're going to find a way to steal it from him. I'm like, don't say that, honey. Don't say that.
Don't do that to me. Well, you want to see Jessica Tarlov being really sad?
Oh, yeah.
It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at.
I just want to say it is absolutely in a Democrat voter's nature to be anxious. These people are so unwell. Like, you've seen the stats, single old white women, like the most prolific group to be on like SSRIs. Like, these people are absolutely anxious. I'm glad she called it out, and not in a good way. She's like, yeah, we're just anxious. Like, no, that is a bad thing. You should be embarrassed about that.
Peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about, message to, and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall, blue wall. And this morning we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map, but it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route. It is.
The liberal tears, they taste so good.
Oh, this is crazy. Yeah, I got to look at like Trump's path to win now.
I know, I've been looking for those maps too.
Right. If Donald Trump holds Georgia and North Carolina, Harris can't lose Pennsylvania. If he holds those leads, those are healthy leads. Oh my gosh.
And why does Nevada have 0%?
Right. Donald Trump is 46 and 270. So let's see here. 270 minus 246. Yeah, 24 electoral college votes. Oh, man. Yeah, it all comes down to those swing states. Like nothing flipped.
Nothing. Well, he's flipping them right now, but yeah, no other outliers. It's just the same swing states as 2020.
Right. Oh, this is wild. Yeah, Wisconsin's looking okay for Trump. Michigan only 37% in, and it's a coin toss. Arizona.
But he's demolishing her
50.
in the popular vote. He's got 51.6, and she's only sitting at 46.9.
Oh, that is crazy. God, how does it come down to all the swing states, you know?
I don't get it. How does it come down to anything at all? How are we not all voting for Donald Trump? Like Mike Speranza, our fantastic guest, a fantastic follow on Twitter, said it so well. Like yeah, you might be low IQ. You're certainly brainwashed. One thing I wanted to jump in there with Mike is that you can be all these things if you're a Democrat voter, but he didn't mention brainwash, and you've got to mention that in the conversation. Like, how are you voting for this candidate? This candidate is not relatable. She's not intelligent. She's not charismatic. She has awful positions. Like, there are 0 reasons to vote for Kamala Harris, but half this country, like, I think we shared the Scott Adams tweet earlier. It's coming down to like who believes the news and who doesn't believe the news.
Right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I got to find the path to victory.
All right, Paul Reese staying optimistic. Minnesota's going for Trump right as that CNN map updated from pink to blue. But you know what? And suddenly 47% is. Yeah, they did a massive dump just now. They were at like 16% a second ago. But lots of votes for Kamala. Let's see where those are coming from.
Oh,
right,
Lauren Boebert looks like one. God love Lauren Boebert.
She had a new district, right?
Yeah, she went to a new district. Yeah, Michigan, too close to call. Oh, man, they are totally going to try to steal it from Trump. Iowa. Yeah, Iowa's 12 points. That pollster should never be listened to again.
That's just embarrassing.
Yeah, Moreno did win. Iowa.
So here's where it gets interesting in Minnesota. We live in Minnesota. We're going to talk about it. But Minneapolis and St. Paul, in the 2 largest counties in the state, they are already at 94 and 93% in Hennepin and Ramsey County. So all of those blue votes in the 2 largest counties in the state are basically done counting.
Oh, my God. What if Minnesota is what gives Trump the win?
Because look at all these rural counties that haven't reported a single vote yet. And Trump is going like 60 or 70% in all of them.
Oh, what if Minnesota delivers the election to Trump? That's why we can call it. That's why we can take these other states off the map, Because I don't know about you, but I don't want to wait 5 days for them to keep counting the stupid votes in Pennsylvania. That's horrible.
Yeah, here's Cindy. Suburban women voting for a woman. Crazy people. I don't know if that's a troll or not, but to me, that sounds stupid. Why are you voting for anybody based on an immutable characteristic? So, Cindy, I don't know what side you're coming from on this one, or if you're well, of course it makes sense for them to vote for a woman. They're a woman. So I assume you're watching our show and you're with us on that one, but it is absolutely crazy that you've got suburban women out there doing their thing because they want to be able to, and they want their kids to be able to terminate a pregnancy at some point in their lives. Cindy, Trump all the way. There we go.
There you go. It's funny. One of the shows wife and I were watching last night is Daily Wire, and Tim Pool did kind of a joint podcast. And I mean, we're going to offend the women right now, so I apologize in advance, ladies. But Jeremy Boring was talking about, at some point America, part of the woman president thing is how are you going to have a woman president, especially one as unimpressive as Kamala Harris, sit down with all these chauvinist world leaders and try to command their respect, like Xi Jinping or Putin or any country in the Middle East. And it's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? Like Putin is not going to respect Kamala Harris. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. Oh my gosh. 77%. Yeah, I just got to find the electoral college count to see what Trump's path is.
Well, here's a tweet. I haven't done the math, but it says all Kamala Harris needs to win is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nebraska's 2nd district, and that gets her to 270.
Whoa.
Right
Chris
now,
Murphy won.
So 80% in Pennsylvania, Trump up by almost 3.5. North Carolina, Trump up by 3.5. Georgia, Trump up by just under 3. Michigan, Trump up by almost 4 with 37%, and Trump up by 3 right now in Wisconsin with 69% reporting.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, you had the big Harris dump in Minnesota, it looks like. But did you say that was all the cities had reported?
That was Hennepin and Ramsey. They're at 94, 93% now.
Oh, yeah. Carver, which is kind of red, and Scott, which is kind of red, I think. I'd have to look back at their voting records.
Arizona, though, I have been keeping an eye on them. They have stopped at 51% for the longest. So that says updated half an hour ago. Arizona has not moved the needle, at least on CNN, in half an hour.
Jeez. We're going to be up till 3 a.m, Todd.
Ooh, I don't know about that. Well, here we are in Fox News at 50% in. Fox has Trump up by 0.13% with again, half the vote in.
Oh, God, could it be Minnesota that delivers the election for Trump? That would be so awesome. Geraldo Rivera just tweets, what happens now? The dream of our first woman president of color is shattered. Does the future President Trump seek retribution and revenge upon the enemy within? As he has vowed, will families be ripped apart by mass deportations? Does Ukraine get abandoned? Does NATO? Yes, Geraldo. Ukraine gets abandoned. Trump calls Putin and says, just stop where you are. Keep what you have. Let's be done. NATO has to pay their own way. And Trump will direct the Department of Justice to go after people on the other side that committed the same crimes you locked us up for. So how many times have people disobeyed House subpoenas that Steve Bannon just got out of jail for? Yeah. any Democrat that did that, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, you know what? You can't play nice when the other side has zero rules and zero principles, and they will do whatever they can to take power and retain power. You can't seek compromise with them. You can't try to find some middle ground. It is kill or be killed, basically.
Well, and I don't even think that it's retribution.
No, I'm not even saying retribution. I'm just saying these are the rules they established.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to say Steve Bannon gets thrown in jail for defying a subpoena, then everybody on the left gets thrown in jail for the same thing. You know, it's like Douglas Mackey or whatever his name is, who got thrown in jail for the meme when he said, if you want to vote for Hillary, text this number. And then you've got Jimmy Kimmel telling Trump supporters to vote 2 days after the election. Jimmy Kimmel should go to jail. Like, these are the rules. You made them. We're just living by them. And yeah, Trump with the enemy within. No, it's just time to treat them the same that they're treating us.
Yeah, and I got to say, Jason, yeah, I mean, not our rules, but if that's the game, that's how we're going to play it now. I am just looking through Twitter with all of the numbers of Harris. Like, this shouldn't even be a close election. It talks about how looks like Kamala Harris will not win the south end of Dearborn, an area 90% Muslim that Biden won with 88% of the vote 4 years ago. And this other tweet says with 95% of the precincts reporting, Kamala is polling at 68% of the vote in New York City. And if that holds, that's the worst performance for a Democrat presidential candidate in the city since 1988. These numbers are horrible across the board for her.
Oh, yeah. Although Dustin Grage just said he knows Minnesota politics as well as anybody. He just said it looks like Trump won't pull out Minnesota. He said the Hennepin County drop, Trump needed at least 35%, and he's only at 27. So he is pessimistic, and nobody knows Minnesota politics better than him. Oh, man. And drill into that Minnesota map. Just show people how stupid this is. So if you look, there are just, in Minneapolis, there's 2 counties, Anoka and Hennepin, and like they determine the entire state. So the whole state's red. Where Todd and I live, red. And it's just that those couple stupid counties. Because I'm in Anoka County.
Well,
Anoka County is
County.
60% or 57% Trump, 43 Harris.
Ooh, I live in a 6631. Where do you live?
I live in Anoka, so 57-43. God, Rochester's dumb too. 60-40.
So in Minnesota, it's Duluth, Rochester, St. Paul, Minneapolis.
It's really kind of a microcosm of the whole nation, where it's, just these big cities. So, yeah, so we're still sitting where Kamala does have a path to victory. I mean, it's not a great path.
As you would like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 81% being counted in Pennsylvania. Trump, so there, another drop. So now they're up to 82%. Trump's up 200,000 votes. Oof,
it seems like a lot of votes over from what do I know? Oh, look at this. Nevada's got 2% in. Here we go, Nevada.
Giddy up, Nevada. Well, yeah, Nevada, it's just going to come down to Clark County.
Yep. Lots of rumors
Clark
about
County
Clark
has reported
County.
0 votes.
Michigan, slow to count. Wisconsin's getting up to 70%. All right. How long does it take for Pennsylvania? That's my bedtime. Calling Pennsylvania.
Oh, I don't think Pennsylvania will be called tonight.
I don't think so either. That's what I'm worried about. I might be up all night.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like Trump's losing out on New Mexico. Let's check out that Senate race in Montana, though. So we got Bernie Moreno to flip Ohio, and it looks like, Tim Sheehy challenging John Tester. That's off to a good start. And McCormick has a 2-point lead, trying to flip the seat. Mike Rogers has a 2-point lead in Michigan. Do you pronounce his name Hovde? Hovde?
I don't know. Boy, yeah, McCormick. That could be a interesting one too. Because Pennsylvania, who knows how long they'll be counting. God, and I can't believe Carrie Lake. It's looking rough for her.
Same when she ran for governor. I'm just kind of, McCain Republican, but I don't know if that explains all of it still. Like, what is happening to Arizona? If Trump carries Arizona, for the life of me again, why aren't you voting down ballot? If you recognize you need Trump in the White House, you need Trump's team in Washington, D.C. with him.
Right. Jeez. I still get a kick out of some of those things too, like the Iowa one. Like it wasn't even close. House races. What are we at for? Yeah, House. Oh God, Republicans are down to just a net pickup of 1.
Man.
Yeah. I mean, Senate's looking pretty good.
They have the Senate now, right? If every other race just holds.
Yeah, if this holds. An AOC one. What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? Well, get some clicks on her, I guess.
Yeah, we'll take some AOC stories.
Ted Cruz, not even close. 54-44.
Oh, that is crazy.
Man, they always do that with Texas, though. With Beto, every time Cruz runs, they're like, this is the year. Abbott's going to be dethroned as governor by Beto again, who just loses every race he's in.
Right. I wonder what Beto's doing nowadays. Anybody heard?
Beto O'Rourke. What's he up to?
Oh, Falley, North Carolina just called for Trump.
North Carolina, they called?
Yeah.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah, Falley and Paul, they're nailing it. It's Twin Cities, Rochester, Minnesota, Big Pharma. Oh, they called North Carolina. Oh, this is exciting. One of these times we're going to work out too, where we can bring some of the audience on. Todd and I were joking about that. Like, do we try it this time? We just got to make sure nobody says worse things than I do.
That might be a Rumble only. You got to be on Rumble if you want to come on the podcast.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we can't have anybody say, Paul's going to break out some QAnon stuff. And I'll be like, Paul, don't say that on here. Facebook will nuke us. Boy, the popular vote's still interesting. 56 billion for Trump, 52 for Harris. I'm back on the Daily Wire map.
Where are you looking?
I'm on the Daily Wire map. Yeah, if you look at, I guess, on the CNN map, it's got 59 million to 55 million. It's funny how these all update at different times, too.
Again, I have so many questions about reporting elections.
Right.
Seems like Beto kind of disappeared after he lost again.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they say the outstanding Georgia votes are in person from Metro Atlanta and absentee from the Savannah area. The Harris campaign chair says the results won't be known for hours and the blue wall still in reach. Milwaukee's finished counting 75% of all absentee ballots. Oh, Georgia's Fulton County close to having all votes reported.
Yeah, they're getting there. Augusta, checking out the bigger cities.
Oh, this is so exciting.
Yeah, I don't. Are there enough votes left in Georgia? Everyone's at over 90.
Okay, and Fally and Paul are just having way too much fun. Paul, I've done several shows with On the Fringe one Saturday a month. And I'm just saying, Paul, on some of our platforms, you got to behave. And Fally, that might be rough. I can sound like a truck driver when needed. LOL. So can we all. That was, I don't know if, did you ever watch JD Vance when he was on Joe Rogan?
I watched clips. I didn't sit down for the whole thing. My wife listened to it. You said your wife was more black-pilled than you are. Mine definitely is. She listened to all Trump Rogan, all Vance Rogan, all Elon Rogan, listens to Candace all the time. Like, she is plugged in.
Yeah, it was fascinating because like they start talking and they were sharing stories of kids. And JD Vance, like he grew up kind of like me, like trailer trash. I mean, poor white trash. And his mom was a druggie and he was raised by his grandma. Really a great story in the grand scheme of things. And he's like, that's the one thing is my language is really bad, so I swear a lot. And they were telling stories about how, and like you got young kids, like you'll say shit, and all of a sudden your kid will say shit, and then like you're like, oh God, I'm such a bad parent.
Ooh, Jack Poso. Word out of East Wing is that Jill wrote in Joe Biden, her White House official.
I had tweeted that earlier. I had shared the picture. Jill Biden was wearing red to the polls.
Yep.
And I'm like, that doesn't happen on accident. And I'm like, I wonder if she wrote in Trump. Oh my God, here you go. Here you go. Keith Olbermann. All caps. Russia has committed an act of war against this nation in its presidential election. Dozens of bomb threats against polling places yesterday is terrorism. However, we retaliated, establish a toll-free tip line. Get the Wednesday countdown. So Keith Olbermann, they're going to go Russia, Russia, Russia. Interesting.
These people are so unwell. All caps, too. He couldn't just type it out.
Right. Oh, man. CNN's just conceding that Trump is outperforming 2020 while Kamala is underperforming Joe's 2020. Generally speaking, he's overperforming. She's underperforming. What a narrow edge for Biden, a narrow defeat for Harris. Oh. Think of that. Think if you're Kamala Harris, they ran Joe Biden the vegetable, and you get less votes than him as the black woman. Like, and black woman, I hate to say it, in today's culture is going to get you some votes, right? Like, people are going to be like, oh, I want to support the black woman. Like Barack Obama, the first time he ran, he got a bunch of votes because he was the black guy. And people were ready for that. But just think the corpse of Joe Biden was running better. Oh, my gosh.
Greg Gutfeld has a great tweet that we can't share on Facebook, probably.
Disheartened CNN admits that the Harris campaign message telling wives to lie to their husbands about how they voted seems to have not worked very well in Wisconsin.
I wonder why.
Oh, yeah. Shocking. Oh, yeah. Colin Rugg. His Bitcoin tweets. God love him.
Yeah. Bitcoin was up to 60 or 74 the last time I checked. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to look.
All right.
All right. Bitcoin.
Paul, I see your message and I agree with you, but I'm not going to show that on Facebook.
Yeah. 74,000 is Bitcoin. Oh, yeah, Paul, we can't say that. See, Paul, that's why we got to be careful when we have you on the show. It's funny because internally we talk about like what platforms we're going to stream the podcast on. And Will, who was on earlier, he's the lawyer, right? So he's the most timid. Yeah, and it's like we really try to behave on the Facebook part and the YouTube part, but when we get to Rumble, it's all hell breaks loose.
Well, Jason, this is not important, but there is a tweet with over 3 million views that Sydney Sweeney voted for Trump, apparently.
Really?
Unverified. Cannot verify this, but it's a picture of her, and so it got a lot of views.
Right. And Brian Wolf, JD is real people. We love him here in Ohio. Yeah, it's one of the remarkable things. Like when they first announced JD was a candidate, and I knew a bit about him with Hillbilly Elegy, and I liked his run for Senate, and I like Vivek. I don't know. You'll have to let me know. You probably know him better than we do, being from Ohio. I don't like his big pharma stuff, but both Vivek and JD I was huge fans of. But over this campaign, JD was just such a great choice. He seems like a good guy. And if we had a fair media, they would be touting JD Vance as like a true American hero. So here you have a mom in the Rust Belt with drug problems, raised by grandma, who, other than talking like a truck driver, sounds like a very devoted family woman. Somehow he makes it out of that hellhole. Like every reason in life, JD Vance had to be a nothing, right? Just another guy who's a mechanic or whatever, who's hooked on opioids. And it turned out JD Vance went to the military and served, went to Yale, got his law degree. I mean, like, huge American success story. You got crazy Tim Walz and Kamala Harris talking about, I was raised in the middle class. JD Vance, every parent out there, if your kid turned out like JD Vance, you would be thrilled. You would be absolutely thrilled. So, yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, if they win, Jason, Donald Trump, very humanized after everything he went through, the mugshot, the assassination attempts, McDonald's, the garbage truck, JD Vance getting the platforms on podcasts to just speak and be a person. Trump and Vance are so much more relatable. They are just genuine, authentic people. What they say is what they mean, and that's what you get. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they are just frauds. We don't know what they stand for. We don't know what they believe in. We're pretty sure they don't like us. Like, you could not have more contrast, not with just political philosophy, but just like the relatability aspect of those as people.
Oh my God, some of these videos. I might have to have you grab this one and try to throw this one up. This is just funny. I'll drop it in the private. CNN is trying to figure out about working class voters and why they love Trump. I mean, seriously, your elite politicals can't understand. Are you kidding me?
It seems, I'll have to watch it. It seems like they're actually like trying to figure this out too.
All working class voters are members of unions, right? And so there's a huge portion that correct. And I think that gets overlooked. And while we can all say, but Donald Trump does absolutely nothing for them, that's true from a policy perspective. But they look around and somehow still they feel connected with his personality. They like the way he speaks. And he speaks to them and says, you are forgotten. You know what Joe Biden did? He forgave student loan debt for college educated people who have all sorts of job opportunities. You continue to be forgotten. And so while they haven't found any policy solutions for him, and I can go through everything that Joe Biden has done from beyond what he's done with unions. We can talk about the Inflation Reduction Act. We can talk about infrastructure plans. We can talk about all the training programs in many of those rural communities, whether it's Georgia and Pennsylvania, but many of them aren't underway yet, and it takes time, right?
How long have we been saying this? Why Donald Trump appeals to us?
Right. I mean, you forgive student loans, which is the upper class liberals that get money, and the plumber and the HVAC guy and the mover, they're the ones who pay that bill. And you're wondering why the working class didn't turn out for you. Oh,
Fox
I don't even understand. And the Mulberry Fox said we took the Senate. It looks like it. USA.
Fox
USA.
And that's not even including Montana. That's not even including Pennsylvania's race. We got some other seats to pick up still.
Yeah, this is pretty exciting. God, I'm trying to figure out what the path needs to be, what they need to call for Trump to have that like wrapped up and done.
Well, we're at 232. Pennsylvania is 19, so that's 251. Georgia.
Yeah, but see,
looks
I
like
don't think they can call Pennsylvania tonight.
Well, they won't call it. So let's go down other states. So 248 with Georgia, 263 with Michigan, and then he just needs either Wisconsin or Arizona.
Yeah, so he needs Wisconsin or Arizona to report tonight. And I mean, Wisconsin's getting close. 85% in on the Daily Wire one.
Yeah, CNN and Fox have 75%. Well, if he does, yeah, this isn't enough. He could do Georgia, Wisconsin, Arizona, and I think that's 269.
Right. And then we're set for the 269 tie.
Oh, well, Alaska still. Alaska gets him 3 more.
Does he win Alaska?
They haven't started reporting yet. Polls close at 1 a.m. Eastern, but right, he'll win Alaska. So he doesn't need Pennsylvania right now. He could do Georgia, Wisconsin, Arizona, Alaska.
Yeah, I'm just thinking what's going to get called tonight. All right, Alaska. Yeah, Trump, 52-42 Biden. So, yeah, Alaska's pretty safe. And Hawaii, I think, is Democrat.
Yeah, Hawaii will go for Harris. Alaska will go for Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, Georgia's got to be close to getting called. 93%. Trump's got a healthy margin.
Yeah, this takes me back to 2020 when I had the big, you know, those posted things. They're like the wall boards, and I was like charting it all out. And this is how many votes he needs there, and this is how many votes he needs there. Ah, Minnesota, what an opportunity fit.
What's crazy to me, he's going to lose it more this year than 2016.
Maybe, maybe not. I guess it depends on how the votes come in. I mean, if you look at, only 1% Olmsted County's in. Ugh.
Oh, yeah, Rochester hasn't even started reporting yet. That's why I don't know if this is going to be close.
Yeah. No, I mean, Duluth. Oh, yeah, Duluth's not in either. So, yeah. It was a good run in Minnesota, President.
Like, what the hell, Minnesota? No wonder when I go hang out with friends everywhere, they're difficult to talk to, let's say.
Yeah, they're like, what's wrong with you?
They think I'm the one with the problem.
Right.
All right, Dee Dee, thanks for sticking around for almost 5 hours. Find me on Twitter. Give me your address. We'll send you a free hat or mug. I'll have to go back in the chat and see what you wanted, but thanks for tuning in tonight, Dee Dee. Appreciate it.
We'll probably see you on the Wayne Dupree show tomorrow, Dee Dee. Hawaii just called for Harris.
Probably.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like the whole West Coast. It's like as soon as polling closes, they call it. Yeah, they won California. Imagine if we ever actually like audited California votes. You know what I mean?
Hey,
like, what do you think they would find?
Steve, yeah, I don't want to say anything on Facebook. Hey, do you want to see Joy Reid go after white people?
Oh, yeah, Joy Reid.
It's a state that I think Democrats definitely were reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and the thought that, you know, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, you know, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to.
We are all dumber for listening to that.
Let me just say, let's talk about North Carolina's abortion ban for a second. 12 weeks with exceptions, the usual, like health of the mother, that kind of stuff. How is that not a perfectly acceptable compromise between pro-life and pro-choice? I mean, I'm pro-life. I would just assume there's no abortions at all. And there are people that are pro-choice that would just assume no restrictions. But how can we not land as a country on 12 weeks and just say, okay, that's 3 months. Like, you have to make a decision within 3 months if you want to keep the kid, unless your health is at risk. And how can you paint that as some radical abortion position? What am I missing, Todd?
They always point to Europe. Europe does things correctly. Well, in the case of abortion, what do? The 12 to 14 week ban over there in most countries. Most of the world is sitting at like 15 weeks. And yet, for some reason, when you propose 15 weeks here, you're basically the guy from Germany 100 years ago because you're trying to take away reproductive freedom and choices from women. White women getting swept up in the patriarchy. And how can we wake up these white women so they don't vote for patriarchy? They're voting to lose their rights. 6 weeks even seems reasonable to me. Like, if you can detect a heartbeat, like, what woman doesn't know she's pregnant after that first cycle goes through? Like, oh, I missed something. Maybe I should check on that. Like, 28 days later, nothing happened. You should know by 6 weeks something is different. And if you're going to have promiscuous relationships with men, not take the necessary precautions with those men, maybe you should be on the lookout for something like that to happen. Let's see, I was with this guy and I was late. I should check that out. And I still have time within that 6 week window. But 12 weeks, Jason, I'll settle on 12 tomorrow if we can stop talking about abortion. Democrats might never win, assuming we don't give them citizenship to illegals. I don't know if Democrats come close to winning elections if abortion's not on the table, though. So Democrats are not going to take it away. The only reason these states are close, some of these elections, is because women turned out to protect their reproductive rights. Without that on the table, they're not looking at Kamala Harris for any other reason.
Well, yeah, and I mean, seriously, like, we have a lot of pro-lifers in our crowd. If everybody said, okay, we're going to land on 12 weeks and we're never going to bring it up again, and we're just going to move on with life and deal with other things other than how many babies we can kill, like, I think the pro-life side would agree to that. And it's too bad that the pro-choice side couldn't, and I think, being honest, even as pro-choice as you might be, I can't imagine you want a third trimester abortion. I just can't imagine. So, yeah.
And if we're being honest, most abortions don't happen in the third trimester. What is it, like 93% are in the first trimester? Am I right on those numbers, Ethan? So if we settle on 12 first trimester, that's when most of them happen. Not an ideal situation, but like I said, start there and change the culture over time, and you can keep moving that number up. But if they try to do too much, they will lose every election. Republicans will. That's not going to work in the long run. We don't want to have Roe codified. And Democrats
And like I say, just call it 12 weeks and move on with life. Like, there's other things to talk about. All right, Justin Great. I haven't found the video clip yet. ABC News reporter, all eyes are on Georgia. Cuts to the contributor in Georgia. Yeah, no, it's mathematically impossible for the vice president to win Georgia. ABC News anchors while holding back tears. Thank you.
Yeah, Donald Trump in the betting market's 97%.
Whoa. Terrible. I don't know. Do you follow Tara Bull on Twitter?
I think I follow her.
Yeah, she's pretty funny. Which accent will Kamala use in her concession speech? Tell me that hasn't been one of the funniest things you've seen this whole election cycle.
Man, what a fraud. How many times can we call them liars and frauds before more people will understand that? They offer nothing. Jason,
right.
Jason, you want to see a tidbit from Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Ballots to be released, 50,000 ballots to be released in the next 9 minutes, and then 37,000 tomorrow. I want to just quickly show you, it looks like actually maybe there's some ballots or something coming in right now. We see a police car escort with two.
Here they come. Here come the ballots.
Rachel, just come.
You can't make it up.
Trump
Did
up by
we seriously just see trucks pulling up
with ballots?
Oh my God.
Again, I will ask, when I voted, I dropped them into a machine and the machine counted them. Why do the ballots have to travel anywhere? Why are we allowing more custody of these ballots?
Oh my God. Aaron Davis. Who's Aaron? Oh, it's a professional gamer. I'm scrolling through my Twitter timeline. I follow some gamers back from like Pokemon players and whatnot. My son used to play. If you voted for a criminal on 34 charges, an openly racist individual that's also trying to take away women's rights, go ahead and hit the unfollow button. Okay. I wasn't following you, but
I would if I could.
Right. Yeah. I can't hit an unfollow from somebody that doesn't. And people are saying Kim.com, trifecta's complete, presidency, Congress, Senate, all Republican. I don't know. Project Veritas just dropped a video. 11 p.m. Bunch of boxes of ballots are showing up in Detroit via cars with California plates.
What?
Oh yeah, I don't know if we can show this video on some of these accounts.
Yeah, I see that too right here.
Yeah, if you go on the Project Veritas Twitter account.
Got the rolly suitcases, like
Right.
So this doesn't seem very nice. Jason, you were talking about this earlier. I thought I shared this tab. Oh, because we had a video up. Give me a second here. How come if I'm a Democrat voter, a supporter of Kamala Harris, I can post this and know that no one's going to call me out on my side. No one's going to say mean things. If you're a woman, just like we've gone through, lie to your husbands, do whatever else when the baby's inside your tummy. Now here we are just assaulting a man and it's okay.
I don't understand. I mean, we're starting to get the meltdowns on the left, and and some of these just get fed by, oh, wow. Some of this just gets fed in your Twitter feed. So Texas Paul Schroeder, he's got pretty decent account, 200,000 followers. So my take for tonight, white Republican men don't give a shit about their wives or daughters. Really, Paul? That's your take? Like, maybe we don't want World War III. Maybe we don't. Yeah, it's crazy.
They think this way, though. Like, there's no breaking through with logic or reasoning or discussion. They're just brainwashed. Oh, Paul getting spicy.
Yeah. And Fally, no one's there to see it. Fally, you said earlier that you aren't on Twitter. So Project Veritas and James O'Keefe Group, they've got cameras out at all the usual suspect places. So they've got a video on that I retweeted. I know you're not on Twitter. You got to get on Twitter. And because we can't show this on some of the platforms. If we were doing Rumble only, we could. But yeah, this is wild.
Oh, speaking of wild, so again, I'm just quoting Facebook. Tweet says, breaking, Trump wins Florida. And then there's a quote tweet that says, they better die in them hurricanes next year. It's cool.
Think of that. Yeah, I'm looking for the path to victory here. Oh my God. I'm just getting all these videos of people losing their minds. Alex Jones took off his shirt tonight in the live stream.
Sorry, folks, not happening.
I might. Not that anybody wants to see it. Maybe my wife. Brandon Gill, too big, too rig. I think Brandon Gill won. Friend of the podcast.
Yeah, there's too many districts in Texas for me to check this out.
Oh, yeah. We got time. Texas. House race. I can't remember which one he was in, but
here's John King on CNN. You know what? When I was younger, I liked watching John King on CNN just because he had all those touch screens.
Yeah, who knew?
I'm going to show you something. Bring it up. Remember January 6th? Donald Trump was finished. Even Republicans were running away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump is done as a national politician. I want to show you something. This is Trump overperforming his 2020 performance by 3% or more. Right? This is a statewide look. We're not done with some of these counts out here, so this will change a little bit. But Donald Trump overperforming 2020 after January 6, 2021. That's the statewide look. Look at this. Just look at this when you go to full counties. Look at how many counties across America, 994 of the 4,000 plus, 4,600 plus counties and townships, especially up this way, part of the country, they don't call them counties, they call them townships, but in nearly 1,000, 993 right now. This will change as we go through, but Donald Trump is overperforming, and look at where they are. He's mostly performing in red areas. His vote is getting higher in the areas where he wins elections. Yes, there are some blue places where he's overperforming, but just look at battleground Pennsylvania. Look at all these red counties, places that Trump wins, where he's overperforming by 3% or more what he did in 2020. Then you come out here, let's go up to battleground Michigan. These are the decisive states left on the board right now. Look at in the areas, those are his base areas, he's getting more. The same over here in battleground Wisconsin. So the former president of the United States, given up for dead, Jake, after January 6, 2021, is running stronger now than he did in the last campaign.
Yes, Valley. Ted Cruz won handedly. We can pop up the map, but they were trying to show the results early to make it appear like Ted Cruz was not going to, but 10 points. He won by 10.
Oh, yeah. Fally was at church earlier. So to kind of bring you up to speed, Ted Cruz we were talking about, and it was looking close. He was running behind Trump, and then he won comfortably. Iowa, which that poll broke a few days ago that said Iowa was, Kamala +3. I think Trump won by like 8% or 10% or something ridiculous. And then Florida. How bad was Florida again, Todd?
Florida, 13, it looks like it might end up at. But
oh, my God. They were saying Rick Scott was a vulnerable Senate seat. Rick Scott won 56-42.
Just an embarrassment.
Right. Oh, man. Klobuchar is curb stomping Royce White.
I like Royce White. He is fantastic on Twitter, but I didn't see a lot of Royce. We talked about this earlier, Jason. You know what? Maybe it was just not money well spent for the RNC, for Republicans. They just knew Klobuchar would win, and turns out they were right. But Minnesota, we can do so much better. Fox is leaning to call Georgia, Wisconsin, writes Paul. Let's head over to Fox. We're on the president tab here. Wisconsin with 77%, Trump up by almost 4. Georgia, 93%, Trump up by 2.5. Yes, sir.
So then the question is, if Trump gets Georgia, and Wisconsin. Does that do it?
And Alaska. So that's 29. Was that 261? He would still need either Arizona, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania.
Hang on. I'm just texting Brandon Gill, congratulating him. He had 63%.
Nice job, Brandon. Congrats, man. All right, Wisconsin is solid. Fox has a better update on Wisconsin. Arizona, man, 50%. They don't want to go any farther. Nevada, not reporting anything.
All right, so Fox has Trump at 232. All right. Let's do some math here. So 232 plus, you said Alaska is 3. Wisconsin 10. And Georgia 16. That's only 261.
So he can't get just Nevada, so he's got to get Arizona, Michigan, or Pennsylvania still.
262 plus, or wait, 232 plus 3. So 235 minus 260, or 269 is a tie, right? 270. So Trump needs 35 electoral college votes. He won't get Minnesota. Jeez, it's still down. So he needs 2, or he needs 3 of the swing states. So nothing is flipped at all this election. Comes down to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the 7 swing states it's down to. So Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Well, what's the 7th swing state?
Florida, if you're the AP.
Well, yeah.
Was North Carolina the swing state?
Trying to think. My brain is a little squishy after 5 hours.
I know. I might be giving you a 10-minute warning, Jason. I got kids that wake up at 6.
I got an interview at 6.
I'd rather be on an interview.
We might stop streaming, but I don't know if I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I might be giving the countdown to folks here.
Uh-oh. U.S. Secret Service requesting more security at Mar-a-Lago
yes.
immediately.
That is not good.
Brian says Ohio was the swing state. I don't think they were counting that as a swing state.
I mean, it used to be, but he has won by double digits, I think, the last 3 elections.
Right. Jeez. It's funny. It all comes down to these handful of states. Trump needs 3 of them. So if he gets Georgia, all right, let me see what CNN. CNN says Trump wins first battleground of the race. Oh, North Carolina was the 7th. Yeah, so Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada. And North Carolina was what they were considering the 7th. Yeah, not a single state's been flipped. This is wild.
Honestly, it seems like we're at the point where voters just dug in. If you're a Dem, you'll always believe the media. If you're voting for Trump, you'll never believe the media. I don't know how to wake people up.
So of those, Wisconsin, Jeez. So Trump 232, 235 with Alaska. Harris 216. She goes to 226 with Minnesota. Yeah, so it's literally comes down to these swing states.
Which miraculously are the only ones that haven't finished counting.
Right. How funny is that? And I mean, East Coast. Yeah, so Pennsylvania, 85% in. Trump's got a 200,000 vote lead. Oh my gosh. I just got a Daily Wire notification saying check our map. I'm like, your map.
We tried Daily Wire.
We really did.
I just want them to call Pennsylvania so I can go to sleep.
Right.
Michigan's only halfway. Wisconsin, shouldn't take this long, guys.
I was reading on this Nebraska one. Looks like the Nebraska lady, she's going to hold.
Okay.
At least that's what Fox is saying. Oh, how exciting. Todd, did you think we'd be hanging out for 5 hours together? So my wife might be right. They are going to try to sneak this out in the post game.
We should know. We should know the results at 11:30.
Are you thinking so? Or you're thinking we should because we're not a third world country?
Correct.
God, how stupid. Yeah, no surprises. I mean, it all went chalk. Trump's at 60 million votes. Harris is at 56.
You and I were saying 90 to 95 million for Trump. Is that even out there at this point?
I think it could be. Because California, it's only half in. There's 3. Trump's at 3 million and it's 40% in. So let's say he gets another 3 million. So that's 65. I mean, that's what's funny. If you ever went with a popular vote, how many more the biggest state for Republican votes is California, even though Republicans lose every time. So you could probably get close. I'll be curious what the total number ends up being. And Pennsylvania sitting there at 86%. Ugh. Georgia, are they going to call Georgia? Wisconsin, 80% in.
Wisconsin's, and Trump's lead is growing still with 80% in.
Right. Ugh.
Trump's up by 6 in Michigan with half the vote in.
Right.
All right, Jason, I think you and I have gotten a little quiet here 5 hours in.
Yeah, is it time for us to shut off the stream? Log back in tomorrow? Are you doing a show tomorrow?
Tuesday, Thursday. Yeah, well, we'll see. I doubt it tomorrow. That wasn't in the cards.
Oh, okay. Folks, I got to say, we're still sitting here 5 hours in with 38 of you. Phenomenal job. I'll be on the Wayne Dupree podcast tomorrow. We'll be updating. Thanks for hanging with us. For the regulars, reach out to Todd or find me. We're both on Facebook too, Fally. You can just search our name, Todd Peterson, Jason Robertson. You can send us a message. Todd just does e-com order, and we'll get you guys your stuff. So
yeah, thanks. This was awesome. We'd love to get you some stuff. But folks,
Right.
5 hours of a live stream doesn't happen without you. Thanks for watching with us today. Thanks for commenting. When we wake up tomorrow morning, Jason, is Donald Trump our president?
God, I hope so. I hope we find out before. I'm going to stay up for a little while. Although I got an interview at 6 a.m., so I'll see how I hold up.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys, thanks so much. Catch you on the flip side.
We're getting out of here.